This is the most violent and dangerous prison in the world, where for just a scrap of food, inmates will tear each other apart like wild animals. In this hell, there is no law. Only the strong survive. Even the guards are nothing more than playthings for the inmates, to be tormented at their whim. And yet, these inhuman monsters don't hesitate to kneel before an ordinary teacher. They even worship him as their leader, like crazed fans meeting their idol. It's all because he is the only one who can create the mist crystal, a one-of-a-kind addictive drug that drives everyone mad. Kinda sounds like a certain chemistry teacher we all know, doesn't it, folks? The story begins. In a dark cell, Kang Dante wakes up. His eyes are filled with confusion as he finds himself lying on the cold floor. In the corner of the room, a stranger in an orange prison uniform sits motionlessly, his back turned to him mysteriously. The man's sharp eyes, hidden behind a black mask, suddenly lock onto Kang Dante, startling him and putting him on high alert in the small, dark, confined space of the cell. Kang Dante asks shakily, "Who are you?" He glances around the cell, full of cracks, from the old sink to the tightly locked iron door. Filled with suspicion and fear, unable to keep calm, Kang Dante yells, "What? Where the hell am I?" The only response he gets is a short phrase from the man across from him. "My home," Kang Dante exclaims in shock. "Your home? Who are you?" He notices that the man also has a prisoner number, 0182. The horrifying memories of the riot begin to surface, of the order to open fire, and the guards being brutally massacred. Kang Dante remembers collapsing into darkness before waking up in this place. He asks hesitantly, "Is this inside the prison? I mean, are we inside the fogland?" He receives a nod of confirmation. Kang Dante asks suspiciously, "Don't tell me you're the one who brought me here." Faced with the mysterious prisoner's admission, Kang Dante can only stand there, stunned. Then, why? Before he could ask his thousands of questions, the masked man suddenly holds out a purple sweet potato towards Kang Dante and pleads, "Tell me how to grow sweet potatoes. Please, teach me." Kang Dante is left speechless by this bizarre request. He thinks to himself, "I thought this was just plain ignorance." But that only applies within the realm of common sense. This current, insane situation is completely inexplicable. Unable to suppress his rage, Kang Dante screams, "For a sweet potato? You dragged me into this den of lunatics just for that?" Fear begins to consume his mind. Kang Dante realizes the people here aren't human. They kill without a second thought, and he'll soon be dead too if he doesn't act. Suddenly, Kang Dante stares at the masked man's hand with suspicion. "Wait a minute, what are you hiding in your right hand? A gun? A knife?" Deciding to take a gamble, Kang Dante lunges forward. "Damn it, I'm not playing defense anymore." As quick as a flash, Kang Dante uses all his strength to tackle his opponent to the floor. He pins the masked man down, reassuring himself, "Got him. I've got him under control." Compared to those other guys, this one is nothing. He barely stood out in class. If I stay calm, I can handle this. Kang Dante plans to take the weapon to finish him off. Now I just need to get the weapon from his right hand. But then he realizes with horror that the man has no right hand. After that, he tied the man's remaining hand to the bed. "Sorry for the violence, but I'm in this mess because of your stupidity." Kang Dante can only helplessly adjust his uniform and bitterly accept the absurdity of being kidnapped inside a prison. Anything can happen in this life. Getting kidnapped while you're already in prison, folks. Kang Dante looks at the masked man and says sarcastically, "You want to know how to grow sweet potatoes? I don't have time to teach idiots. How about you just eat it yourself? It'd probably do you more good." His mind is set on escaping. "I have to get out of here." Kang Dante walks to the door, peeking out and asking, "When do the guards arrive? When's mealtime?" He realizes the sturdy door is locked from the outside. Kang Dante calculates to himself, "After that chaos, security forces must be frantically searching for me. As soon as I see a guard, getting out is just a matter of time." He is certain his chances of escaping are very high. But as he looks through the crack in the door, his eyes suddenly widen in astonishment. Before Kang Dante is nothing but a thick blanket of fog. He mutters, "Fog? I can't see anything." Not giving up, Kang Dante pounds on the door and shouts, "Hey, is anyone out there?" Suddenly, a clicking sound is heard, and the door automatically creaks open, leaving him stunned. It's open? Why would a prison door just open? Kang Dante cautiously steps outside, moving towards the blinding white light that envelops everything. Stepping out of the room, Kang Dante is frozen by the scene before him. It's not a prison corridor, but a desolate, ruined city stretching to the horizon under a hazy mist. Kang Dante collapses to his knees in shock, his breath coming in ragged gasps. What? Where is this? This isn't a prison. The devastation before his eyes makes him lose control, and he screams in despair. There's no way this is a prison. Where did you take me? Where did you take me? Instantly, a rough hand clamps over his mouth from behind. The masked man appears, looming over him, and commands coldly, "Shut up. You've been screaming this whole time. You can't leave this place. Just live quietly." Kang Dante trembles as he pushes the man's hand away, crying out in frustration. "Live? In this garbage dump? Are you insane? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't belong here. I'm not like you. I'm different from social deviants like you." As if hearing his loud screams, a giant, shadowy figure with a massively muscular body slowly emerges from the fog in the distance. Kang Dante freezes, turning around as cold sweat drips down his face, confronted by this terrifying entity. But the masked man remains completely unfazed. He glares at the monster and hurls an insult. "What are you looking at, you castrated pig?" The giant roars in fury and swings a devastating punch. But the one who gets hit is Kang Dante. "What the hell? I told you to be quiet." All Kang Dante can do is whisper in pain, You bastard." The masked man sighs with clear annoyance. "This is your fault, too. Now even my clothes are gone." Blamed for something completely unrelated to the masked man's loose tongue, Dante yells in fury. "Why do you keep doing stupid things that get us both in trouble? Do you seriously not have a brain? Why would you pick a fight with a monster like that?" Seeing his opponent remain silent, Dante adds, "You don't even have a right arm." When the masked man still doesn't answer, Kang Dante suddenly feels a pang of guilt. Did I go too far? Suddenly, the masked man starts taking off his prison uniform. Kang Dante screams in alarm, "Hey, what are you doing?" Ignoring his struggles, the man just muttered an apology and continued, leaving Kang Dante to scream in despair. I'm sorry." Kang Dante stared blankly at the orange jumpsuit thrown at him. The masked man now revealed a muscular body covered in a network of scars. He ordered, "Put it on." Kang Dante couldn't believe his eyes. He stammered, "Are you serious?" Seeing the raw power in the other man's muscles, Kang Dante told himself he'd better watch his mouth. One punch from him and my teeth would go flying. He sullenly put on the uniform, his heart filled with dread. "But if I wear this, the rescue team might not recognize me." 182 crushed Kang Dante's hopes as he rummaged through the debris. "There is no rescue team looking for you. All the guards have been killed." Kang Dante repeated in shock. "The guards?" The masked man continued his warning, saying it was best not to stand out among the prisoners, as that was the law of survival in this foggy land. Finishing his sentence, he violently tore off a piece of cloth and threw on a tattered old prisoner's uniform bearing the number 82. He gave a short command, "Time to eat." Kang Dante couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the man's ragged appearance. What's with that outfit? He was stunned, as everything happening was beyond his imagination. He still didn't understand the rules of survival here. Cheers erupted from outside. "Is it time to eat?" Kang Dante thought worriedly. "I absolutely cannot run into any guards right now." Meanwhile, in a corner of the ruined city, a fat prisoner in a black mask was smugly admiring the new clothes he had just stolen. He hummed as he checked them out. "A perfect fit. Definitely made for me." He thought regretfully about the victim's glasses, telling himself he should have taken those too to look cool. Before he could celebrate his prize, a cold voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Sweetheart, where did you get that outfit?" The fat man jumped, turned around, and screamed in terror at the sight of a frightening long-haired entity and two giant henchmen looming over him. He immediately dropped to his knees, trembling as he addressed him. "Boss." To save his own skin, he quickly revealed Kang Dante's whereabouts. "There's a four-eyed bookworm in the tofu village. Seems like he's new." Hearing this, the long-haired man flashed a sinister smile. "Aha, in the tofu village? So that's where he is." The fat man, still oblivious to the impending disaster and thinking he'd done something great, continued to ramble. Yes. He was wearing nice clothes, so I took them." "Heh, cute, right?" But before he could say another word, the long-haired man sent him to his grave. A sharp blade suddenly pierced through the fat man's head. The long-haired man looked down at the corpse at his feet and whispered menacingly, "Finally, found you. Have I?" Before Kang Dante now was a bleak, concrete jungle, where beings in human form had ashen gray skin, like some kind of terrifying camouflage. The hungry, beast-like eyes hiding behind crumbling corners made him shudder in fear. What the hell? Who are these people? Kang Dante walked on in a daze, wondering if they were men or beasts as the stench of death surrounded his every step. The foggy land revealed itself with crows that had brilliant blue eyes and human skulls wrapped tightly in barbed wire, hanging like a gruesome warning. This place didn't look like a prison at all, but more like a designated area for the dead. A graveyard that buried both the living and the dead, like something out of the apocalypse. Looking at the ruined city stretching endlessly before him, Kang Dante couldn't suppress his curiosity. He hesitantly asked the masked man, Excuse me, is this really a prison? It feels so strange." When the other man just asked back, "What?" Kang Dante grew even more agitated. "Huh? What do you mean, what? It's weird." People are walking around freely in a prison, and some of them even look drunk. He pointed at the corpses displayed on spikes and yelled, "And what is that over there? Aren't those people? They're not decorations, right? Don't you see how bizarre everything is here?" Kang Dante couldn't understand how a place built by the United Nations could operate in such an insane way. Suddenly, the masked man got right in Kang Dante's face and growled, "You're too loud." The coldness in his voice made Kang Dante flinch and quickly lower his own. No, I'll whisper." An intense internal conflict began to rage within him. He cursed himself for expecting an explanation from his own kidnapper. Was he developing Stockholm Syndrome? Looking into the masked man's glowing eyes, Kang Dante realized he was no different from the lunatics out there. He was also extremely dangerous. Just then, the masked man gave a sudden warning, "Don't trust anyone, Kang Dante." The two of them headed towards the mess hall, where the prisoners were silently filing into the gloomy space. Entering the communal dining area, Kang Dante was stunned by the scene before him. What the hell? This looks more normal than I thought. The prisoners were even lining up in an orderly fashion to get their food. This made him feel like he could finally breathe a little easier than outside, and a spark of hope ignited. Kang Dante watched intently at the front of the line where the staff were distributing food. Suddenly, Kang Dante froze when he saw a figure in a guard's uniform. He cheered internally, full of excitement. "A guard. That's a guard. I'm saved." To avoid drawing attention, Kang Dante told himself to stay calm. "Stay calm. I still look like a prisoner. I have to act as civilized as possible to show him I'm different from these people." Kang Dante took a deep breath, reassuring himself. "Okay, it's my turn. This is my chance. Let's do this." Kang Dante approached and spoke politely. "Are you a prison guard, sir?" Without waiting for a response, he quickly revealed his true identity. "I'm Kang Dante, a teacher assigned to the Prisoner Education Project." He glanced over at 182, then lowered his voice to an urgent whisper. "I was kidnapped during a riot by the masked man on my right." Kang Dante hoped the officer would realize the gravity of the situation. "You know about the riot, don't you? If not, please contact your superiors immediately." In his mind, he was certain, "Teacher Kang Dante is missing. They must be looking for me." However, his hopeful plea was met with a terrifying silence. Dante called out softly in confusion, "Officer?" So, was this how his spark of hope was buried by that officer's silence? Before Kang, Dante stood a guard whose eyes were rolled back, showing only the whites. His pupils were strangely constricted, and drool disgustingly trickled from the corner of his mouth down to his chin. Kang Dante stumbled back in shock. "Why are you?" Before he could finish, the cook suddenly swung a ladle and smacked him right on the head. "If you're not going to eat, then get out." Kang Dante stared blankly at the meager tray of food, which held a few pieces of meat and a horrifying-looking, bright green soup. He stood frozen in the gloomy space, his mind a complete mess in the face of the unfolding madness. What's happening? Where am I? Who am I? What are the rules? Kang Dante was stunned, replaying the strange look from the guard just now. He realized that although the man wore a uniform and had an insignia, there wasn't a single other officer in sight. Fear surged through him as Kang Dante realized how dire the situation truly was. He muttered in despair, "Something's wrong. Something is really wrong. I'm screwed. At this rate, I'll be trapped here forever." He suddenly recalled the warning from the masked man, 182, who was still casually enjoying his meal. Seeing this as his only chance, Kang Dante forced a smile and proactively brought up their past conversation. "Sweet potatoes. You said you wanted to grow them, right?" He decided to play his final card to make a trade. "I'll teach you how to grow as many sweet potatoes as you want. But in exchange, help me get out of here." Kang Dante told himself he would take advantage of the other's naivety to find a way to escape. But 182's reaction was completely unexpected. He stared coldly at Kang Dante and replied, "You think I'm an idiot? Just for a few sweet potatoes?" The remark made Kang Dante scream in panic. "What? No, that's not what I meant." It was over. Not only had he failed to catch any fish, but he'd also lost his rod and reel. He frantically explained that, once the lesson was over, he'd have no reason to stay, and that 182 had a responsibility since he brought him here. After a tense silence, 182 casually dropped a bombshell. "To get out of here, you have to become the Supreme Leader." Kang Dante asked blankly, "What? Supreme Leader? Like, the big boss of this place?" 182 threw cold water on his hopes. "Someone like you could never do it." "I don't really want to. Anyway." Kang Dante started piecing things together and reasoned, so you mean only the Supreme Leader can contact the outside world." 182 raised a piece of food on his fork and declared philosophically, "Rise or fall. That is the only way out." Kang Dante still couldn't understand those cryptic words. He pressed, "What are you talking about? Say it in a way I can understand." But 182 just cut him off coldly. "That's enough questions." All Kang Dante could do was watch helplessly, realizing with bitterness, "So you never intended to help me after all." The masked man's vague words are seriously confusing, aren't they? Kang Dante slammed his hand on the table in anger. He turned his back decisively and announced, "Then there's no point staying near you anymore. I'm getting out of this filthy, horrible place right now." He didn't forget to leave a sharp threat. "And you are going to regret this, because once I'm out, you won't escape the judgment of the law. Because of my family." Kang Dante thought to himself that trash, like 182, sentenced to life, could just rot in here forever. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed throughout the cafeteria. "Teacher, Mr. Kang, are you in here?" In a shocking turn of events, Kang Dante froze, his eyes lighting up with intense hope. "They're here. The rescue team is here." Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed through the crowd, raised his hand high, and screamed at the top of his lungs. "Over here! I'm over here!" Kang Dante shouted, running as he listed off his personal information in a state of pure euphoria. "Name is Kang Dante, science teacher at a public high school, age 32. I'm right here." But as he neared the light at the doorway, his steps suddenly halted, and his hopes were once again crushed. In front of Kang Dante wasn't a rescue team, but an abnormally tall entity with long, disheveled black hair, a smile that stretched from ear to ear, and crazed eyes. It left Kang Dante frozen in terror. The figure loomed closer. "Long time no see. Teacher, do you remember me? I was in your sweet potato growing class." Kang Dante stammered, trembling. "Huh? What is it with sweet potatoes again?" In his panic, horrifying memories began to flood back. Sweating profusely, Kang Dante admitted, "Ah, of course. How could I forget?" He remembered it was the first time he had ever seen someone so massive. The man standing before him was one of the 6 notorious heavyweights of Cell Block 0. With his terrifying face and an all-encompassing murderous aura, this fearsome entity was Ngoan Thap. This was also the strongest man among that top group. Kang Dante was horrified as the terrible memories rushed back. He remembered everything now. He remembered how this man had ruthlessly slaughtered the security staff. Amidst the stray bullets, the guards were completely defenseless against his frenzy. In an unbelievable act, Nguyen Thap pulled a sharp sword from his own throat. With a single strike, he left the security team with no time to react. Back in the present, Kang Dante collapsed to the floor, his whole body shaking with fear. He stammered hopelessly, "Why? Why are you looking for me?" Nguyen Thap loomed before him like a ghost and answered coldly, "Why else? We have to continue our class." He stared intently at Kang Dante and added a line that made him freeze. "Oh, by the way, I'm not interested in sweet potatoes anymore. This time, let's learn a real lesson." Kang Dante was rooted to the spot, sweating buckets in terror, with no idea what was about to happen to him. What could he possibly want to learn? He opened his hand, revealing 3 brilliantly glowing blue orbs capable of creating mist. The surrounding prisoners began to stir, exclaiming in awe, "Mist! It's the mist!" Kang Dante stared at the orbs, his mind in total chaos. Looking at the mysterious objects, Kang Dante recalled how the masked man, 182, had asked him how to create this very mist. He wondered in shock, "This thing called mist? What is this blue orb? What is this?" Seeing Kang Dante's reaction, Nguyen Thap asked doubtfully, "You really don't know?" He immediately became agitated, grabbing Kang Dante and yelling, "Impossible. You're a science teacher, how could you not know? Aren't teachers supposed to know everything, huh? Seriously, this guy. Every teacher has their own specialty, you know?" Kang Dante shouted in frustration. "I've never seen this before. I've never seen it in the outside world." Ngoan Thap's gaze turned icy cold. He whispered, "But we already studied this. For the mist, the 6 of us gathered just for your class, to bring you back." Kang Dante was stunned by those cryptic words. Suddenly, Ngoan Thap said coldly, "Whatever. Forget it." He roughly gripped Dante's chin, forcing him to face him, then growled, "From now on, we'll study together, right?" He held the blue orb right up to Kang Dante's mouth, causing him to do nothing but stare with wide, trembling eyes. "What the hell?" Kang Dante thought in terror. "What is this? If I knew, I wouldn't be giving him the chance to threaten me like this." Despite his struggles, Ngoan Thap kept forcing the object into his mouth. "I hate it. I hate this thing," Kang Dante screamed in his mind. All around them, the ashen-faced prisoners watched greedily, drool dripping from their mouths in hunger. Kang Dante struggled with all his might and screamed, "I said I don't want it." He violently knocked the blue orbs to the ground. They scattered across the floor in front of the lifeless eyes of the stunned prisoners. The moment the blue orbs hit the ground, they seemed to possess some terrifying magic, causing the ashen-faced prisoners to instantly go berserk. They threw themselves at each other like starved beasts, trampling and tearing at one another just to get their hands on that mystical light. Screams of, "Give it to me, it's mine, and mine," rang out deafeningly amidst the chaotic scene. Kang Dante stood frozen, horrified by the absolute frenzy of these people, all for the orbs he had just thrown away. Ngoan Thap loomed behind Kang Dante, casually letting out a sarcastic remark, "See? Everyone wants the mist. He flashed a horrifying grin, his eyes filled with a cult-like reverence as he looked at the crowd. The mist is gold, and it is a gift from the gods. In the middle of the frenzied mob, the prisoners cried out in frustration when they saw an old man quickly swallow one of the orbs. That old man swallowed it. He swallowed it. Spit it out. Spit it out now, you bastard. The old man stood tall, his entire body beginning to radiate a brilliant blue mist from within. When the chance to possess the blue orb was gone, their craving turned into savage action. Everyone began to lunge at him, biting and tearing at his flesh. But strangely, he was still smiling, a chillingly satisfied look on his face. Goenthap watched the scene with contempt. These filthy villagers get so worked up over a single speck of mist. He nonchalantly remarked that the old man had surely gone to heaven today. Or maybe he'll gain extraordinary powers. Then he posed a provocative question. What if there was even more mist? His greed didn't stop at just a few orbs. He wanted a lot more for some unfathomable reason. So, are you interested? Kang Dante couldn't take this madness anymore. He collapsed to his knees, vomiting in pain and despair. His mind screamed with belated regret. Why? Why did I come here? What am I doing in this horrible place? Kang Dante whispered, begging, let me go home. Please, just let me go home. To the bewildered Noanthap, Kang Dante screamed through his tears, I can't do it. I've never seen anything like this. I'm not a scientist. I'm a teacher. A teacher. Noanthap roared with anger, cutting off Kang Dante's pleas. Don't give me that crap. I've seen it in the movies. I saw a teacher who made and sold good stuff. Have you been watching more than 180 minutes of movies a day? Kang Dante desperately explained that the person he was talking about was a chemistry professor, and he was completely different. He wailed through his tears as the prisoners watched. I'm different. I said I'm different. I don't have a Ph.D. I'm just a high school teacher. Goenthap stared silently at Kang Dante, who was prostrated on the ground, then whispered in disappointment, You mean, you're useless? He felt a crushing sense of loss, having thought he'd found a treasure that would help him climb to the top. I was the first one to find you. I thought I had already won. I thought I'd caught a big fish, but it turns out, you're just a minnow. Noanthap realized with bitterness that he had been mistaken. I thought I could become the supreme leader. In a fit of rage, he slowly pulled a large blade from his mouth. He looked at Kang Dante with utter contempt. So, you're just a completely worthless piece of trash. Noanthap raised his blade, standing menacingly over him. His shadow fell over the cowering Kang Dante like a death sentence about to be carried out. Noanthap's insults inadvertently triggered the deep-seated pain of Kang Dante's past. Old memories suddenly flooded back the moment he graduated, holding his teaching certificate, only to receive humiliation from his own family. Such a good-for-nothing. You got a teaching certificate? You're planning to teach children? In a dark room, his parents roared that no one in their family line had ever held anything less than a Ph.D. They said his becoming a teacher was just a cowardly escape after 6 years of failing to complete his dissertation. Despite his older sister speaking up for him, saying how much Kang Dante had suffered, his parents still forced him to prepare his dissertation for another year. His father, a celebrity who often appeared on television, always reminded him to know his place. In that family, his mother was a prestigious doctor of law, and his older brother had become the president of a psychology association at a very young age. Kang Dante bitterly realized that while he was respected on the podium in front of his students, back home, he was worth less than an animal. Kang Dante was always forced to kneel before the giant shadows of expectation, a place where he was nothing but a complete outcast and a failure. Living in such a family of perfectionists was an immense pressure, leaving his spirit constantly tortured and exhausted. Kang, Dante's father, held a document in his hand, muttering with suspicion. IPAX, International Criminal Law? What the hell is this? Kang Dante, dressed in a sharp suit, tried to explain his decision. It's a United Nations prison. I'll be teaching there. It's organized by the UN, and the salary is quite high. Another family member exclaimed with excitement. Oh, I know that place. It's called Fox Len, right? That's amazing. I heard all the craziest people from around the world are sent there. Kang Dante could only respond quietly. There's still people living there. His mother looked at her son with concern. Dante, even so, do you really have to go that far? Your mother is happy now with your stable job at the school. But his father coldly interrogated him. Why? Why are you doing this? Perhaps he just couldn't bear living in this family any longer. Did he want to go far away to find respect? His father stared intently at Kang Dante and demanded, What kind of stunt are you trying to pull? Kang Dante firmly stated his reasoning, giving a chance to learn to those who have almost no chance at all. That is something truly meaningful for an educator. That's what I believe. Suddenly, there was a splash. Red wine sprayed across Kang Dante's face and shirt. His older brother casually offered a fake apology. Ah, sorry, I spilled it all over your shirt. What you said just sounded so noble. Ha ha. There was no affection between the brothers at all, as he began to use harsh words to belittle Kang Dante. Dante, you know what? That's not professional at all. That's just an impulse born from a desire for recognition. It's not that you failed to get your doctorate, but that you're pretending to have chosen a different path, pretending you have some special mission. He projected his own views onto him and continued to back Kang Dante into a corner with his arrogance. And now you're acting like you're on our level. You're just trying to justify your own uselessness with these eccentric acts, aren't you? Kang Dante looked at his brother, his eyes filled with hurt and resentment. Why do you always assume you have the right to judge what other people think? I'm genuinely worried about you. But in Kang Dante's mind, his older brother appeared as a giant, cold moon, pitted with craters. Judging him so harshly, that was reckless. Doing something so stupid out of insecurity only proves that I really am an idiot. Haunted by his brother's taunts, he couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness as he found himself in the exact same situation. Snapping back to the harsh reality, Kang Dante cried out in pain and regret. That's right, my brother was right. I'm such a fool. With one stupid decision, Kang Dante collapsed onto the cold ground, his mind completely shattered. I'm going to die. A pathetic death in this filthy, ugly place. The panoramic view of the ruined city appeared desolate under a veil of smoke, as if waiting to swallow his fragile life whole. Thinking about his bleak past and his current reality, he gave up. Dante closed his eyes, accepting his miserable end, his mind filled with regretful thoughts. My ignorance is my own fault. But just in the nick of time, a hand snatched a fork from the dining table with lightning speed. The fork tore through the air, piercing Noenthap's arm. He clutched his badly injured arm, screaming in agony. Ah! In a daze of panic and confusion, his eyes widened in terror. A gun? Who would dare bring a gun in here? But 182 was already right behind him. He brutally grabbed Noenthap by his long hair. Faced with such overwhelming power, the giant could only mutter in disbelief. Kang Dante watched the scene unfold in utter shock, tears still streaming down his wounded face. He never expected the one who saved him to be the same person who brought him here. 182 appeared with blazing blue eyes filled with killing intent, his face cold and determined, ready to finish off his enemy. 182 didn't give his opponent a single moment to breathe. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks at terrifying speed. Noenthap, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, could now only stare in horror as he was completely overpowered. The dry crack of breaking bones echoed in the gloomy space. The proud tower of Cell Block 0 was now shaking violently, crumbling before the incredible power of 182. That unbeatable tower had finally collapsed completely, proof that Noenthap's reign was over. Kang Dante stared blankly at the figure of 182, who stood tall like a god of war. The surrounding prisoners suddenly erupted in a deafening roar that echoed throughout the cafeteria. A new star was born. They screamed with excitement, desperate to know the name of the one who had just caused this earthquake. Hey, new star, hurry up and tell us your name. Tell us your name. Ignoring all the cheers, 182 coldly turned to Kang Dante and gave a short command. Let's go, teacher. Kang Dante could only stare after him, his eyes unable to hide his astonishment. 182 walked away silently, leaving behind the prisoners' gazes of worship and fear. Whispers began to spread throughout the room, the word teacher coming from the man just hailed as the strongest. What did that mean for his life? Kang Dante was still in a daze. He tremblingly touched his own body, then stammered in utter joy. Huh? I'm still alive? I'm still alive. 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 I'm alive. Watching the lonely back of the man who had just saved his life, Kang Dante could only marvel to himself. This guy is too strong. 182 stared into the distance and muttered, "Sweet potato." Was that a lie? Meanwhile, Kang Dante, his face still streaked with crimson, asked with a look of doubt. First of all, why did you even sign up for this class? You're here for the fog too, aren't you? 182 suddenly turned and asked him directly. Can you create fog? Kang Dante jumped, waving his hands frantically in a panic. No, please, spare me. Please, I'm sorry. He frantically explained that he only went because he heard they were giving out new clothes. Thinking back, 182 had stopped when he saw a long line of prisoners blocking the way. Not wanting to wait like this, 182 coldly ordered, "Move," causing the bald prisoner in front to stare blankly. Huh? The bald man reminded him irritably. No cutting in line. Can't you see everyone's waiting? The prisoner explained that some stranger had come promising to teach them something. And because the competition was so fierce, they all agreed to line up early. Even though 182 flatly refused, the man chattered on. But they said they're giving out new clothes. You have to look presentable for the teacher, you know. The surrounding crowd began to buzz with excitement. They were thrilled about this rare event after so many years and hoped to learn something amazing. Kang Dante looked at 182 and asked hesitantly, "The reason I signed up, then, why did you save me?" 182 glanced at him with a sharp, cold look and replied, "I didn't save you. I saved my new clothes." An answer that had nothing to do with the question. Before he could even question it, he was struck speechless when 182 added another sentence. "But you didn't teach me anything. And you even peed your pants." 182 pointed directly at the stain on the uniform. Kang Dante could only remain silent, overcome with shame. A while later, in the bathhouse, Kang Dante sat sullenly washing the clothes while other inmates scurried past. He thought to himself, "Somehow, I ended up getting my own clothes out of this, though the method was a bit questionable." Kang Dante mumbled as he diligently washed the clothes. "I'll wash your clothes quickly and give them back." He glanced curiously at the tattered rags 182 was clutching, wondering why he'd keep something so filthy as a memento when he had a new set. 182 held up the piece of fabric with the number 182 on it and declared, "This is also mine." This guy has a strange hobby. His treasures were clothes bearing his own number, even if they were in tatters. Were they still treasures, or was there another secret hidden here? He stared intently at Kang Dante with intimidating eyes. "It has the number 182 on it. It's mine." Then he pointed to the clothes Kang Dante was washing. "This one has the number 182 on it. It's also mine. They're all mine." Kang Dante was baffled, unable to comprehend this weirdo's logic. He tentatively asked, "So you're saying those dirty clothes are also precious?" "Yes, they're precious to you, I get it, but why am I the one washing them?" Seeing 182 still staring at him in silence, Kang Dante quickly backpedaled. No, I mean, I'll wash them for you." And so, in the gloomy bathhouse, Kang Dante could only lower his head and wash the clothes in frustration. Damn it. Night fell in the dark prison cell. Orange uniforms hung from a line, left out to dry. Kang Dante looked at the watch on his wrist, sighing softly as he realized it was past curfew. A long, long day had passed since he was first locked up in this place. He thought grimly. His escape would have to wait. The monsters and guards were surely searching for him after the commotion earlier. Kang Dante told himself he would definitely leave tomorrow, but his empty stomach began to rumble in protest, making him regret not eating that disgusting bowl of soup earlier. I guess anything tastes good when you're starving. Suddenly, he spotted something strange sticking out from under the bed. That was the purple sweet potato 182 was holding. He asked coldly, "Want to try it?" Even though he knew this exchange would lead to nothing, Kang Dante's survival instincts urged him to snatch the sweet potato to fill his stomach. As he chewed ravenously, he reassured himself that survival was all that mattered. But just as Kang Dante was halfway through, 182 suddenly snatched the potato back with a murderous look on his face. He glared down at Kang Dante and spat furiously. "You bastard!" Kang Dante stammered in fear, explaining that he only asked for a little because he was so hungry, but the only response was a blunt refusal. "No." 182 sullenly turned away, ignoring Kang Dante as he pleaded for just one more bite to keep him going. After all, it was just an ordinary tuber, but little did he know that the thing he was eating was also marked. 182 held up the sweet potato, revealing the number 182 carved deep into its skin, and firmly declared, "It's mine." Kang Dante was speechless at his roommate's sheer absurdity. He sarcastically asked if he planned to plant it without knowing the first thing about horticulture. Despite the mockery, 182 threatened to kill Kang Dante if he dared to harm his precious creation. Kang Dante secretly judged that this guy's vocabulary was on a preschool level, and his behavior was no different from a caveman's. But that very naivety was an advantage he could exploit. He began his psychological attack, asking, "But what if that sweet potato is already destined to die?" The question left 182 stunned. "Why would you say that?" Pushing up his glasses, Kang Dante began to play the expert. "You cut it to carve your name, remember? The sweet potato is sick because of you." He continued to intimidate him, saying the tuber would contract a terrible illness called Browning disease. Seeing 182's eyes widen through the slits of his mask, Kang Dante knew he was going crazy with worry. 182 panicked upon realizing he was the one who had killed it, and hastily changed his attitude, asking if there was any way to revive it. Kang Dante turned away, running his hands through his hair in frustration over this failed communication. He found it difficult to explain anything to someone so stubborn. Kang Dante looked seriously at the masked man, 182, and began his lecture. "I'll tell you one thing, it needs sunlight." Seeing his companion just repeat the words in a daze, Kang Dante explained further that in this land of fog, the mist was so thick it blocked out the sun. So, if 182 wanted to grow the potato, he'd have to go to a place with thinner fog, where there was enough light for the plant to survive. He pointed to a pile of hanging clothes and analyzed the situation. "This tofu village is the place with the thinnest fog around here, but it's still not enough. See, even the clothes don't dry properly." Kang Dante concluded with a risky suggestion. "At the very least, you have to get to the front gate of the fortress. That's the entrance to the land of fog. Before them stood a massive, imposing, and cold iron gate, leading into the mysterious core area. Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the prison, a prisoner was hammering away at a spiked steel frame surrounding Joanthap's neck. He muttered with great effort as he worked. Joanthap, his face contorted in pain, asked, "How long will it take to recover?" The repairman reassured him that he had brought the best architect, but his accomplice standing nearby retorted sarcastically, "Shouldn't you have brought a doctor, you idiot? Is he planning to smash Joanthap's face and rebuild it or something?" "Ha ha." Joanthap cried out in frustration. Damn it, what the hell happened? He thought about the talents he had accumulated over a long time in the fog. His spine was stronger than rebar, and his neck bones were especially tough. Yet Joanthap couldn't believe 182 had snapped it with a single blow. Taking his anger out on an innocent party, he directed his fury at Dante, grinding his teeth in rage. That stupid teacher is done for. I have to get that kid. He must be monopolizing the fog somewhere. Suddenly, a deep, gruff voice echoed from behind. "So, it's true you found the teacher." Startled, Joanthap turned around to face a burly man, his arms covered in tattoos, standing with his arms crossed authoritatively. The stranger sneered that it was true. Joanthap's arrogant neck had been broken, still skulking around in other people's hideouts like a rat. Joanthap tried to bring up their old agreement. "We had an alliance. We said we'd share if we found the teacher. Kang Dante is like a juicy piece of meat that all the wild wolves are fighting over, isn't he? He still harbored a crazy dream. I will be the one to become the supreme leader." Hearing this, the tattooed man suddenly snatched the hammer from the repairman's hand. Gripping in Joanthap's head with his other hand, he growled, "Your dreams are too big for your talent." And Joanthap began to panic, stammering, Wait, attacking an injured man. Isn't that cowardly? Or is it?" The stranger's eyes narrowed with killing intent. "When I see bastards like you, I just want to smash them." In an instant, a terrifying wave of power descended. He swung his arm, shattering the steel frame protecting Joanthap's neck. The scene was catastrophic, with bodies strewn across the cold ground. Hound, with a ferocious wolf's head tattooed on his back, coldly ordered his underlings, "Let's go." Their next target had been clearly identified, to Tofu Village. The whole gang revved their engines in unison. They sped off on their motorcycles, racing past ruined buildings in the gray fog. They have motorcycles for prisoners in jail? Meanwhile, Kang, Dante, and 182 were forced to walk through the desolate area, carrying heavy black sacks. Kang Dante panted and complained as he walked. "What the hell is in this thing anyway? It's so heavy." 182 simply gave a short reply, "Mine." Kang Dante wondered if the contents were also marked with the number 182, given the guy's possessive habit. He curiously asked about his companion's real identity. "Hey, 182, what's your name?" The answer he received stunned Kang Dante. "Stumpy." He thought the man was joking, but 182 confirmed, "That's what they call me." Kang Dante thought the name was incredibly crude and commented, "Then, 182 sounds better." In a dark place like this, even names weren't decent. Kang Dante kept firing off a series of questions. "Why do you wear a mask? Are you some kind of phantom thief or a robber? How did you end up in Forland?" 182 answered with a cryptic statement, "I've always been here." Kang Dante repeated in shock, "Always been here? What do you mean?" Seeing Kang Dante's barrage of questions, 182 snapped, "Why do you ask so many questions? Are you a teacher?" Kang Dante weakly retorted that teachers are people too, but was immediately yelled at to shut up for being too talkative and loud. What an odd couple. The two continued to trudge in silence through the dead city. After 2 hours of non-stop walking, Kang Dante collapsed on the ground, exhausted. "Let's rest a bit. I'm hungry and out of energy." He realized they'd just been walking in circles on the same road. He asked anxiously how much further it was to the entrance. Only then did 182 casually admit, "I don't know the way." Kang Dante screamed in frustration. "What? Why are you only telling me this now? So we've just been wandering aimlessly for the past 2 hours? I'm seriously going to lose my mind." Frustrated by the pointless effort, he acted like a child throwing a tantrum on the ground, demanding that 182 either carry him or find food if he wanted to save his precious sweet potato. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, causing 182 to freeze and stare ahead cautiously. Seeing 182 suddenly collapse to the ground, a bewildered Kang Dante asked, "What are you doing?" Noticing the unusual silence, he rushed over and shook him, but 182 was already unconscious, his face deathly pale, his eyes rolled back, and his breathing was terrifyingly shallow and erratic. "Are you hurt? What happened to you so suddenly? Don't do this. Wake up." He had just found someone he could trust and rely on, and now it felt like he had lost a family member. Alone in the desolate, ruined city, Kang Dante's cries for help echoed in vain. "Don't leave me alone. Don't leave me alone here." He frantically shook the other's body, screaming until his voice went hoarse. "You bastard, open your eyes, please!" Before one fear could subside, another terror struck without warning. A giant shadow descended from above, landing right behind him, blotting out the light and enveloping Dante in absolute terror. A strange hand suddenly touched Dante's face, making him jump, his eyes wide with shock. The stranger asked skeptically, "You're a normal person, right?" Kang Dante muttered in a daze. "What?" The other person quickly pulled his hand back and apologized. "Ah, sorry. The noise was so loud. I was just curious to see what was happening." It was a young man with his hair tied in a high bun and a calm-looking face, a stark contrast to the lunatics out there. Kang Dante was taken to a safe shelter, equipped with a gas stove and fuel canisters. There, he voraciously devoured pieces of bread, as if he'd been starving for a long time. Seeing this, a voice reminded him, "You're going to choke. Slow down, there's plenty more." Kang Dante paused, moved, and offered his sincere thanks. "Thank you for saving my life." Looking at the two young people before him, he felt a secret sense of relief, realizing they were normal people. It was only then that he realized he was still on Earth, that normal people like him still existed. The young man smiled and introduced himself as Rambutan, and the girl with pale blue hair next to him was Lai Chi. "I'm Kang Dante." He introduced himself hesitantly, secretly grateful that these were the first people he could actually talk to in this hellish place. Looking at the blue-haired girl, Kang Dante blurted out, "And there are women too." Lai Chi laughed at his bewildered expression. She explained that she had to cut her hair short to look more like a man, because in this tofu village, it's dangerous for a woman to stand out too much. Rambutan added that they came from the inside. He explained that the closer you get to the center, the less the concept of groups or factions exists. Kang Dante curiously asked if there were many normal people like them there, but Rambutan just laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, not really." He said that Tofu Village is actually a gathering place for outcasts, those who have completely degenerated. So why were these two here? Were they degenerated in some way? Rambutan looked at Kang Dante and wondered if he was a newcomer, or someone who had never tasted the mist. Kang Dante took a deep breath and confessed the shocking truth. "Well, actually, I'm not a prisoner." Rambutan was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Kang Dante continued to explain that he couldn't go into detail, but he had been kidnapped by the guy collapsed over there. Rambutan and Lai Chi's eyes shifted to 182, who was unconscious on the bed. They exclaimed in unison, shocked. "Wait, you were kidnapped in the teacher kidnapping operation?" A stunned Kang Dante asked how they knew about that. Rambutan explained that everyone knew the top bosses had orchestrated this plan in advance. They even blocked others from joining the class. He muttered to himself, wondering what those idiot bosses were planning, and then suddenly realized the main character of the whole fiasco was standing right in front of him. Rambutan suspiciously asked if Dante was a spy for some faction, but Lai Chi looked at 182 and then asserted that he didn't look like any of the bosses. When Kang Dante revealed the real reason for the kidnapping, "He kidnapped me just to learn how to grow sweet potatoes." Rambutan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh my god, can you believe it?" He couldn't believe, even in his wildest dreams, that the massive kidnapping operation was just for some sweet potatoes instead of the precious mist. Seeing Rambutan doubled over in laughter, Kang Dante found himself smiling through his tears. He felt a warmth in his heart that these normal people could understand and laugh along with the dark comedy he was enduring. Lai Chi told Rambutan to stop laughing, or he'd make Kang Dante cry since he was laughing so heartily at another person's pain. She asked about his current situation. Kang Dante admitted he was following 182 and using him as a bodyguard, but he didn't understand why the man had suddenly collapsed like that. Maybe it's heat stroke. Lai Chi looked at 182 and refuted in a low voice. "That's limbo." She explained it's a type of withdrawal symptom from the mist. Kang Dante suddenly remembered the figures he'd seen collapsed on the streets. They had all fallen into this state of limbo due to a severe mist deficiency in their bodies. The mist in this place was truly something mysterious. Rambutan reassured Dante that 182 would wake up soon, but he didn't forget to warn that repeated limbo episodes would melt the brain over time. Sitting at the table with his two new friends, Kang Dante asked thoughtfully, "So, what exactly is the mist?" Lai Chi and Rambutan stared at Kang Dante as if he'd asked the impossible. Rambutan asked in disbelief, "You really don't know anything about the mist?" He crossed his arms and explained in a serious tone, "The mist is a divine drug that grants talent. It enhances a person's latent abilities or the abilities they desire to have." Kang Dante was still skeptical. Is that even possible? To prove it, Rambutan shot to his feet, and his leg muscles suddenly bulged with rippling muscle, growing to an abnormal size. He stated firmly, "Not only is it possible, it allows you to surpass human limits. With this power, we will escape." Kang Dante stared at Rambutan's massive legs, his mind completely blown. Isn't this mist basically just like some kind of extreme steroid? Meanwhile, in a dark room, a ceiling fan creaked as it spun beneath a peeling ceiling, casting a shadow over a large figure sitting motionless in the dark. A deep, gruff voice echoed menacingly. "They haven't gone far. That teacher is still here." Immediately, the terrifying entities that ruled Territory Zero began to reveal themselves. There was the Bone Eater in its grotesque form, gnawing on shattered bones, and the mysterious Faceless One, appearing and disappearing within pitch-black smoke. Next was the Blurred Back, a massive creature with ghastly white eyes standing amidst a flock of black crows. And finally, the Drillhead. The one with a drill-sharp head is leading a horde of insane prisoners forward. All of these evil forces are converging, aiming for a single location in Tofu Village. The danger was closing in on Kang Dante. Rambutan confidently declared that with their current abilities, he and Lai Chi were more than capable of pulling off a spectacular escape. Hearing this, Kang Dante exclaimed in shock. "An escape? Out of here?" Rambutan stared intently at Kang Dante and made his offer. "Hey, Kang Dante, you planning on coming with us?" Lai Chi also looked excited, as if it was obvious he'd join them. With an opportunity this easy suddenly presenting itself, would he let his guard down? However, Kang Dante began to struggle with a fierce internal conflict. He thought to himself that he was grateful for the offer, but as a civilian, his number one priority was to find a guard or the administration. Kang Dante feared that if he got involved with the inmates and escaped, he would become a real criminal, an accomplice to a prison break. He imagined the catastrophic consequences. If things went wrong, no one would ever see them again in this world. Noticing Kang Dante's hesitation, Rambutan coldly extinguished his hope. "No one will ever see us again. Not the administration, not anyone. There's no one left." He stated with grim certainty that no one would dare step foot into this deadly, fog-covered land to rescue them. They had been mercilessly abandoned. Kang Dante stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Lai Chi followed up with an even more terrifying truth about the bone addiction. She warned that once you take a wrong step, you can't live without it. And she confirmed she was no exception. A horrified Kang Dante retorted, "How can that be? I've never touched a bone, and I have no intention of using it." Rambutan looked at Kang Dante with a dark expression and questioned him. "It's not about whether you want to or not. How long have you been stuck here? 2 days? 3? He urged Kang Dante to look closely at the density of the fog, blanketing everything. In truth, the white mist surrounding the ruined buildings was made of fog particles. Kang Dante's hand trembled as he raised it to cover his mouth, beginning to realize the horrifying truth. Fog was originally considered a blessing, granted to help people unlock extraordinary abilities. His mere presence there meant he had already inhaled a significant amount of those particles. To manifest those abilities, an individual needs to absorb a large quantity of bone particles. But to fall into addiction, simply breathing this air is more than enough. The FOG particles would slowly seep deep into the lungs, infiltrating every blood vessel and causing the body to develop an ever-intensifying craving. Kang Dante clamped his mouth shut in terror, his eyes wide with shock. Rambutan continued, delivering another devastating blow. "If you don't get more fog, you'll end up in a state of hallucination." Kang Dante trembled, stammering in utter desperation. "Wait, does that mean I'm already addicted? If an addict got their hands on this, living here would be like heaven, wouldn't it?" Kang Dante covered his mouth, his mind screaming in despair. "So is my life completely screwed now?" Rambutan immediately reassured him. "Not necessarily. There's still a way out for you." Lai Chi explained that the limbo state they were witnessing was just the beginning. Kang Dante tremblingly realized that everyone's body was different, so it was unclear when the bone addiction would truly flare up, but there was clearly no more time to be complacent. He looked worriedly at his two new companions and hesitantly asked, "So, can you two still escape?" Lai Chi sighed in resignation. "We're totally screwed. The only way we escape is if we stop breathing." She calmly admitted they were already done for, as she had never heard of anyone escaping this place alive. Kang Dante still tried to cling to a fragile sliver of hope. Maybe in the future, humans will evolve and be able to recover on their own. Or if I expose the truth about this place, they'll find a cure. Lai Chi and Rambutan looked at each other with determination. They revealed they had made a vow not to die in this god-forsaken place. Even if they had to sink into an eternal dream and forget everything about each other, they still believed in one unbreakable promise. "We will meet again under the vast blue sky." An image of a happy wedding under the bright sun appeared like a distant dream they yearned for. Kang Dante watched in silence, sensing their absolute sincerity. They truly meant it. Rambutan and Lai Chi held each other tightly, seeking warmth in the surrounding darkness, while he had no choice but to be the third wheel to their public display of affection. Suddenly, Kang Dante jumped and blurted out, "Whoa, the guy in bed 182 has been awake for a while." He was sitting motionless, his eyes vacant and lifeless behind the hazy fog. All three of them were stunned, holding their breath as they watched the dark figure slowly begin to move. He's awake. Kang Dante broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing with calculations. What do I do now? I don't need to get involved with that idiot anymore. He was determined to get out of there with Lai Chi and Rambutan. But fear quickly crept in. What if I tell him I'm ditching this place with them? Will he attack me? Will he kill them? He remembered how 182 had shattered the tower guard's neck with a single blow. 182 silently rummaged through his belongings and slowly held up a sweet potato. He asked coldly, "Is everything okay?" Kang Dante was frozen with fear, only managing to stammer out a weak response. Huh. Seeing his pathetic state, Rambutan wondered, "Hey, why are you so scared?" He nonchalantly explained that 182 was just a zombie deep in fog addiction. Once caught in the hallucinations, he would be weak and trapped there until the next wave of fog. Rambutan turned to look at 182 with a provocative expression and asked for confirmation. "Right?" Kang Dante breathed a sigh of relief. He raised a hand to wipe away his sweat and reassured himself. "Well, that's a relief. I was worried he'd beat you guys to a pulp." Kang Dante thought to himself, if this 182 guy really isn't a threat anymore, wouldn't his plan be a whole lot easier? Rambutan suddenly swung his leg, preparing to deliver a finishing kick to the motionless 182. He turned to Kang Dante with a murderous look and asked, "So, should I just take care of him?" Seeing that 182 was completely defenseless, Kang Dante quickly intervened. "Whoa, hold on, calm down." He lunged forward and grabbed Rambutan, preventing unnecessary bloodshed, while 182 just sat there bewildered, holding the sweet potato, with no idea what was happening. At that moment, the guy's face looked so gentle and innocent he couldn't possibly harm anyone. Kang Dante stated in a low voice, "I don't think we need to kill him." He trudged toward the bunk bed where 182 was sitting listlessly under the old ceiling fan. Kang Dante declared decisively, "Hey, I'm getting out of this place. I have no desire to live here. From now on, we go our separate ways. Got it?" In response to that cold declaration, 182 just glanced over and asked about the fate of his only treasure. No matter what was happening, or what condition it was in, his sweet potato was always the top priority, making Kang Dante sigh. He bent down, fiddling with something before giving an order. "Pour water into the glass." Kang Dante held up the glass, which contained water and the sweet potato with the serial number 182, in front of the other man and explained, "Here, this way, the sweet potato will sprout on its own. Of course, it still needs sunlight. You've got to let your precious friend sunbathe, right?" Ignoring 182's clueless expression, Kang Dante rudely shoved him toward the door and urged, "Hurry up before the sun goes down." When 182 whispered that he had no sense of direction, Kang Dante showed no mercy. "Me neither. Rambutan, get this guy out of here for me." Despite 182's panicked cry, "I'll follow you," Kang Dante still resolved to risk his life. Whether it was the sound of gunshots outside or the risk of being caught for aiding an escape, he just didn't care. But then, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The glass of water suddenly fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, sending water and the sweet potato rolling across the cracked floor. Behind it, 182 once again collapsed, lying completely motionless amidst the gray fog. His breathing grew faint, his dull, lifeless eyes staring into the empty space beside the sweet potato, which lay forlornly among the debris. Once again, his addiction to the fog had caused him to lose all self-control. In the dim room, the only light came from a flickering television screen. A little girl quietly asked the boy sitting next to her, "Do you know what a puppy is?" The boy naively replied, "Is it a type of cat?" The little girl smiled and explained that they're animals that look like crows, but their fur is super soft, tiny, and incredibly cute. She excitedly explained that when they grow up, they can understand human speech. You just have to call, "Come here," and they'll come scampering right over. A small dream sparked within her. She wanted to raise a puppy. The young girl gazed into the distance, full of hope for a brighter future. "One day, when I finally get out of here," but their dream was short-lived, as the cruel reality dragged them all back into the gloomy fog. 182 was crawling on the ground, his trembling hand reaching for a lone sweet potato. He whispered weakly, as if calling to a small creature, "Come here." Kang Dante looked worriedly at Rambutan and asked urgently, "What's the exact plan? How are we going to escape?" Rambutan didn't answer right away, instead silently flexing his body. The muscles in his legs began to bulge unnaturally. He replied coldly, "Let me show you. We'll use our legs to run, obviously." In the blink of an eye, Rambutan launched himself into the air with an incredible leap. The jump was so powerful it cracked the ground and created a terrifying shockwave, making Kang Dante scream in terror and cover his head. "Arr!" Kang Dante stared up at the ceiling in shock and stammered, "What the hell? Kang Dante, what's happening?" Above his head was a massive hole that had been punched through the ceiling, revealing the gray sky of the foggy land. Rambutan's specialty was his astonishing jumping power, and their escape plan was to use this strength to leap over the towering walls. Is he going to grab both of us and jump over, or what? The group began to move through the ruined corridors of the dead city, searching for a way out. In the silent space, Lai Chi suddenly froze. Her eyes instantly turned blank and lifeless. She knelt down and began to sketch continuously with a pen on. A large sheet of paper spread out on the ground at lightning speed. It looked just like a diagram from Google Maps. Kang Dante watched in amazement, realizing this was Lai Chi's ability to reproduce anything she sees. He exclaimed in admiration, "Did you just sketch the entire Foreland region?" While still drawing, Lai Chi explained that she had memorized this map from the central district all the way to their current location, but it was still only a small fraction of the world inside. Kang Dante looked at the map, detailed down to every alley, and wondered in shock. Just a small fraction? Does that mean this place is way bigger than I imagined? Lai Chi reassured him that they had already mapped a good portion of the base and scale of Tofu Village, and soon the complete borders of Foreland would appear on the map. Kang Dante leaned down to take a closer look. He pointed to a remaining blank space and asked, "You haven't drawn this part yet." Pointing at the map, he added, "There are 4 wanderers here." Lai Chi immediately snapped when she saw him touching her work. "Huh? Don't you dare smudge it." Kang Dante quickly tried to explain that he was just noting some dangerous spots. Then, he curiously pointed to a red symbol. "You've marked some weird stuff too. What's this thing?" Yeah. You touched my stuff, and now you're arguing like you're in the right." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Rambutan said decisively, "We'll be out of here soon." He turned and asked Lai Chi to choose a direction. She pointed forward. "This way." Rambutan grabbed Kang Dante's hand, urging him, "Let's go, teacher." And just like that, using his incredible leg strength, Rambutan gripped Kang Dante and Lai Chi tightly and launched himself into the air, creating another massive shockwave on the ground. They landed in a dark alley, where ashen-faced prisoners were wandering around like zombies. Through the gloomy mist, blank, murderous eyes appeared. One of them demanded, "You got any fog?" A prisoner with a black bag over his head was surrounded by a crowd. They cursed at him. "What's wrong with this moron? I asked if you have any fog. Are you deaf, you idiot? Then give me your bag." A fat inmate suddenly slapped the man across the face. "What the hell are you blabbering about?" The man with the bag was beaten mercilessly amidst the fat inmate's roars. "I'm about to starve to death here. Have you lost your mind? Huh?" A skinny guy holding a spoon loomed closer, a horrifying grin on his face. "Ah, fine by me. I'm starving too. Let's eat him." He then casually revealed a horrifying truth. "They say there's FOG in human flesh. That's why that flesh-eater guy eats people." The surrounding prisoners began to panic at the idea of cannibalism. They knew if that happened, they'd have no chance of survival. But the fat inmate roared, "You cowards! If there's FOG, you've got to take a bite." The guy with the spoon closed in on the victim, his eyes wide with madness. "Where should I start eating? Maybe I'll cut his throat and drink his blood?" He decided cruelly. "No, let's gouge his eyes out." But just as he was about to strike, a terrifying force suddenly descended upon them. The hound appeared, his body muscular and his eyes glowing. He unleashed a lightning-fast blow, sending the spoon-wielding cannibal flying a considerable distance. The scene became utterly gruesome. The surrounding prisoners exclaimed in shock, "That guy. Oh God." His appearance threw the crowd into a panic. They recognized the identity of the attacker. It was the hound. Cries of "run" echoed everywhere as the prisoners frantically fled for their lives. A trembling prisoner realized that guy was one of the hounds. Amidst the ruins and those who could no longer fight back, the hound loomed before the ringleader. He stared down his opponent, his eyes filled with killing intent, and growled, "Finally, I got you." The scene flashes back to the past, revealing it was that bastard hound who had kidnapped Kang Dante. He slammed his fist, shattering the broken glass to pieces. Hound stood tall beside Kang Dante, who was now slumped over, completely unconscious. He roughly grabbed Kang Dante by the collar, yanking him up and declaring triumphantly, "I've already won." He had finally captured Kang Dante. He looked out at the desolate city, where fog shrouded everything. Hound slung Kang Dante over his shoulder and quickly left the scene. He sneered to himself, thinking about those stupid bastards, so busy fighting they didn't even realize their teacher had been captured. He ground his teeth in rage, as he recalled how that bastard Thao had dared to use a team member as a human shield, rendering their alliance utterly meaningless. Suddenly, Hound stopped in his tracks, his eyes flashing with alert. "Someone's following me. I don't know why they want Kang Dante, but everyone seems to be fighting over him." As Hound carried Kang Dante on his shoulder, a stranger suddenly blocked his path. He jutted his chin out, asking cautiously, "What crew are you with, the Bone Eaters or Drillhead?" The person facing him was none other than 182, wearing his signature black bag over his head. Instead of answering, he held up a purple sweet potato and asked an absurd question. Are sweet potatoes also considered animals? Hound stared blankly, then yelled back, "What the hell are you talking about?" 182 calmly replied, "You don't know? Maybe you should ask the teacher." This started to test Hound's patience. He growled, "Is this guy insane? I'm in a really bad mood right now. Why doesn't he just ask if sweet potatoes are people? That they're friends, not food?" Hound thought, grinding his teeth with contempt. "You stupid waste of space." 182 remained calm, taunting him to let the teacher teach him some sense. Unable to hold back his rage any longer, Hound screamed, "You're so damn annoying," and launched a frenzied attack. He threw a series of powerful punches, aiming to obliterate the obstacle in his path and kicking up clouds of dust. However, 182 swiftly dodged the blows by a mere inch. Hound was stunned by his opponent's terrifying speed. 182 closed the distance, his eyes glowing with murderous intent from behind the black cloth, and used the very sweet potato he was holding to launch a vicious strike aimed directly at Hound's ribs. The blow connected, causing Hound to double over in pain and sending him flying. He collapsed to the ground, blood dripping from his mouth in utter shock. He couldn't believe his weapon was a sweet potato. The impact was so powerful it sent Hound flying, tumbling through a pile of tires and scrap metal. 182 loomed over him, looking down at the defeated man with cold eyes. "You thieving dog. How's the teacher?" Hound looked at the unconscious figure before him and let out a sarcastic laugh. "I never thought I'd see you in such a pathetic state." 182 was now completely catatonic. His eyes rolled back, drool streaming lifelessly from his mouth, with no will to resist. Hound grabbed him roughly and demanded, "Is there any fog here? What planet are you on?" At the Hound's secret base, a somber atmosphere prevailed, centered around a memorial altar for Groundwalker, their former vice commander who had been killed in action. Amidst scattered beer cans, a brutal torture session was underway. The sharp crack of a breaking bone echoed in the silence. 182 remained completely unresponsive, beaten until his face was unrecognizable. A henchman clicked his tongue. "This guy's completely lost it." They furiously interrogated him about Kang Dante's whereabouts. "Where's the teacher hiding? You planning on eating with your toes from now on?" In his delirium, 182 wheezed out a bargain. "Give me some fog, and I'll tell you everything." However, his defiance only further infuriated Slick, the number 2 of the Hounds. "This damn bastard still won't talk?" he coldly ordered. "Break another one of his fingers." And when his subordinate reported that all 5 fingers were already broken, Slick roared, "Then move on to his 7 toes." 182's endurance was horrifying. Witnessing the brutal torture, Slick grew impatient and suggested, "Hey Hound, just give him a dose of FOG, this is wasting too much time." However, Hound immediately shut him down with a grave expression. "No. Absolutely not." Seeing that Slick was underestimating 182 as just some scrawny kid, Hound warned in a low, gravelly voice, "You think he's just some skinny kid? Look at that body again." He pointed to 182's scarred body, where muscles rippled like tempered steel, and asserted, "That is a body that has been forged to its absolute limit. His body fat is definitely under 5%, a physique that's all bone and muscle. Once he's recovered, you think you could take him?" Slick stared at 182's body and clicked his tongue. "Well, I'll give him this. He is handsome, perfectly sculpted. But what damn good does that do? Don't you know getting punched hurts a hell of a lot more when you have no body fat?" He silently realized that this kid didn't seem to be feeling any pain from the brutal torture. The other faction leaders are already starting to move. Word has gotten out that the teacher is hiding in the Tofu village. If he falls into their hands, it's game over for us. You've completely wrecked this alliance, no matter how you spin it. Killing the tower was a mistake, Hound replied coldly. "A mistake? That bastard laid a hand on one of our own. He had to pay in blood." But Slick refused to back down, continuing to reason with his teammate. "If you'd think about the bigger picture, you'd see, my point is that we need to collect more fog. That's what Groundwalker would have wanted." Hound suddenly slammed his hand on the table decisively. "Of course we won't let Groundwalker's death be for nothing. For him, we will absolutely succeed." He grabbed a can of beer and walked toward the altar for his fallen brother, and declared that they would reach the top together. With Slick having struck a nerve, Hound's guard was down. He raised his beer can high and shouted, "A toast to Groundwalker." The henchman behind him echoed reverently, "To Groundwalker, to Groundwalker." Slick was so moved he had tears in his eyes, muttering the word glory. But just as he took a sip, Hound suddenly choked and coughed violently, spraying beer all over the memorial photo and panicking his men. "What's wrong? You got beer on Groundwalker's photo." Hound clutched his side in pain, trying to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, I just choked a bit," he said, leading his men to think he might actually die from choking on beer. But inside, he was reeling as he vividly recalled the moment 182 had attacked him. In that single, fleeting moment, his opponent's attack had struck him squarely in the ribs. The Hound shivered as he realized the grim, unmistakable truth. He felt his courage drain away right then and there. He threw a beer can at the head of the guy on the ground and growled, "I don't give a damn what the others think, but you're not fooling me." The Hound was certain that 182's attacks were pure skill, not just a lucky break. He noted that here in Fland, people just mindlessly used their FOG power to brawl, while 182 was using Krav Maga, an Israeli combat art that focuses on striking weak points to neutralize opponents quickly. Glancing at the man's combat boots, the Hound demanded, "You're military, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Kang Dante, Rambutan, and Lai Chi were cautiously making their way through rows of ruined buildings. Suddenly, Kang Dante cried out in excitement when he spotted an iron gate ahead. "This has to be the exit." He rushed forward, his heart soaring with the hope of finally escaping this hellhole. However, his joy was short-lived, as a watchtower loomed before them. Kang Dante nervously wondered if there were guards up there, and considered approaching them on his own. But Lai Chi immediately shut that idea down. She scolded him, "Don't be an idiot. What the hell do you think you're going to accomplish on your own? Planning to go knock and ask for permission?" Lai Chi insisted that if they even lingered nearby, they'd be shot on sight. "The guards will blow the head off of anyone who gets close." After hearing Lai Chi's reasoning, the group had no choice but to duck behind some crates to avoid getting shot. Amidst the tension, a grotesque creature with a pointed head, looking exactly like a giant sweet potato, suddenly loomed before them. Right in front of him, Kang Dante jumped back, stammering in terror. What the hell is that?" Seeing the bizarre figure, he unconsciously blurted out, "A sweet potato." This comment, however, unintentionally bruised the creature's ego. Its blank white eyes widened as it roared in fury. "Don't you call me a sweet potato. Out of all the root vegetables you could have picked, why a sweet potato?" Huh. It shoved its face right up to Kang Dante's, screaming about whether he was implying it looked like this particular sweet potato, making the situation critical. Panicked, Kang Dante pointed at the creature and yelled, "That guy, he was in the classroom too." Instantly, Rambutan jumped in front of him, shielding him and yelling, "Dante, get back." He quickly realized this opponent was no pushover. This thing, it's a leader. Kang Dante was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. A leader? This guy is a leader class too? Why are there so many damn leaders here? You can't take 2 steps without running into a big shot. Behind the creature, a squad of prisoners with traffic cones on their heads was charging wildly toward them. Kang Dante's eyes widened in horror at the ferocity of these underlings. They swung their traffic cones in a relentless assault, creating a scene of pure chaos. In the middle of the crowd, the creature suddenly launched itself into the air, cracking the ground where it stood. It landed with immense force and roared out its name. "I am Drillhead." It advanced menacingly, eyes gleaming with ambition. The one with the greatest potential to become the supreme leader. Drillhead reached a bony hand toward Dante and commanded, "Teacher, you're coming with me." Once again, the teacher was being recruited by a new gang. As the creature closed in, all Kang Dante could do was tremble and desperately raise his hands to shield himself. But just as Drillhead's hand was about to touch him, a figure shot forward in a flash. Rambutan delivered a thunderous blow, straight at Drillhead. He stood protectively in front of Kang Dante, his eyes locked on the enemy as he coldly declared, "The teacher is with us. Back off, or we'll tear you to pieces. That should quiet you down." Drillhead was sent flying, traffic cones scattering as he crashed hard onto the ground. He struggled back up, his eyes burning with fury. He snarled, "What the hell are you?" Rambutan stood in front of Dante, growling, a warning, "Stay out of this. We found him first." Enraged by the insult, Drillhead bellowed, "What hole did this mangy dog crawl out of? You got a death wish or something?" He tensed his body, pouring all of his strength into his legs to prepare for another attack. Suddenly, Drillhead began to spin his body at a dizzying speed, like a living drill. Watching the grotesque spectacle, all Kang Dante could do was cry out in shock. Is he doing ballet? Drillhead launched himself into the air and then dove headfirst into the ground, creating a deep crater and cracking the street wide open. Seeing the ground explode and surge toward him, Kang Dante screamed in panic, "It's coming this way!" Shards of rock flew everywhere from the living drill's devastating impact. Through the thick cloud of dust, a triumphant laugh echoed. Ha. Rambutan braced himself as the ground beneath him crumbled from Drillhead's ferocious attack. Too slow. Drillhead roared with arrogance. Massive drills made of earth erupted from the ground one after another at terrifying speeds. Rambutan tried to dodge the lethal spikes, but the destructive power was overwhelming. The splintering ground left him unable to evade the blows, forcing Kang Dante to simply cover his head and scream in sheer panic. Drillhead observed coldly. He's full of openings. He immediately launched the finishing blow. A massive, sharp pillar of rock suddenly shot up, piercing right through Rambutan's location. It sent him flying, stunning everyone. Under the relentless assault, he was completely overwhelmed. Seeing her comrade defeated, Lai Chi couldn't hold back a terrified scream. Rambutan, her shrill scream echoed in the bleak surroundings, causing the prisoners nearby to stop in their tracks. They started whispering to each other, full of suspicion. Huh? Was that a girl's voice? Lai Chi panicked and clapped a hand over her mouth, but it was too late. The grimy mob had realized there was a woman in this hellscape. The crowd erupted into a crazed frenzy. A girl! There's a girl here. It's really a girl. They lunged forward like starving animals. They roughly grabbed Lai Chi, tearing at her clothes as she struggled desperately. The deranged men roared, screaming to drag her away and deal with her later. Witnessing the horrific scene, Kang Dante froze, realizing that Lai Chi was in this mess because of him. He collapsed to his knees, tears of helpless rage streaming down his face as he whispered a desperate plea. Stop it! In absolute despair, Kang Dante's trembling hand closed around a sharp rock from the rubble. Stop it! Kang Dante screamed with every fiber of his being, hurling the rock at the prisoners assaulting Lai Chi. The sudden attack startled them. Lai Chi stared in disbelief at the once timid teacher. He was completely different now. In place of his cowardice was a righteous resolve, an unwillingness to back down from evil. Kang Dante gasped for breath. The eyes behind his mask were bloodshot with fury and determination. As if possessed, he began grabbing more rocks from the ground, furiously hurling them at the mob. Stones flew everywhere, injuring and confusing the prisoners, who couldn't understand what was happening with the bookish guy. Lai Chi could only cry out Kang Dante's name in alarm, seeing him clutching the last stone in his hand, filled with rage. Lai Chi screamed, "Get a grip!" trying to pull Kang Dante out of his panic. Kang Dante trembled and asked urgently, "Are you okay?" Without a moment's hesitation, they both turned and ran for their lives. Behind them, a prisoner watched Lai Chi's retreating figure and thought to himself, "She's really beautiful." The prisoners knew she was running, but they had no intention of letting her go. Meanwhile, Rambutan was bracing himself for a powerful burst of action. An earth-shattering collision occurred, and the scene was engulfed in dust and smoke. However, just as the three were about to escape, Kang Dante was suddenly caught by the guy with the sweet potato-like head. To Rambutan's shock, he dragged Kang Dante deep underground. At the Hound Squad's base, Number 182's tense interrogation continued. Hound looked down at the man collapsed on the floor and growled, "Are you ex-military? Special forces or something like that?" He admitted that he and 182 had something in common. "I'm just like you know. Before I set foot in Foxland, I was the type who loved a real fight." He coldly ordered Slick, "Drag him downstairs. Let me see what you've got." He and number 182 were both military, so he was wary of this guy. He didn't forget to warn his underlings not to let 182 use even a little bit of fog. The heavy iron gate slammed shut decisively. Inside, Slick, with a justice tattoo on his chest, looked clearly dissatisfied. When a subordinate asked if they should make a move, Slick snapped, "What the hell are you babbling about? You idiot. You goddamn irresponsible fool." Deep down, Slick was starting to have treacherous thoughts. Believing Hound wasn't qualified to be the boss, he believed only the one holding the most FOG had a shot at the top spot. Slick turned to a member named Inko, who was busy drawing, and commented, "Inko, you've got a real talent for drawing. In a way, you've got what it takes to be a boss, too." Intending to create a smokescreen, he used misdirection to cast suspicion on his opponent. Slick smugly praised back for using his weight advantage so well. He claimed the entire gang had great potential. Faced with their leader's strange attitude, a bewildered back asked what was going on, but Slick just gave a sinister smile. He boasted that his IQ had been rising sharply lately. He scoffed that every morning he woke up, he found their leader Hound to be even more stupid and idiotic. Slick stood among his men, boldly declaring that the era of using muscle to climb to the top was long over. Now is the age of the mind. Intellect is the real power. He decided he would hunt down the teacher Dante's hiding place himself. He would find a way to get information from 182 and keep everything under wraps. He would absolutely not let Hound find out and would let his underlings handle the rest. He looked down at 182, lying flat on the floor, his eyes filled with contempt as he asked if the kid really craved the power before him that much. Slick held up a glowing blue orb of FOG and promised to bestow it upon 182. Meanwhile, in another development, Kang Dante was being led by Drillhead deep into a dark and damp brick tunnel. The grotesque man flashed a sinister smile. He offered a mysterious welcome as he led him deeper inside. Drillhead declared that Kang Dante was now standing in his underground domain. He also laid out his condition, demanding that he submit and serve under him. Back at the Hound's base, Slick used the FOG orb to lure 182 into revealing information about the teacher. He promised he would never have to worry about a shortage of fog if he cooperated. He warned him that he wouldn't get a second chance. He prepared to swallow the orb as a show of force. The moment Slick brought the fog to his lips, it was all over. This time, he had made a fatal miscalculation. 182 lunged like a wild animal, his sharp teeth sinking into his opponent the very instant Slick was about to swallow the FOG. The surrounding underlings were frozen by this brutal outburst. Their eyes widened in horror at the unbelievable scene unfolding before them. Slick collapsed to the floor, and his henchmen started to panic. They screamed in terror, "Slick, what is this?" One of them realized the grim truth. His throat's been ripped out. One miscalculation, and his pathetic life was over. 182 then stood up amidst the mist, his entire body radiating a cold, murderous aura, his eyes glowing unnaturally after absorbing the FOG. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kang Dante was falling into utter despair while being restrained by Drillhead. He thought to himself, "Are Rambutan and Lai Chi planning to ditch me and get out of here?" Seeing his own dismal situation, Kang Dante bitterly thought, "That guy was already crazy to begin with. You guys should just leave me behind and save yourselves now." He trudged along among the prisoners wearing traffic cone hats, thinking to himself, "You guys have no reason to wait for me. I'm done for. I wonder if I taste good, since everyone seems to want a piece of me." Suddenly, Drillhead spoke up with a tone of deep reverence. "Teacher, can you really create fog?" He said shocking rumors were spreading all over Tofu Village that the teacher created fog in the blink of an eye, swallowed it whole, and broke Noamthap's neck. Kang Dante was baffled by the ridiculous rumors spreading like wildfire. When did that crazy rumor even start? Faced with Drillhead's expectant question, "Is it true, teacher?" Kang Dante could only think helplessly. "If I could create that stuff, would I have let you guys capture me for no reason? I'm completely useless," Kang Dante thought to himself in despair as he faced Drillhead's cold, sharp gaze. He stood frozen, sweating buckets, surrounded by the prisoners in traffic cone hats. Pressured about the truth of the rumors, he decided to risk it and exaggerate the story to save his own skin. "That's right. I created a huge cloud of fog in a flash and then swallowed it whole." Nguanthap's neck collapsed, just like a leaning tower. Immediately, the traffic cone guards roared in anger. "Cut the crap. Stop making things up. Well, if you don't believe me, why did you bother capturing me?" Drillhead loomed forward with his deformed face, hissing, "I'm not stupid like the other leaders. I don't believe in some superstitious nonsense about a science teacher being able to create fog." How could anyone believe that? Kang Dante remained calm and retorted, "Superstition, huh? If no one knew how to create it, then FOG wouldn't exist, would it?" Drillhead's pure white eyes went wide as he firmly stated that fog cannot be created by man. He began to tell of a mysterious event. One day, it just suddenly fell from the sky, like a gift from God. A stunned Kang Dante exclaimed, "Huh?" According to Drillhead, 50 years ago, a massive meteorite crashed into the middle of the desert, causing a cataclysmic explosion. Kang Dante, stunned, wondered, could that meteorite be the origin of fog? An image of a mysterious, brilliant blue orb appears deep within a meteor crater. Drillhead gravely warns that 50 years have passed and now there are rumors that the FOG is running out, signaling that the end of days is fast approaching. That's why they are frantically searching for the fog's creator to sustain life here, Kang Dante mused. So, the fog is a finite resource. Drillhead confirms the grim reality that with the little fog that remains, all of humanity is fighting to the death for it. However, he suddenly mentions that fog can also be recycled, then orders his men to bring something over. Before Kang Dante's eyes is the pale, lifeless corpse of a recently deceased prisoner. Kang Dante recoils in horror, screaming, "Ah, what the hell is this?" Drillhead gazes coldly at the corpse and reveals that this guy died right after using the FOG. Then he poses a chilling question. Is it possible to extract fog from his blood? "Oh my god, I can't believe it. They won't even let them rest in peace." Kang Dante blurts out in horror upon hearing about the gruesome extraction method. "We'll do it scientifically." "Huh?" He asks hesitantly as Drillhead mentions some kind of 3D control machine. A centrifuge. Huh? Drillhead confirms their cruel purpose is to use the machine to separate the fog components from the blood. Because the fog's concentration in the blood of those who inhale too much of it seeps deep into every cell of their bodies, Kang Dante trembles as he realizes the cruel truth. "You mean, we have to wring their corpses dry?" When Drillhead presses him about the method's feasibility, Kang Dante tries to find a way out of it. "Based on fog concentration, can't we just open our nostrils wide and breathe it in? There's plenty of fog out there." Just as he blurts out the excuse, Drillhead gets right in his face and roars angrily, "Are you an idiot? If it were that easy, why would I have gone to all this trouble to find you?" He explains that the fog, in its atmospheric form, can't be gathered. It must be subjected to immense pressure to be compressed into a solid block. Kang Dante stands there, stunned, his mind reeling at the freak's idea of collecting air into a solid block, which, admittedly, wasn't a bad idea. Time passes, and night falls upon the land of fog, only to give way to the pale morning sun. Drillhead stares intently at the glowing fog orb and declares with certainty, "It can be done." He violently grabs Dante by the collar, forcing him to admit that even air can be collected if you know how. A loud noise rings out, signaling a terrifying event about to unfold. At the Hound Squad's base, Hound excitedly pushes the door open and shouts, "Time for breakfast," but his smile quickly vanishes, replaced by tears. Before Hound's eyes is a devastating scene. All of his squad members have been slaughtered, their bodies strewn across the ground, unable to fight back. Hound's eyes turn bloodshot with rage and pain as he witnesses the carnage. He collapses amidst the wreckage, looks up at the sky, and lets out a heart-wrenching roar. At the mess hall, the dilapidated Ju-Hon sign hangs in the dreary space. 182 shuffles in, wearing a tattered orange prison uniform. He looks utterly broken after the massacre at the Hound's base. The surrounding prisoners begin to whisper as they see the lunatic staggering towards the food counter. One of them snaps, "Is this guy crazy?" Ignoring their stares, 182 just whispers hoarsely, "Water." The prisoner, with a bucket on his head, snaps back irritably, "Don't start anything. Get in line." 182 suddenly appearing and cutting the line causes a wave of outrage among those waiting. The insults fly relentlessly. "Hey, kid, can't you see I'm getting my food? Get in line, asshole. Is this guy new here? Doesn't he know the rules of the canteen?" 182's gray, ashen hand suddenly clenches into a fist. In a fit of madness, he slams a thunderous punch down on the food counter, sending the tray and food flying everywhere. Amidst the sound of shattering plates and the crowd's shock, everything falls silent. 182 looks up, his eyes filled with killing intent, and coldly repeats his demand, "Water." In a dark room, the sweet potato numbered 182 lies quietly in a glass of water, waiting for life to sprout. 182 sits motionless in a corner, his lifeless eyes staring at his only treasure. Elsewhere, a face is tense behind a pair of glasses. Drops of liquid slowly fall from above, falling into a container filled with a brilliant blue solution. Kang Dante holds his breath, watching every single drop, until he can no longer contain his excitement and shouts, "It's working." Kang Dante stands before a large plastic sheet that's collecting the shining droplets of water. He screams in a frenzy, "This is fog water." His smile becomes twisted and triumphant. "I'm a genius. I'm saved. No one will dare touch me now." He's celebrating a bit too soon, don't you think, everyone? But reality is far more brutal. Back with 182, the sweet potato in the glass of water remains barren, not having grown one bit. Realizing he's been bitterly deceived, 182 emits a terrifying, murderous aura. His eyes glow from the opening of his black bag as he growls a venomous oath. "Teacher, you tricked me. I'm going to kill you. Team up? You mean you want us to escape together?" A prisoner with a gaudily painted face hesitantly asks Rambutan and Lai Chi. He gets a firm nod from Rambutan, confirming they'll escape this place side by side. There's definitely a way out, right? But in the blink of an eye, the smile on his face vanishes, replaced by a cold, murderous glare. He snarls, "Escape on what? Faith? Stop being delusional and get the hell out of my sight." Lai Chi remarks thoughtfully, "He has an innocent, foolish face, but you can't trust anyone in here. In a place like this, is there anyone who doesn't know about that?" Rambutan gazes into the distance, a doubt about his new companion rising in his mind. Could he be the only one? Dante, the one who's completely clueless about its existence? Is this whole getting to know you and escaping together thing just a cover for some other scheme? Shaking off the distracting thoughts, Lai Chi focuses on the map. He pinpoints the marked location, Drillhead's lair. In the middle of the dark hideout, a strange fog condensation device has been set up. This was originally a machine designed to extract water from the air for use in arid desert regions, operating on an extremely simple principle. Moisture in the air condenses at the dew point when the temperature drops. At the cold break of dawn, the moisture from the fog is trapped by a mesh net and liquefies into water. Kang Dante has cleverly replaced that net with a highly breathable insect screen, then bent it to channel the flow of condensed fog into a reservoir. He silently calculates that the water collected this way will surely contain a very high concentration of fog. The humidity here is pretty high, so I should be able to collect more than planned. Succeeding beyond his wildest dreams, he can't help but feel ecstatic. Fog water. Drillhead, standing nearby, his eyes wide with shock and excitement. "What the hell is this?" Kang Dante explained. This was a purely distilled liquid from the mists of Fortland. Although he wasn't sure about its concentration, Drillhead didn't hesitate to dip his hand in for a taste. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed in shock that this taste was indeed FOG. The minions in traffic cone hats around him were stunned by the shocking news. Kang Dante couldn't help but be taken aback by his opponent's reaction. Drillhead began to dance manically in sheer ecstasy. He roared, "This is definitely fog. We have an endless supply of fog." All the prisoners in traffic cone hats cheered wildly. They lifted Kang Dante into the air and screamed, "Teacher! Oh, teacher!" In the midst of the chaos, Kang Dante could only yell in alarm as he was tossed back and forth like a toy. However, the situation quickly changed when he was taken to a private room for a makeover. A deft hand adjusted the black tie on his brand new orange prison uniform. Drillhead's voice rang out, full of satisfaction. "The suit fits you perfectly." It was the reward they gave him for his great achievement. This made Kang Dante look completely transformed, no longer disheveled like he usually was. Drillhead looked at him with admiration. "Teacher, maybe it's because you're used to wearing these kinds of outfits. You look like a new man. What do you think? Do you like the suit?" He smugly declared that the suit looked just like a dress shirt and announced, "From this moment on, I dare anyone to touch a single hair on your head. These custom-tailored suits are a rare find, you know." Drillhead officially recruited him. "Welcome to the Drillhead gang. My brothers and I offer you our utmost respect." Deep down, this freak was always confident that he had the most potential to climb to the position of supreme leader. Sitting among the prisoners, Kang Dante began to realize a harsh truth. To escape this place, he had to become the one on top. "I have to get out of here, no matter what," Kang Dante silently calculated. "Supreme leader. Maybe through this guy, I can connect with the management." Immediately, Drillhead boldly declared to the entire gang, "Today, we're throwing a massive fog party. Thanks to you, my brothers, we don't have to ration fog anymore. We're going to use up our entire stockpile that we've saved for so long." He looked at Kang Dante with crazed eyes, growling that this party was to serve his own ascension. Kang Dante could only ask blankly, "Ascension?" Right after that, a huge amount of fog in the form of brilliant blue orbs was poured out like a mountain. The sound of horns and drums echoed throughout the dark lair. The minions in traffic cone hats began to perform a bizarre ritual around the glowing pile of fog. Some blew horns while others beat drums incessantly, creating a frenzied and haunting atmosphere. Drillhead raised his hand to signal, "That's enough." He stood majestically beside Kang Dante, before the shimmering mountain of fog. Kang Dante stared at the strange pile of objects, his mind reeling in shock. Is all of this fog? Are they planning to have a group rave or something? If they consume all this, they'll probably overdose and drop dead in a pile. So much for a party. Drillhead stood tall on a high platform. He spread his arms wide before the long line of traffic cone warriors and proclaimed, "I am Drillhead, the overlord of this underworld. And to you, my warriors, this is the moment our efforts bear fruit." He looked down at the crowd with fiery eyes, declaring that with the amount of fog they had gathered, today he would perform the ascension ritual. The excited minions roared, placing all their faith in their leader. "Yes, sir. Ascension. Ascension." Drillhead flashed a self-satisfied smile and ordered Kang Dante, "Watch closely, teacher. This is the birth of an emperor." Kang Dante, who was now forced to wear a wreath of flowers on his head, couldn't hide the utter confusion on his face. Drillhead grabbed handfuls of the glowing fog and crazily stuffed them all into his mouth. Kang Dante was stunned, thinking to himself, "What? Is he planning to devour all the FOG by himself?" The surrounding crowd cheered him on continuously, while Drillhead relentlessly chugged down the bizarre substance. This guy's so greedy, not even sparing a single crumb for his own disciples. However, his craving still seemed unsatisfied. He roared in agony, "It's still not hitting hard enough. Is this even going to work?" He felt his limit approaching, but stubbornly pushed himself to achieve ascension. Suddenly, Drillhead collapsed to the floor. His body convulsed, his bloated stomach emitting a brilliant blue light. His underlings rushed over in alarm, asking him, "Are you all right, sir?" Drillhead whispered in disappointment, "I guess today isn't my lucky day. I've clearly consumed the most FOG I ever have in my life, so why is it still like this?" More like he took way too much and is just high out of his mind. His minions quickly comforted him, saying that perhaps his constitution was so great that it required more time. They also told themselves that since the fog supply was now endless, there would be many other opportunities. Suddenly, a guard shouted, "Huh? I think his head is longer than before." Drillhead was overjoyed as he felt the change, roaring, "Yes, this is it." His head began to elongate unnaturally before the astonished crowd. "It's getting longer. It's the ascension." The entire lair erupted in cheers. "He's ascending. I don't know about ascension, but he looks pretty close to ascending to the afterlife." The traffic cone minions gathered around excitedly, cheering nonstop. "How is it? Can you feel the new source of power, sir?" Drillhead's eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and with his ridiculously long head, he whispered in a daze, "I can feel the entire cosmos, the source of the fog. I can see all the truths of the world." Standing nearby, Kang Dante could only stand frozen in place, his heart pounding in terror at this grotesque scene of ascension. Drillhead continued to ramble about how they were all existing in an azure hell, but moments later, the ascension he had longed for turned into a horrifying disaster. Drillhead's body couldn't withstand the pressure from the massive amount of fog and exploded into a brilliant blue stream of energy. The blast wave swept through everything with terrifying force. It blew away all the surrounding minions, leaving Kang Dante gaping in astonishment. That wasn't ascension. It was a complete and total collapse. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Kang Dante was shocked to realize the thin line between ascending and falling. The guards cried out in despair as they watched their leader disintegrate. So, the boss finally bit the dust. But before they could even mourn their leader's demise, another, different cheer rang out, full of excitement. It's fog. A massive amount of fog began to pour out from where Drillhead had just fallen, engulfing the entire dark space. A true fog rain began to pour down, drenching the starving prisoners. The insane FOG party was only just beginning. The ashen-faced people rushed to bathe themselves in the brilliant mist, screaming with wild fervor. "Let's party! Let's go!" They're throwing a mass ascension party, celebrating their leader's demise. The ruined space now explodes in an ethereal blue light and crazed cheers. The traffic cone guards dance manically, ignoring the recent collapse. They scream in their fog-induced delirium, going all out. Kang Dante stood frozen amidst the chaos, watching the figures lose themselves in the brilliant mirage of a blue hell. Drillhead exploded in a brilliant blue mist, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos. His terrified underlings screamed, "He blew up!" Amidst the fog-fueled riot, a panicked prisoner tried to stop the crowd that was frenziedly absorbing the FOG. "Stop it. Right now. Stop. At this rate, we're all gonna die. If we consume too much FOG at once," he screamed helplessly, but no one paid him any attention. Suddenly, he rushed over, grabbing Kang Dante's shoulders and pleading, "Teacher, you have to stop them. You're the leader now." A bewildered Kang Dante asked back, completely stunned. "Me? A leader?" As the guards ordered Drillhead's forces to come as reinforcements, Kang Dante could only tremble and search for an escape route. "I can't do it. I don't want this." In an attempt to flee from this insane reality, Kang Dante threw himself into a deep pit, as the prisoners called after him in desperation. The cries of "Teacher" grew louder, and he only grew more terrified. As he fell into an endless void, Kang Dante's mind began to shatter. He screamed in pain and panic. "What the hell is this? What the hell is going on?" Kang Dante clung to the faint hope that this was all just a nightmare, just a dream. It has to be a dream. It's just a dream. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring off him as he confronted the grim reality. From the very start, how could any of this be happening in the real world? "Wake up! Just wake up!" But in the deep darkness of his subconscious, a blue light appeared, along with a familiar figure that was waiting for him. A cold, haunting whisper echoed, "I told you so." As he reeled in fear and confusion, a memory from his past appeared. An entity with a giant moon for a face loomed from behind the light, passing judgment. "I told you so." Seeing the image of his older brother in this limbo-like mirage, Kang Dante cried out wretchedly, "Brother, save me! Please, get me out of here!" But his cries for help were met with nothing but a bitter insult. "You still don't understand, do you? Appearances don't matter." He moved closer, his gaze boring into Kang Dante's cowardice. "Because it's just a clumsy mask, a ridiculous and pathetic one at that." Kang Dante's eyes flew open, tears streaming down his face at his own brother's cruelty. He screamed, completely broken. Enough! No life raft was being thrown to him. Kang Dante sank deeper into the second stage of his descent, where the eggs of selective face blindness began to take over his mind. He bitterly realized he couldn't remember the true face of his brother, the person who had been his greatest fear in the past. In his fragmented memories, that face appeared only as a cold, soulless circle. Kang Dante recalled a drawing he had made as a child, in which his brother stood among the family with a bizarrely round head. His brother had picked up the drawing and coolly remarked, "Why'd you draw me like this? You'd better not become an artist." Kang Dante realized his brother's face was constantly changing in his memories, never settling into a fixed form. The harder he tried to remember it, the more jumbled his mind became. His brother's face in Kang Dante's mind shifted endlessly. Sometimes it was furious like a lion, other times like a clown, or a face weeping tragically, and sometimes it even looked exactly like a demon. Kang Dante told himself it was easier to just picture it as a formless black circle. Suddenly, a brilliant blue entity appeared, screaming his name, causing Kang Dante to jolt awake in absolute terror. He was panting and drenched in sweat as he found himself sheltered inside a small tarp tent. Lychee and Rambutan asked with concern, "Are you awake?" Stunned, Kang Dante wondered if everything he had just been through was all just a nightmare. Lychee explained they had found him unconscious at the entrance to Drillhead's lair and brought him to this shelter. Deeply moved, Kang Dante asked, "You two came to save me?" Lychee smiled and confirmed, "Of course, we made a deal to escape together, remember? It was a coincidence that both times he'd fallen unconscious, this was the pair that had saved him." Kang Dante bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, I held you two back." He started to get up to leave, but then hesitated. Wait a minute, Rambutan needs to rest too. We've already come a pretty long way. Just then, Lychee pulled back the tent flap and cheered. Look, we're right at the base of the wall. She said they had found a spot without any watchtowers to be safe. By the crackling fire, Kang Dante thoughtfully asked about the fate of that freak. Is Drillhead dead? Rambutan nodded, confirming the grim fact. He shuddered as he recalled the horrific scene. Everyone went totally insane. Everything was just a complete mess. It was like hell on earth. Rambutan explained in a low voice. That's called a fall, death by fog overdose. He then joked that he'd also absorbed too much FOG, which startled Dante. But Lychee quickly clarified that he was only kidding. Rambutan went on to explain the rules of this place. The more fog you absorb, the greater your potential. However, every potential has a limit, and each person's threshold is different. Once you hit your limit, your body explodes, and all the fog you've absorbed erupts out of you. You can't take it with you. So even when you die, you can't take anything with you, can you? By the flickering fire in the dead of night, Rambutan stared thoughtfully into the distance, and then spoke. People never really know where their limits lie. I'm sure you're good at something, Kang Dante, right? But even you probably don't know what your limit is. Lychee continued the explanation, saying that the FOG disperses in a very cruel way. Everyone is just waiting for someone else to fall so they can take their FOG. Kang Dante listened silently, learning about the harsh law of survival here, a place with only two outcomes, ascension or a fall. There was nothing else, and to fall meant death. Kang Dante asked curiously, what does ascension mean? Isn't it just about breaking past your limit? Rambutan shook his head to correct him. No, it's not quite about breaking through it. It's about the appearance of a dual talent. When someone reaches their absolute peak, they gain a second talent. The leaders already possess a talent. If they want to keep their position, they have to find a way to acquire a dual talent. Rambutan stated that if someone managed to do that, everyone would follow and worship them, and that person would become the supreme leader. However, reality is cruel. Ascension is extremely rare, and the vast majority end up suffering a fall. Kang Dante wondered in shock. Was it all just for that second talent? That everyone was willing to bet their lives on it? To him, it all sounded like a distant legend. Rambutan's gaze suddenly grew distant. He spoke of the fervent belief held by those trapped here. One fine day, someone would suddenly appear, possessing an infinite talent. We believe that person will break the rules of this world, liberate us all, and become a god. That is the supreme leader. When life becomes too harsh, people will find something to lean on as a source of life and faith, and that belief is in some kind of deity. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city of ruins, 182 was moving silently, his face covered in bruises and dried blood. He walked among the carcasses of black crows and through dilapidated buildings, ignoring the brawls of the prisoners below. 182 climbed to the highest structures, gliding across the dilapidated rooftops with the speed of a ghost. He seemed to be intensely focused on finding something. Kang Dante thoughtfully adjusted his glasses, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Atop a giant water tank that overlooked the entire city, 182 stood imposingly. Found it. His target was a massive industrial complex that appeared right below him. It emanated a dense and mysterious blue FOG energy. Heavy, ragged breaths echoed from within a dark gas mask. Figures in white hazmat suits were hastily using shovels to collect the brilliant blue liquid spilled all over the floor. Amidst the desolate scene, the bodies of prisoners lay scattered about, evidence of the tragic falls that were a daily occurrence. A guy with a paper bag over his head casually observed the bone fragments on his shoulder and remarked, "This spot's glowing, too. Over there, as well." He muttered about how people died every day, chasing the delusion of ascension. Looking at the viscous puddle of bones where someone had just exploded, he sneered. Oh, this guy was something else. Trying to ascend, was he? Pathetic. As he was collecting the blue glowing substance from the corpse, a red-haired man in a sharp suit suddenly cut in. Hey, stop picking up trash. He held out a plastic bag filled with pure blue fog orbs and ordered, "Here, take this." Taking the goods from the other man, the paper bag guy couldn't help but be impressed. Wow, this is the good stuff. The red-haired man coldly pressed for a progress report. Have you found him yet? That one-armed guy? Who knows? Probably. He gritted his teeth impatiently, thinking about how a whole year had passed with such murky results. Tourist complained as he shouldered his rifle. Honestly, I don't see any profit in this. This is a mission from the Foxland administration, right? The red-haired man immediately shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. The bounty has skyrocketed over the past year." Hearing the word money, Tourist's eyes gleamed with hope from behind the paper bag. He haggled. "So, can you pay me more?" The red-haired man turned back, revealing a sinister smile and glowing blue eyes filled with murderous intent. "If you can bring him to me, then money will be no object." The morning brought a strange feeling. Kang Dante woke up with a dry cough. He muttered softly, "Ugh, what time is it? Seeing that he was awake, Rambutan asked, "You're up?" Meanwhile, Lai Chi shivered slightly from the morning dew. "It's a bit cold in the desert, huh?" Kang Dante reassured them. "I'm fine." But inside, an indescribable sense of unease was rising, a feeling like something was missing, something hard to describe. Standing before the enormous towering wall, Dante was overwhelmed and exclaimed, "It's so high!" Dark red stains streaked across the surface of the gray stone wall, making the space even more eerie. Kang Dante curiously looked at the strange symbols on the wall, and he wondered, what are those symbols? I didn't see them last night. He felt an invisible pressure weighing on his chest. Turning to Rambutan, Kang Dante offered, is there anything I can do to help? Rambutan handed Dante a black cloth bag and asked a favor. "Could you carry this bag for me?" Kang Dante quickly took it. "Ah, sure." Suddenly, Rambutan became serious. "Also, there's something very important. I don't know if you follow any religion?" He was confused, not understanding the purpose of the question. Rambutan continued, "My family is Catholic, but I'm not. Could you pray for a moment?" Kang Dante answered awkwardly, "Pray? I don't believe in God." Lai Chi immediately rushed over, grabbing his shoulders urgently. "That doesn't matter. In desperate times like this, anyone would pray. Please, pray sincerely for us to get out of here." Kang Dante hesitated. "I only know the Lord's Prayer." Rambutan smiled with confidence. "No problem. Just having the desire to escape is enough." He reached his hand toward Kang Dante and declared, "Come over here, let's escape together." Rambutan braced himself, pouring all his strength into his legs, and then launched a massive jump. When everything was ready for the decisive jump, Lai Chi urged him hastily, "Kang Dante, pray." Quickly, Kang Dante shut his eyes tight, his mouth trembling as he mumbled the prayer, "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name." Rambutan braced himself, counting down for the life-or-death jump. 2, 3. Kang Dante continued his prayer in utter terror. "Thy kingdom come, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, and lead us not into temptation." At that decisive moment, a thunderous blow came out of nowhere and slammed right into Rambutan's face, giving him no time to react. The impact was so strong it sent all three of them plummeting from the high wall to the ground, creating a massive explosion of dust. It seemed not even a prayer to the Father could save him now. Perhaps the Father hadn't heard his prayer in time. Amidst the rubble, Lai Chi frantically shook Rambutan. Rambutan lay limp on the ground. Kang Dante looked at his teammate in shock and asked worriedly, "Rambutan, are you okay?" Lai Chi couldn't hide his panic either. "Stay with me." From within the cloud of dust, a figure loomed into view, its eyes glowing with a murderous blue light. Kang Dante froze when he recognized his attacker. 182. He stammered in astonishment. "What are you doing here?" 182 stepped closer, his face seething with rage. He glared at Kang Dante and growled, "You tricked me." Kang Dante was utterly bewildered by the other's fury. What the hell? Why is he so agitated? I haven't done anything to him. Without giving him a chance to explain, 182 charged like a wild beast, screaming, "I have to kill you." Kang Dante could only cry out in despair. "What? Why?" 182 moved so fast that he was just a blur streaking through the air. Even though he was badly injured, Rambutan still tried to urge Lai Chi, "Forget him, let's just climb the wall." But 182 was already closing in right behind them with terrifying pressure. Rambutan, realizing their dire situation, shouted in horror, "Wait, stop. No, don't stop. Keep moving. Don't stop." Kang Dante warned them about the pursuer's frightening nature, saying, "You can't underestimate his speed." The three of them frantically urged each other on as they jumped, with 182 getting closer and closer. Kang Dante was stunned by 182's incredible speed, thinking to himself, "Does this guy have super speed?" In an instant, 182 was on them, roaring, "Teacher, I told you to stop before I break your damn legs." Kang Dante shouted in frustration, "It's not like I wanted to run. Why are you blaming me?" 182 unleashed a lightning-fast kick that sent Kang, Dante, Lai Chi, and Rambutan flying, crashing painfully to the ground. Kang Dante scrambled up, trying to calm the enraged 182. He stammered, pleading, "Just calm down, will you? What could I have possibly lied to you about? I told you everything, didn't I? I even showed you how to plant sweet potatoes." 182 glared at Kang Dante with murderous eyes and growled, "I watered it, and I even took it out into the sun, but it didn't sprout." Kang Dante froze, sighing internally with helplessness. "It's only been 1 day. For Christ's sake, even your grandfather needed time to grow, let alone a plant." Kang Dante tried to explain as logically as he could. How could it possibly sprout right away? But 182 wouldn't let it go. Then why didn't it sprout? "And why are you stalling for time?" Kang Dante yelled in fury. "Stalling for what?" 182 crossed his arms and commanded, "Explain." Kang Dante clawed at his hair, wondering what the hell this guy even was. Then he snapped, Anything that grows needs time. That's just common sense. You have to wait at least a week to even know if it's growing or not. 182 mumbled. I see. After a moment of silence, listening to Kang Dante's explanation, he seemed to understand and calm down. He asked, "So, where are you planning to go now?" Kang Dante said firmly, "I already told you. I'm going outside. You don't need me for anything else, do you?" 182 glanced at Rambutan and Lychee, then asked, "Is it because of them?" Kang Dante tensed up, becoming wary, and quickly moved to shield his comrades. What? What are you thinking? Don't you dare touch them. He pleaded desperately. I've already answered all of your questions. I've told you everything. Please, just let me go. 182 looked at Kang Dante with a soulless gaze and asked, "Even if it means you'll die? You once said you wanted to live." He looked towards Rambutan and Lychee, adding another heavy, pressure-filled question. Is it okay if they die? What the hell is this about living and dying? 182's vague words sparked an indescribable sense of unease in Kang Dante's heart. Just then, Rambutan suddenly stepped between Kang Dante and 182 with a defiant look. "Looks like your business is done here, right? Get lost and stay out of it, got it?" He quickly grabbed Kang Dante's shoulder and urged, "Come on, over here, let's get going." Kang Dante. That feeling of unease grew stronger and more distinct. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, making Kang Dante jump and ask, "Wait a minute, what was that sound?" "It's just the barking of some brain-dead moron. We're out of time, Kang Dante." Seeing the critical situation and that their plan was about to be exposed, Lychee pressed them. "Rambutan, just throw him over your shoulder and let's run." Rambutan immediately grabbed him and started dragging him away as he stared in confusion. "Hey, wait a second." While carrying Kang Dante up the giant fortress wall, Rambutan yelled impatiently, "Kang Dante, say your prayers, quick, don't you want to escape anymore?" Kang Dante was drenched in sweat, his mind in turmoil. "Of course I want to get out. I desperately want to, but I don't understand why he wants me to pray every time we try to cross the wall." That indescribable restlessness once again consumed him as the three of them dangled against the gray stone wall, which was covered in gruesome red stains. Kang Dante was stunned, wondering, do they really need to care about me this much? Lychee looked at Kang Dante with a steady gaze. "We promised we'd go together." But Kang Dante was mistaken. From the very beginning, the other two had only intended to use him as a stepping stone to escape this prison. The jump was so powerful it created a massive shockwave, and all Kang Dante could do was scream in absolute terror. What the hell is this? Ever since he was thrown in here, he'd never once been able to make his own decisions or choose where he wanted to go. Meanwhile, in the Tofu village, two prisoners were measuring a strange object and exclaimed in shock, 30 centimeters today. It moved 30 centimeters. But in the next second, they were horrified to realize the object was no longer in its original position. "Hey, it's gone!" A scream echoed through the gloomy space. It must be another escape attempt. But the real threat didn't come from the guards. From deep within the earth, a colossal entity with a pale white face, multiple glowing blue eyes, and a wide-open mouth full of fangs was slowly emerging. Poor, tiny Kang Dante was falling straight into that mouth of death in utter despair. The giant entity swallowing Kang Dante was actually Gaggoy, a great stone creature that guarded the fortress wall. He had fallen into yet another sinister plot. Everyone. While Lychee studied a detailed map, a curious Rambutan approached and touched its rough, stone legs. He remarked that, if taken literally, it was just a lifeless stone statue, which should remain motionless unless someone tried to cross the wall. Rambutan swung his arm and struck the hard stone layer to test if it was truly a living creature. Lychee sat behind him, flipping through documents and warning him not to touch it. She assumed Rambutan simply didn't believe this nonsense could be enough to stop an escape. Rambutan wondered what the hell it was. Lychee then explained the theories surrounding its origin. Some believed it was an alien creature that fell to Earth with the mist. Others said it was a device from the Management Bureau used to stop the mist from leaking. Gaggoy assumes that anyone trying to leave is stealing the mist, including the mist they breathe or carry within their bodies. Its sole function is to prevent the mist from spilling outside the wall. Even people who have inhaled this mist have no chance of getting out? Rambutan shivered and asked if the thing could think and move on its own. Lychee simply replied softly, "Maybe so." Lychee looked towards the stone entity with a sorrowful gaze. She confirmed that Gaggoy could identify anyone who was stealing the mist, and could see into the heart of anyone who harbored the intention of leaving. She admitted bitterly that as long as this monster was here, they could never hope to escape this place. Tears began to stream down Lychee's face as she spoke of her desperate longing to get out and how her dreams of the world beyond were slowly turning to despair. Rambutan immediately gripped her hand tightly to reassure her, promising there had to be a way. He looked deep into Lychee's eyes and repeated his vow to get her out of there, at all costs, and desperately begged her to trust him. Why couldn't she and he just escape quietly? Why did she insist on bringing Dante along? Rambutan gave a determined smile, declaring he would do anything for Lychee. He immediately braced himself and launched a powerful leap straight at the monster. Just as Kang Dante was falling into the monster's deadly maw, its eyes glowing an eerie blue, Rambutan suddenly shouted in excitement. It took the bait! Rambutan cheered, thrilled that his cruel plan had succeeded. It worked. The fog backpack and the desperate prayer. It's identified Kang Dante as the bone thief. So that bastard's invitation for Kang Dante to escape with them had a sinister purpose all along. Kang Dante was meant to be their sacrifice. Realizing his once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived, he mustered all his strength for a life-or-death leap over the towering wall. Landing on the barren ground on the other side, Rambutan looked toward the brilliant sun and exclaimed in relief, "We're out." He turned back to call for his love. "We made it, Lai Chi." "We did it, Lai Chi." But his smile suddenly vanished. Rambutan stared in horror at his own trembling hands. He realized he was holding a mutilated corpse. He had paid a terrible price for tricking someone else into taking his place. The horrifying truth was revealed amidst the cold mist. The monster, Gaggoy, with its sharp, stone-like teeth, had bitten Lai Chi's head clean off the very moment they crossed the wall. The immense pain caused his mind to completely shatter. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the air. Rambutan went insane. His eyes blazed with a wild white energy. He had nothing left to lose. Rambutan roared in absolute fury, channeling all his hatred into a suicidal attack, aimed directly at the entity that had stolen everything from him. The monster Gaggoy appeared, towering over them, its glowing blue eyes full of menace. 182 stood opposite the giant stone entity. He coldly scoffed at the futile efforts of those who tried to cross the wall. "You fools, I told you there's no escape." 182 gritted his teeth, his eyes flaring with a murderous blue energy. He channeled all his power into his fist, gathered his momentum, and launched himself into the air, aiming straight for the monster. 182 delivered a devastating punch straight to Gaggoy's face. The earth-shattering impact created a massive shockwave, causing large cracks to appear on its hard, rocky surface. The blue energy from 182's body exploded outwards. He relentlessly rained down thunderous blows on the stone entity, giving it no time to react, causing the cracks on the monster's face to spread even wider. Amidst the crashing sounds, Kang Dante's desperate screams rang out. "Stop! Stop it!" Ignoring the pleas, 182 continued his frenzied attack. His final punch completely shattered the stone armor, causing the giant entity to crumble into pieces. As the dust settled, Kang Dante was revealed amidst the rubble, his face dirty and filled with fear. He gasped in shock when he saw his savior, 182. In his panic, Kang Dante finally understood who was a friend and who was a foe. Like a child who'd lost his mother, he whimpered to 182, "Help me. I was wrong." 182 just gave Kang Dante a cold stare, then silently reached out and pulled him from the stone debris. Kang Dante clung tightly to 182, trembling as he stammered in panic. "I thought I was a dead man. That other guy kicked me. He kicked me. I think he was really trying to kill me. Why? Why would he do that?" Behind them, the giant stone monster loomed once again, causing Kang Dante to scream in despair. Terrified, Kang Dante asked, "My God, what the hell is that? What kind of creature is it? 182? His mouth wouldn't stop shouting the man's name, but he didn't answer his question. 182 roughly slammed Dante to the ground and growled, "Open your mouth and say you'll never try to escape again. How many times have I told you there's no way out? I wasn't lying. If you want to live, say you won't leave." In utter helplessness, Kang Dante was forced to swear an oath. "I swear I will never set foot outside again." As soon as Kang Dante finished his vow, the eyes of 182 and the stone entity met in a tense stare-down. Kang Dante watched in shock as the giant monster suddenly crumbled and vanished into thin air like a puff of smoke. He stood up, bewildered, looked around and wondered, "It's gone? What the hell was that? Was it an illusion?" Kang Dante then worriedly asked about the fate of his new acquaintances from 182. "What about Lai Chi and Rambutan? Did that couple escape?" 182 replied with a harsh truth. "They're both dead." To Kang Dante's astonishment, he stated firmly, "And no, it wasn't an illusion. Anyone who steps out there dies. No matter how strong they are, they can't defeat the Gaggoy." The gruesome scene appeared, with the bodies of Lai Chi and Rambutan lying motionless in a pool of blood, ending all hope of a successful escape. His hope of ever escaping this place was no longer just a distant dream. He didn't even dare to think about it anymore. In the shadows of the grim flesh-eater's lair, the leader of the cannibals loomed, a hulking figure in a menacing iron mask. The person with a paper bag over his head looked at the giant and wondered if the name, Flesh-Eater, was real or just a psychological tactic to intimidate his opponents. Suddenly, Flesh-Eater's long tongue shot out. The giant growled with hunger. "You're curious, huh? Excellent. I'm also curious what your flesh tastes like." Despite his disgust, the man in the paper bag decisively pushed the tongue away and snapped, "Huh? Get off me." But Flesh-Eater didn't let go. He sniffed his scent and made a lewd comment about how adorable his unflinching prey was. It seemed he was used to this, so it was nothing to worry about for him. The man in the paper bag held out a photo and got straight to the point. Find someone for me. This man here. It was a wanted poster for inmate number 182, height 1.82 meters, identifying marks being 2 moles on his right cheek and a missing right arm. Flesh Eater took the photo, casually licked the image of 182, and exclaimed with excitement, "Ha, he looks delicious. You want me to devour him for you?" The man in the paper bag calmly replied that if his target suited Flesh Eater's tastes, then his hands were tied. This composure made the giant begin to doubt the true identity of the person standing before him. He growled mockingly that he'd never met anyone so insolent, since the people in Area O were nothing but country bumpkins. Faced with this contempt, the man in the paper bag held his head high and declared loud and clear, "As for me, I'm a big shot from Area a place where only the strongest survive." Amidst the ruined landscape, the prisoners were stunned to see the stone entity Gaggoy, now just a pile of shattered fragments. They couldn't believe their eyes, trembling as they uttered, "It's back! What happened? Why is it shattered like that? Who could possess such terrifying power?" Murmurs spread through the crowd, and a wave of astonishment swept over them as one of them wondered aloud. Even he got injured? How could something so absurd possibly happen? Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a black cloak appeared, speaking cold words, a sign of an omen. The prisoners realized with horror the identity of the person who had just appeared. It was Baba Yaga, and she let out a hoarse laugh. "Heh heh heh. It's been 5 years. That hag finally decided to speak after 5 years of silence. Her breath really stinks. If she hasn't opened her mouth in 5 years, does that mean she hasn't brushed her teeth either?" Baba Yaga declared this was an incredibly significant omen as she pointed to some strange marks. Cracks had begun to appear right on the chain. The surrounding crowd erupted into chaos at the prophecy. "That's the prophecy. It's the oracle's word. Write it down, now." In a state of absolute worship, she spread her arms wide and announced that the bird had taken flight. Beneath the terrifying skull mask, Baba Yaga boldly proclaimed a dark future, that the fateful day was drawing near. Meanwhile, in a windy, sun-scorched desert area, a stunned Kang Dante was asking 182 about the terrifying entity they had just encountered. "Gaggoy, you mean that huge, pure white thing?" Receiving a nod of confirmation, Kang Dante asked with a tremor in his voice, "Did that thing kill Lai and Rambutan?" But 182 coldly corrected him. "It wasn't that thing. Someone else did it. Where's Gaggoy?" "It's just ahead." Kang Dante was frozen in shock as he heard the explanation of its true nature. It's a hunter that tracks down and kills anyone who dares to leave Foxland. Therefore, anyone who wants to escape this place is just choosing death. Kang Dante yelled out in absurd denial. "Something like that can't exist. Leichi and Rambutan never said anything about this." 182 glanced at him with a soulless look and replied, "Well, they were liars from the very beginning." Kang Dante still couldn't believe this cruel truth. "I find this even harder to believe. You get killed just for going outside? Why would you be killed by a monster? How is that possible? How could something so horrible exist without anyone on the outside knowing about it?" Kang Dante completely broke down. He collapsed onto the dusty sand-covered ground and whispered in despair, "No way. Oh, there's no way. There's absolutely no way something like that could be real." Kang Dante screamed in desperate denial. Unable to stand the deafening noise any longer, 182 swung his arm and struck him hard, sending him sprawling. "I told you to shut up." Back in the dark prison cell, Kang Dante silently stared at the sweet potato, soaking in water. Sitting in front of a simple meal tray, his mind was a mess, tangled with questions about the monster that prevented escape. Was it some kind of security system? Something that created illusions? Or a sophisticated machine built by this prison? Whatever its nature, Kang Dante bitterly realized it was definitely a system powerful enough to imprison these monstrous inmates, and he himself was just another piece of pitiful prey. He shuddered, telling himself, "I was so close to being a goner." Kang Dante suddenly realized that on the brink of life and death, a couple would never have time to worry about a stranger. Everything was wrong from the start. He was so obsessed with escaping that his mind wasn't thinking clearly. He was lucky to still be sitting here, complaining, and realizing that he had just been used. Kang Dante looked over at 182 and wondered why this person had saved him. This time, it wasn't for the sweet potato, nor was it for the clothes or to ask him to create fog. In the quiet space, 182 uttered a single short phrase, "Just eat." Kang Dante couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is this guy really just a kind person? Even after he had said such cruel things and treated him so coldly. Suddenly, Kang Dante noticed 182 struggling to pick up food with his fork. He was shocked to realize the other man's arm was abnormally swollen and asked, "What happened to your arm?" In response to his concern, there was only an indifferent reply. "It's nothing." Kang Dante was horrified when he saw that the wound had become deformed and severely swollen. He urged, "You need to be hospitalized for something like this. Immediately." 182 remained unfazed. It's just a broken bone. All Kang Dante could do was freeze and exclaim in astonishment. Broken? He said broken bone as casually as if he'd broken a fingernail. Kang Dante looked at 182's swollen arm, unable to hide his worry. But, swelling this bad is definitely not normal. Doesn't it hurt? The only reply was an indifferent, yeah. Kang Dante gently pressed on the wound and was amazed. It really doesn't hurt? He realized 182 was just gritting his teeth through the bone-deep pain. Kang Dante quickly bandaged the wound and then announced, "There, all done." But 182 immediately became annoyed. "No, take it off." Kang Dante snapped. "It's just a temporary fix. If you keep moving it like that, it's going to hurt a lot more." Ignoring the warning, 182 stubbornly insisted, "Take it off. I still have to eat." Kang Dante retorted sarcastically. "Even if you take it off, it's not like you can hold your chopsticks." Hearing the other man use the excuse of needing to go to the bathroom, Kang Dante was left speechless with helplessness. Acting like a true family member, he was pained with worry over the man's injury and warned in a serious tone. "You don't understand how serious this is. If you don't get that treated properly, that arm will be crippled for life. Do you really think you can survive in this place with just your legs?" Looking at his companion sitting motionless with a bandaged arm, Kang Dante sighed. "Well, now we've turned into a couple of stupid, weak guys. All it would take is a slight bump. No, if we get unlucky and run into some thug out there, we'll be dead in an instant." Suddenly, 182 spoke up. "That's why we have to go to the hospital." Kang Dante asked, startled. "Huh? Go where?" The reply was firm, "The hospital." Kang Dante was stunned and skeptical. "There's a hospital in a place like this?" 182 confirmed with certainty. "Of course there is." Kang Dante was still in disbelief. "It's not some quack doctor in the prison, is it?" 182 reassured him that it was a proper doctor. Kang Dante frantically pressed him. "There's a real doctor? Where?" But the answer made him want to collapse. "I don't know." Kang Dante looked furiously at his companion, who was putting on an innocent face. 182 nonchalantly explained. "I got into a fight with a doctor once before. I think it was somewhere in Sector O." Kang Dante clutched his head in frustration. "Somewhere in Sector O. This place is huge. Trying to find it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I saw those other two drawing a map." "A map?" Kang Dante's eyes shifted toward the canvas bag lying on the floor. He rushed over and hastily ripped it open. 182 stared blankly at his strange actions. Kang Dante rummaged inside and exclaimed in amazement, "No way!" His eyes lit up when he saw the sparkling blue fog orbs and, especially, the map that Leichi had painstakingly drawn. Kang Dante cried out in extreme excitement. "Here it is!" Kang Dante held the paper high in his hand, cheering with excitement. There really is a map. Meanwhile, behind him, 182 was just distractedly looking at the floating fog orbs. "Oh, look, fog." Kang Dante silently observed the intricate lines on the map, his mother's words echoing in his head. She was a devout Catholic who always said that everything in this world happens for a reason. Even though he didn't believe in God, he fully agreed with the idea that if you can get back up after falling, all failures and adversities will become a great legacy. Kang Dante's eyes were glued to the red symbols, marking specific areas on the incredibly detailed map. Observing it meticulously, Kang Dante pointed to a red circle and exclaimed, "There's actually a hospital here. And not just that, there's all sorts of information." He began to analyze the overall structure of this land. He realized it was divided into numbered sectors like a giant pizza. However, Kang Dante quickly noticed a major flaw. It looks like they only managed to draw about 14 of them. Isn't there a central facility that manages everything? He gritted his teeth in frustration. Seeing that the most important part was missing, the center of the map had... Suddenly, Kang Dante froze when he noticed a strange mark on the edge of the paper. Was it folded? He carefully unfolded the hidden section of paper and wondered in astonishment. "What's this?" A smaller piece of the map fell out, revealing the image of a watchtower, along with a line of text confirming this was the FOG, Korea Command Center. Dante's eyes widened behind his glasses as he whispered in shock, "This is the Central District." Unable to hide his joy, Dante roared in utter excitement. "Right in the middle of Forland. The headquarters is located right there." He immediately turned to call his companion. "Hey, number 182, I've got a plan. We're going to the Central District." But in response to his enthusiasm, 182 was bent backward in a bizarre pose, as if he were about to collapse. Kang Dante just stood there, frozen, muttering in exasperation, "What the hell is this?" In the distance, the city of Fland remained shrouded in a grim and eerily silent fog. In a hidden corner of Sector O, the info brokerage was having the most prosperous days it had ever seen. Kasim, the information broker with red hair and a white bucket hat, was smugly enjoying his success, holding some extremely valuable news. He took a sip from a pouch of glowing blue fog and remarked, "This place is as chaotic as a bakery on fire. Some people are desperately searching for the teacher, Kang Dante. Others are frantically hunting for the whereabouts of the one-armed man, number 182. They would never dream that the two people they're so desperately looking for are together, now would they? But that bustling atmosphere was suddenly extinguished by the appearance of an uninvited guest. It was Bone Eater, the most dangerous of the ringleaders in Sector 2. Liu Lu appeared, with an imposing and threatening physique. He wore an iron lock on his head to restrain his insane gluttony, causing Kasim to shudder in fear before this monstrous entity. As someone who rarely showed his face, Bone Eater's presence here was a bad omen. He silently placed a photo of a shackled number 182 on the table. Kasim quickly realized this was the man Hound was hunting for, and the broker's mind started racing, sensing a huge payday now that this information was in high demand. He confidently declared that he had already finished his investigation and asked how much Bone Eater was willing to pay for the information. In response to Kasim's greed, Bone Eater coldly stated that the price was his life. Despite the warning, he didn't believe Bone Eater would dare to do something so reckless. He tried to bring up the unwritten rules with this freak, but Bone Eater roughly grabbed the broker's ear. He licked it greedily and uttered a chilling remark about wanting to taste this large ear. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the dark space as Bone Eater acted with savage cruelty. Bone Eater casually savored the flavor, which he compared to the taste of the ocean, while Kasim's underlings could only scream in despair. Bone Eater ordered the remaining men to find number 182 for him at once, unless they wanted to become the next delicious meal for his endless hunger. The brutal threat silenced Kasim's men. They fell silent, not daring to breathe too loudly in front of this monster. Kang Dante was intently studying the map. He noticed that the area around the FOG Korea Central Command was completely deserted. He wondered to himself, could it be that even Rambutan and Lai have never been here? His gaze stopped on a sector circled in green, labeled Prison Sector. Kang Dante wondered, is this the area for women? They must have been here before. And suddenly, an old memory surfaced as he glanced over at number 182, who was resting with his arm in a cast. That reminds me. The face of a beautiful blonde girl appeared in his mind. It was Lara. She gave a radiant smile and waved goodbye. See you again, Mr. Kang Dante. Lara was also a science teacher, just like him. Kang Dante reassured himself, thinking she probably wasn't captured and brought here like him. He shook his head frantically in denial. No, there's no way. How could something like that happen? But the reality in the women's prison was darker and more brutal than anything he could have imagined. Shouts and the sharp crack of whips echoed through the gloomy space. Shake those hips harder, sweetie. Harder. Go on. Bounce. A tragic scene unfolded. The women were being treated horribly, forced to perform as cheap entertainment amidst the crazed jeers of the inmates. Among them was a girl with disheveled blonde hair. Her face was smeared with a crude, fake clown smile, and she was sobbing in absolute agony. Why does all the most haunting suffering in the world exist here? Lara came to the bitter realization that this place was a women's prison. She recalled the moment she said her goodbyes. The route she was taken on had been completely different from the other teachers from the very start. Back then, Lara was walking with a towering guard, the two of them moving through a thick fog. She naively exclaimed, "Wow, the fog is so thick here, huh? It's so strange to have this much fog when we're supposedly in the middle of a desert." She even excitedly asked about her classroom, but the guard just gave a cold command. "Get in the car." A bewildered Lara asked, "Huh? Are you taking me straight to my class now?" But her hopeful question was met with only a contemptuous reply. "Get in the car, kid." Sitting inside, Lara began to feel a deep sense of dread. Looking back, she realized she should have been suspicious right then. She was shocked, wondering why he would call her kid, as a terrible premonition washed over her. Something was very wrong. "You're the science teacher, right?" The guard's voice rang out, full of scrutiny. Lara smiled naively and replied, "Yes, that's right." However, that smile quickly faded when the guard suddenly broke into a fit of savage laughter. "Ha ha ha, my little fledgling. From now on, we'll be together." An entity with fiery orange hair and a smile that stretched from ear to ear loomed before her, roaring, a haunting vow. "We will be together until the world itself crumbles." Her initial suspicion had come far too late. Lara realized in horror that she had been kidnapped and brought to a massive, circular structure where she was stripped of all her dignity. There, she was forced to act as cheap entertainment for the inmates. Piercing, mocking laughter echoed through the air. Ha ha ha. Lara could only sob in excruciating pain, her beautiful face now grotesquely scribbled with a fake, clown-like smile. She bitterly realized that even though she had tried so hard to remember her colleagues' names, like Kang Dante, hoping to find help, now, no one could save her, not the guards, not even her family. Lara couldn't understand why her fate was so cruel. She was left abandoned amidst a pile of empty beer cans and the contempt of a crazed crowd. A black-haired female prisoner, her body wrapped in white bandages, approached with a menacing look. She violently grabbed Lara's face and snapped. Are you crying your eyes out again? You're ruining the mood for all of us. A fiery slap sent Lara tumbling to the ground with a scream of pain. Ah! This gang leader was losing her patience, demanding to know the progress of the mist research Lara had promised. She mocked Lara for just hiding in her room crying all day, filled with suspicion. Tell me the truth, she growled. You can't create the mist, can you? Lara trembled, tears smearing her ruined makeup as she faced the harsh interrogation. If your research has made any progress, then bring out the results and show us. Or, is there nothing to show? With no answer from Lara, the gang leader coldly drew a sharp knife, her eyes glinting with a cruel light. I knew it. Someone like you thinks you can create the mist? She laughed maniacally, declaring that she never believed that nonsense in the first place, and announced that Lara had to be punished for daring to deceive them. The cold blade was already pressed against her throat. Lara screamed, No, that's not it. I can do it. I really can create the mist. Glock roared in fury. Shut your mouth, you bitch. I'm not falling for your lies again. How disgusting. You dare to lie to us? Lara pleaded desperately through her tears. I can do it. Suddenly, a colossal figure with hair blazing like lava loomed behind Glock. It was Callie, the ruler of this place. This little bird is mine. Stunned and terrified by the suffocating pressure, Glock could only utter a threat before scurrying away. Callie roughly led Lara away, whispering ominously, Let's go, my little bird. Lara was taken away as if she had been rescued, but in reality, she had just gone from the tiger's den into the lion's mouth. Callie brought Lara to a private corner of the prison. She hugged Lara tightly, like a precious toy, and soothed her. My little bird, I was only gone for a moment and you're already getting bullied like this? It seems I should just hold you like this forever. Lara trembled, trying to stay calm as she replied, Callie, it's okay. Callie continued to feign concern, asking if she needed any more help. In reality, this woman with the build of a titan was Callie, one of the most powerful individuals here, known as the Berserker Queen. She possessed the ability to tense any tendon in her body to enhance her physical strength to an insane degree, and tragically, the very person showing her concern was the mastermind behind Lara's kidnapping, and here I was, thinking Callie was some giant man at first. Callie then switched to the main topic, making Lara's heart stop. By the way, is your mist research going well? Lara stammered in fear. The mist. Callie reminded her that she had provided everything and was starting to sound suspicious. You're not trying to fool me too, are you? To save her own life, Lara had to lie, claiming she just needed more time because Glock kept harassing her, forcing her to dance constantly. Inwardly, she was screaming. She knew nothing about the mist. She was just trying to buy time to survive another day. Hearing this, Callie laughed out loud with excitement. Oh, so that's it. I get it. You just need more time, right? Why didn't you just tell me from the start? Wait a moment. I'll go have you and Glock make up. Seeing Callie storming off to find Glock, Lara panicked and shouted, Callie, don't! She realized she had just made a fatal mistake. Glock would surely think she had snitched, using Callie to punish her. Lara trembled as she replayed her own words, her heart filled with dread at the thought of the consequences. Suddenly, Callie looked back at her through a crack in the door, her eyes glowing with a crazed light. She promised that from now on, Lara's time would never be disturbed by anyone ever again. Because of her slip of the tongue, she was terrified things had gone too far. Lara tried to stop her, fearing Glock's brutal revenge, but Callie just asked coldly, Are you having regrets? Glock. Lara froze, her eyes wide with shock at what Callie was holding in her hand. It was the part of Glock's body that used to be attached to her neck. Callie casually dropped the trophy to the ground and announced that Glock truly regretted her actions now. You don't need anything else, do you? Ha ha ha. At this rate, you'll be creating that mist for me very soon. Witnessing such inhuman brutality and the horrifying smile of the perpetrator, Lara was petrified. A scream was building inside her. Her fear had reached its absolute peak. There was no life raft being thrown to this drowning soul. Meanwhile, Kang Dante trudged through a dark alley, his entire body wrapped in bandages like a mummy for camouflage. Seeing his bizarre getup, 182 demanded, Kang Dante, what are you doing? Kang Dante whispered an explanation. To hide a tree, you must hide it in a forest. He was trying to act like a real prisoner to avoid being noticed, but his cowardice only annoyed 182 more. He swung his hand and smacked Dante on the head, grumbling. Hey, can you stop breathing so loud? It's damn annoying, and you're walking too slow. 182 suddenly stopped and announced he wasn't going any further. I'm hungry. Kang Dante stared at him and yelled back. What? What do you mean? We're on our way to get you treated. 182. We've already passed 2 cafeterias on the way. I told you I wanted to eat. He couldn't help but feel fed up with his big companion's childish behavior, a grown man whining about wanting to eat. Deep down, Kang Dante was still terrified that the cafeteria was an extremely dangerous place, with too many prying eyes. But 182 just nonchalantly replied with the philosophy of the strong. If you're hungry, eat. If you're sleepy, sleep. If someone starts trouble, punch them. Punch them? What was he going to punch with now? One arm was gone, the other was crippled. Kang Dante silently told himself that 182's carefree days were over. Ever since his arm was disabled, he had been reassuring himself that now that 182 couldn't fight, they both had to be extremely careful as they headed towards the central hospital. Behind them was a cliff. One step back, and death would be waiting. The only way was to keep moving forward. The two moved past rows of dilapidated buildings, walking by a sign for a mysterious information broker's shop, amidst the gloomy atmosphere of the Land of Mist. The road ahead was long and full of danger. Kang Dante reminded himself to pay close attention to every development on the road so they could reach their destination. He could no longer rely on anyone but himself, so he told himself to stay sharp. Meanwhile, a shocking truth about the prisoner management system, known as Foreground, was slowly coming to light. It was a dark network of interests operating under a moral pretext, specializing in reusing the ID numbers of dead prisoners for new arrivals. However, while digging through a pile of old decaying files, a strange piece of data emerged. Prisoner number 182 was actually recorded as having died in chains a very long time ago. And the most terrifying part is, for the past 22 years, this system has been continuously updated, yet there's not a single record of number 182 being reused. So, who in the world is that guy? The red-haired intelligence agent wondered to himself. He speculated that maybe the guy just picked up a dead man's ID tag to use temporarily, since identity thieves are rampant here. But S had confirmed he actually showed up for class and was issued an official uniform. This meant the prisoner number was real. He looked at the old photo of 182 and was stunned. If that's the case, does that mean he's not actually dead? To live for an inhumanly long time. No wonder his hair is completely white. He wondered if the guy had the power of eternal youth. Or maybe the list just hasn't been updated yet, even though 22 years have passed and this information should have reached the intelligence team long ago. 182 remains an unsolved mystery. He asserted to his subordinates that this information was deliberately concealed, and the only ones capable of doing that could be the administrators of this land. Meanwhile, Kang Dante and 182 had reached their destination, Dumpling Village. I wonder if they named the villages here after food, or if it's a craft village. Standing before an area shrouded in black curtains and lit by bright lights, Kang Dante cheered. This is it, Dumpling Village. The village with the hospital is here. He asked 182 if he remembered anything, but the man just coldly replied no. Kang Dante told himself that this place must have what they need, but 182 immediately warned him, don't celebrate too soon. There are a lot of strong people here. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it gets. The moment they stepped inside, Kang Dante was completely stunned to realize this was clearly a bustling commercial district. A sign for the central market appeared amidst the bustling trade. Kang Dante was shocked to see that this place had an electrical system and a fully developed, incredibly crowded economy. Analyzing the map, he realized that while all the other villages were under the control of various leaders, for some reason, there were no records of any gang ruling this village. After so many near-death experiences from trusting strangers, Kang Dante reminded himself not to let his guard down, no matter what. Because the less information you have about an area, the more careful you have to be. According to the map, this land was much larger than he had imagined. It had many different sectors, like Sunfield Village or the area where the Thu lived. But the most important destination was the medical center located in the middle of Mindu Village. Kang Dante told himself that they needed to get there right away to treat 182. He hurriedly gestured for 182 to head into an alley first. But to his shock, Kang Dante realized 182 had already broken away from him and was standing in front of a food stall. He casually asked, just one will do. Kang Dante screamed in his head. 182. What is he doing? The shopkeeper, a hulk of a man with a stone-cold square face, coldly stated the price, 1 dumpling for 0.1 grams of FOG. In response, 182 simply said flatly, I don't have any money. Why does he get so childishly naive when it comes to food? Immediately, a loud noise erupted, sending the entire market into an uproar. The shopkeeper roared with rage. So you're a thief? The surrounding crowd began to whisper and murmur in astonishment. A thief? He really is a crazy thief. Is he trying to rob the famous legacy dumpling shop? Panicked, Kang Dante clutched his head, desperately trying to deny it. We've been branded as thieves. No, I didn't do it. I'm not a thief. The shopkeeper loomed over them, staring down threateningly. Are you trying to get a free dumpling, the very soul and history of this village? You little brat. Do you think our dumplings are some kind of joke? In this dire situation, Kang Dante rushed forward, bowing his head in apology. I'm so sorry, sir. I'll apologize on his behalf. But the shopkeeper absolutely refused to let it go. He raised a sharp knife, pointing it straight at Kang Dante, and yelled, "And who the hell are you? Are you his accomplice in this theft?" Kang Dante frantically made up an excuse to save the situation. "No, that's not it at all. My little brother is very sick. He has a mental condition." But the shopkeeper's anger didn't subside. He roared, "If you're not a thief, then what are you? A robber. And you're wearing suspicious masks too. What's with that weird-looking mask?" Kang Dante could only groan internally as the shopkeeper riled up the crowd to charge at them. "You scoundrels! There's absolutely no place for villains like you in this village. Get 'em!" Kang Dante watched as dozens of people rushed toward them, his heart filled with bitterness. "Is my life really going to end here? That's enough." A commanding voice rang out, causing the ferocious shopkeeper to freeze instantly. The crowd parted to make way for a small, elderly woman with a strangely dumpling-shaped head, who walked forward with her hands clasped behind her back. The shopkeeper bowed deeply in reverence. "Yes, greetings, elder of Dumpling Village. So the village name really is based on its traditional craft." The old woman approached Kang Dante and kindly asked, "Is your younger brother ill?" Seeing Kang Dante's bewildered expression, she glanced down at 182's casted arm and mused, "I see. His arm is injured, isn't it?" The shopkeeper tried to argue. "That's not it, master. These kids were trying to steal dumplings." But the old woman immediately dismissed it, stating that in their pathetic state, they wouldn't have the strength to steal or rob anyone. She ordered, "You two, follow me." Although she noted that the two of them looked quite scary in their masks, she could still sense the aura of good-natured kids. She decided to overlook the earlier commotion and treated them both to a hearty meal of dumplings. In a dimly lit room, Kang Dante and 182 devoured the food like two starving ghosts. The old woman explained that she always tries to keep the village peaceful in order to continue selling dumplings for a living. Kang Dante apologized while chewing. "We're sorry for causing a commotion." He endlessly praised the rich flavor of the dish and curiously asked about the source of the ingredients. The old woman replied nonchalantly, "Where else? We get them from the cafeteria's leftover food bin." The old woman still proudly declared that the dumplings were the pride of the village, drawing people from all over just to taste them. Oh boy, I wonder if these two can still praise the taste, or if they're trying not to vomit in front of her. Hee hee. Then, her voice deepened as she added, "Of course, some people come here for other reasons, like to find the hospital." Kang Dante was stunned when the old woman hit the nail right on the head. "You boys came here looking for the hospital, didn't you?" Looking at 182's swollen arm, covered in scars as complex as tree roots, the old woman advised, "If so, you should give up on that idea." Kang Dante was stunned by her cryptic warning. The old woman looked deep into his eyes and revealed a horrifying truth. "That place is no longer a hospital. We now call that place the Demon King's Castle." Kang Dante exclaimed in shock. "The Demon King's Castle? What's the Demon King's Castle?" The old woman warned in a low voice that an extremely dangerous entity resides within it. "It is the one that caused all the terrible things related to Uruk and the Great Wall." The old woman advised, "It's best if you two don't get even a little bit close, because no one who has met the Demon King has ever returned alive." Kang Dante asked doubtfully, "You mean the gang leaders there?" The old woman shook her head, insisting the truth was far more terrifying. "It's nothing like that." But she added that even getting near the place was impossible. "How is this any different from trying to break out and escape?" Kang Dante didn't give up. He pressed on. "Wait, what about the doctor there?" The old woman replied with a harsh truth. "There was no one there." Kang Dante pleaded, "We really need to see a doctor, at all costs." But the old woman was adamant. "There is no doctor. That's all I know." She advised them to rest for the night and leave as soon as it was light, because that place was no longer a hospital. That night, in a shabby inn, Kang Dante tossed and turned, unable to rest. He worriedly asked himself, what did she mean? What on earth happened here? Did that Demon King kill all the doctors? Still unable to sleep, Kang Dante turned to his companion. Number 182. "When did you meet the doctor?" When he got the reply, "A long time ago," Kang Dante became curious about the hospital's situation back then. Number 182's gaze grew distant as he began to tell the story of when he lost his hand. Kang Dante was stunned listening to him recall that moment. Overcome with extreme hunger and dizziness, 182 had struggled to find the hospital for treatment. 182 recalled that he had bluntly demanded, "Doctor, reattach my hand." Hearing this, Kang Dante was speechless. Wait a minute, you really said that?" 182 casually confirmed it and recounted the doctor's rude reaction. "This hand? You want me to just stick it back on? You idiot." That's what he said. Kang Dante could only sigh. That's just unbelievable. The story got even crazier when 182 revealed, "I punched him." Kang Dante was horrified. 182 continued, "So he punched me back. Then I punched him again." Sweating bullets, Kang Dante asked nervously. You didn't kill the doctor, did you? And he received a curt reply, didn't kill him. For a doctor and patient to be trading blows like that in a hospital, it's a miracle you're still alive. 182. 182, mused, recalling the past. He said that very doctor taught him a lesson he'd never forget. He recalled bitterly. He punched me one more time, and I just collapsed right there. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. 182 declared decisively. So now I have to go punch him back. Kang Dante shouted in alarm. Huh? What? Who are you going to punch? He worriedly reminded him that the doctor's whereabouts were completely unknown, not to mention the village chief's warning about an abandoned hospital where no one survived. 182 clicked his tongue mysteriously. His eyes suddenly narrowed in concentration. To Kang Dante's bewilderment, he stated calmly, I can hear him. The doctor's voice in the dead silence. The sharp, metallic clicking of medical instruments began to echo. A hand holding surgical scissors made professional, yet equally terrifying, cuts in the darkness. The two didn't give up on their original plan and headed towards the Noah Medical Center. It was now just a dark and desolate structure. The scene was utterly gruesome, with tangled barbed wire fences covered in long, dark red stains. Kang Dante trembled as he walked among the corpses strewn across the cold ground. He exclaimed in horror, there are bodies everywhere. Everywhere. It's horrifying. From old, decayed skeletons to freshly dead corpses. All were caught in the barbed wire like a deadly warning. Kang Dante realized with shock that the village chief wasn't wrong. This place had truly become a hell on earth, not a hospital. He hesitated, asking for confirmation. Hey, number 182, are you sure there's really a doctor here? 182 firmly insisted he could hear the man's voice. It was then that Kang Dante realized 182 possessed absurdly sharp hearing, able to pick up extremely faint sounds from a distance with crystal clarity. Standing before the tightly shut door, Kang Dante held his breath, listening to the strange noises coming from inside, and wondering in bewilderment, what is that sound? Is that the doctor? Kang Dante glanced doubtfully at his companion, who was whistling nonchalantly, and asked hesitantly, is that really the doctor's voice? 182 just uttered an indifferent, don't know. Kang Dante started to suspect his partner had a special ability, or maybe you have some kind of gift, like abnormally sharp hearing. In response to his curiosity, 182 remained indifferent. I don't know. I don't have any of that stupid gifted crap. Kang Dante didn't give up. He was certain 182 could hear things normal people couldn't, and that's why he was so confident. Faced with relentless questions about his true abilities, 182 snapped, I told you, I don't have any. The two were polar opposites. One was desperate for answers, the other refused to give a straight one. To test his theory, Kang Dante silently covered his mouth tightly, making no sound at all. Suddenly, 182 turned and stared intently at him, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. Kang Dante jumped, quickly waving his hands. I was just kidding. He realized with a shock that even though he had only mouthed the words and made almost no noise, 182 had heard him perfectly clearly. He affirmed to himself, so it's clear you really do have super hearing. Standing at the threshold, Kang Dante wondered to himself, is this place the Demon King's castle now, or is it really a hospital that saves people? He told himself the only way to find out was to venture inside. The Noah Medical Center appeared desolate, with dark red stains splattered all over the entrance. Kang Dante quickly pulled 182 behind a large boulder to hide. He observed cautiously, then whispered, can you hear anyone talking in there? After getting a nod of confirmation, Kang Dante pressed again to make sure his partner remembered the plan they had discussed. 182 calmly recited the mission. Knock on the door, then run and hide as fast as possible. If the person who comes out isn't the doctor, we find the teacher and escape. Kang Dante gave a satisfied smile. Very good. Let's go then. The plan, officially codenamed Operation Ding Dong Ditch, was a go. Back in the day, whenever my friends and I saw a house with a doorbell, we'd dare each other to ring it and run all the time. Kang Dante calculated to himself that besides his sharp hearing, 182's speed was on par with Rambutan's. Letting him go scout was the safest way to check the situation inside. Hiding behind the rock, Kang Dante's heart pounded as he watched 182's back, moving silently toward the gloomy hospital door. 182 charged forward, landed a powerful kick on the hospital door, and then quickly retreated to his hiding spot, just as planned for their knock-and-run mission. Kang Dante held his breath, watching from behind the rock, but absolutely no one emerged from the shadowy building. He asked impatiently, no one's coming out at all? After 182 shook his head, Kang Dante wondered if there was really no sound coming from inside. He urged him on. Go on, try it again. You have to hit it harder than that. Obeying, 182 rushed forward, landed another kick, and then scurried back to his original spot. Their teamwork honestly looked like a couple of kids trying to prank an adult. But despite their efforts, the NOA Medical Center remained eerily silent. Kang Dante was starting to lose his patience. He snapped. Still no sound from inside? He then questioned 182 again about the doctor sound he had been so sure about just moments before. Figuring 182 wasn't hitting it hard enough, Kang Dante decided, maybe I should give it a try. I'll hit it even harder. But before Kang Dante could make a move, 182 suddenly launched himself forward, delivering an earth-shattering kick straight into the glass door. The sound of shattering glass echoed through the space, leaving Kang Dante completely dumbfounded by this sudden outburst. He screamed in a panic. He's insane! What the hell is he doing? Staring at the wreckage before him, he nervously called out 182's name, but there was no response. From the darkness of the hospital lobby, a heavy pressure began to radiate, causing Kang Dante to tremble and hide himself better. He cried out, "Can you even hear me? Hey, get out of there, now!" Suddenly, a dark figure burst out from the pile of broken glass, sending debris flying everywhere and creating a chaotic scene. His mind reeled at the threatening presence. Damn it. What the hell is that? Some kind of demon lord? They had finally succeeded in finding out if someone was inside, but things had escalated far beyond what he'd expected. Amidst the shattered glass, a pair of feet slowly stepped out. Kang Dante held his breath, his eyes widening in horror as he saw a hand skillfully spinning a pair of sharp surgical scissors. A man with a face covered in jagged stitches, wearing a white lab coat and dark blue pants, gradually emerged from the cloud of dust. He glanced around with an extremely annoyed expression, his cold eyes scanning the scene as he growled, "These bastards are so damn annoying." Kang Dante froze, facing the murderous aura of the newcomer. He thought to himself in astonishment, "A doctor?" The doctor, Hound, glanced at them coldly and asked with a sneer, "Are you looking for Dr. Hound?" After getting a nod of confirmation from 182, he immediately made his demand, "Fix this arm for me." But his plea was met with a bone-chilling threat. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost if you don't want to die." Seeing things were going south due to his teammates' blunt and rude attitude, Kang Dante, still hiding, quickly whispered a reminder. "Hey, try to sound a little more polite. Make yourself sound as pathetic as possible." Hearing this, 182 tried to rephrase his request. "Please, just fix my arm. It hurts." The doctor observed him in silence, then sarcastically asked why he should perform such a service for a stranger for free. To the naive reply, "Well, because it hurts. Why else?" Hound violently grabbed 182 by the head and demanded to know what he'd brought as a thank you gift. He gave a short, contemptuous laugh, asking if 182 really thought he deserved to be treated like a human being, when in reality, he was nothing more than a criminal. 182 remained firm with his simple logic. "But you're a doctor," Hound glared back with murderous eyes. "So what? I am a doctor. What the hell does some piece of trash like you being in pain have to do with me?" Immediately after, 182 threw an incredibly powerful punch, but the doctor blocked it. Kang Dante could only watch with wide-eyed terror as the violent scene unfolded right before him. Hound caught 182's leg and stated coldly, "Yep, I knew it." He growled, confirming that this was exactly how uncivilized brutes behave. People who've lost all sense of shame and only know how to use violence. Hound unleashed a series of powerful attacks, creating explosive clouds of dust and sending rubble flying everywhere. Seeing that 182 still managed to dodge despite his severe injuries, the doctor seemed quite surprised. "Oh ho, not bad. You can still dodge, huh?" He taunted him, asking if 182 still had enough strength to dodge his attacks with that useless arm. He then immediately launched a vicious strike with terrifying speed and rotation. Hound commented coolly, "That was a decent kick." He was completely unfazed by 182's attack. Instantly, he grabbed 182's leg and slammed him violently into the ground. The impact created a massive shockwave, shattering the stone beneath them. Kang Dante was flattened in a corner, his glasses knocked off, as he could only watch the one-sided battle in terror. Hound pinned 182 down in the rubble and began to mock him. "But what are you going to do now? Your leg is going to be useless next. What the hell are you going to do then? Huh, you broken-armed bastard?" But in that moment of peril, 182 suddenly surged up with unbelievable speed. He closed the distance and grabbed Hound tightly, causing the surprised doctor to exclaim in disbelief. Despite his severely injured arm, 182 used every last ounce of his strength to lunge forward and bite down hard on Hound's arm. When faced with life and death, those with a strong will to live will do anything to survive. Hound stared down at the man frantically attacking him with his teeth, then smirked. "Trying to bite my arm off with your jaw? How interesting." The doctor's eyes glowed with an excited blue light at his opponent's fierce and feral resistance. Immediately, he pulled out sharp surgical needles and stabbed them repeatedly into 182's body. After throwing his opponent aside, Hound stood tall. He began to analyze 182's body structure, from his jaw muscles to his obliques and even his glutes. With a morbid fascination, Hound aimed straight for his opponent's weak point and coolly noted the leg muscles. Instantly, 182's legs gave out. He collapsed to the ground, utterly broken by the overwhelming power. Hound raised his sharp surgical scissors high, a cruel smile on his face. This is the proper way to sever a tendon. That's right. He loomed over the helpless 182 and growled, "I told you. I gave you 3 seconds. You should have left when you had the chance." Seeing his teammate completely defeated and hanging by a thread, Kang Dante couldn't just stand by and watch any longer. He rushed out, shouting, "Ah!" Hound stopped, surprised. Kang Dante frantically pleaded, "Doctor, please stop. Please, calm down. We didn't come here to cause trouble. We came looking for a doctor to treat an injury." Hound looked at Kang Dante with contempt. "And who are you? Another insect just like him?" Kang Dante stammered. Well, I'm not even sure if this is a hospital, actually." Hound coldly replied that if he was sick, he should just continue living his miserable life and then die to put everyone out of their misery, because a natural death was what prisoners truly deserved. Kang Dante trembled, realizing the intense hatred this doctor held for those with serial numbers. In a final, desperate effort, Kang Dante took a gamble. "What if I'm not a prisoner?" Hound was skeptical. "Are you starting to talk nonsense now?" Kang Dante quickly pointed to his own eyes and insisted. "Please, look. I've never had anything to do with fog. I'm 100% a normal person." This truth left Hound stunned. A normal person? What's a civilian doing wandering around a dump like this? Wandering? I was kidnapped and brought here, man. Dante quickly explained that he was part of a prisoner education project and got trapped during a riot. He pleaded urgently, "You're a doctor, right? I need your help." After hearing this, Hound suddenly burst out laughing. "A prisoner education project? Huh. Ha ha. That's hilarious." Kang Dante quickly held out his necktie as proof. "It's true. See this tie? It's from Step on Lucy, a top Italian suit maker. My pants too. How would a prisoner ever get stuff like this?" Hound stopped smiling and asked him straight up. "So, to sum it up, what do you need help with?" Kang Dante urgently asked the doctor to call the control center to rescue him, then pointed toward 182, who was barely breathing. "And if there's time, please treat this person, too." Hound glanced at 182 and asked, "So, is this guy a teacher too?" The unexpected question left Dante a bit flustered. Wanting to save 182, Dante had no choice but to close his eyes and nod. "Yes, that's right. He's a teacher. A P.E. teacher." He hoped this title would make the doctor less suspicious of 182's latent power. Meanwhile, in another dark area, an entity known as the Bone Devourer, with its massive, hulking frame, emerged menacingly from among the ruined structures. He muttered chillingly that the appointed day had come, and the one whose taste he so desperately craved was nearby. Facing suffocating pressure, a trembling Cassium tried to argue that they had never set a specific date, but the Bone Devourer simply responded with a haunting declaration. "I already told you. I'd come whenever I remembered your taste." Beads of sweat streamed down Casim's face. He had no choice but to play his last card to save his own skin. "There's an informant in Geo Village who says he's there." Instantly, the Bone Devourer roared with excitement, its eyes flashing with a crazed blue light upon learning its prey was in the dumpling village. He charged off with his minions in tow, leaving behind a deadly green mist that enveloped the area. Once the Bone Devourer and his crew were gone, one of Casim's underlings dared to speak up, worriedly asking if it was okay to give high-level intel to the Bone Devourer for free, especially since they worked for Kim. Kasim snapped back in absolute terror. "So what? You want me to serve myself up for him to eat?" Despite the subordinates' attempts to reason with him about Kim's exclusive information distribution network in Building Number 10, he still couldn't help but shudder. Kasim was haunted by the grotesque sounds coming from the Bone Devourer's stomach. He insisted he wasn't in any state to think straight. He knew all too well that any unwritten rules or control from the center meant nothing in the face of that terrifying entity, because the only thing that could control and guide that bastard was pure gluttony. The Bone Devourer led an army of minions in grotesque masks who tore wildly through the desolate streets in the gloomy mist. He stuck out his long, greedy tongue, ready to rip apart anyone who got in his way to satisfy his endless hunger. He was like a beast that had been starved for 1,000 years and just escaped its cage. Stepping onto the grounds of the Noah Medical Center, the gruesome scene of red stains splattered all over the entrance made Kang Dante shudder. His eyes widened in horror as he took in the devastation of the place. Heading inside, the gloomy space with its cracked walls and thick cobwebs made Kang Dante think to himself, "This place looks so old, like a decaying abandoned house." He sat quietly beside number 182, who was lying motionless on the operating table, his mind filled with doubt. Is a rundown place like this really a hospital? What the hell did they build here? Suddenly, Kang Dante was startled by the appearance of a figure. The doctor, while putting on medical gloves, calmly remarked, "This wound isn't too serious. We just need to treat it so it can heal back to normal, right?" Kang Dante quickly jumped to his feet and awkwardly introduced himself. "My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Kang Dante." Seeing Kang Dante about to touch the equipment, the doctor immediately warned, "Don't touch that. It'll get infected." Dante was left completely flustered. Kang Dante looked at the man's face, covered in stitched scars, and said politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Hound." The doctor waved his hand. "Just use my name. No need to be so formal." He glanced at the barely breathing 182 and asked, "And what's that guy's name?" In the middle of their conversation, Kang Dante froze at the question. He didn't actually know 182's name. He only ever called him by his inmate number. Kang Dante looked over at a nearby stone statue and came up with a name. Kang Dante pointed at 182 and answered confidently, "His name is David." The doctor narrowed his eyes suspiciously. "A P.E. teacher? Then why does he look so aggressive?" Dante awkwardly tried to change the subject. "Actually, I've heard some strange rumors about this place." When Hound asked what kind of rumors, Dante hesitantly revealed, "Something about a demon king hiding out here. And also the fact that this hospital looks so run down. Did some kind of incident happen here?" The doctor's expression suddenly turned serious. "Yes, something did happen here. And for that reason, your request to contact the Bureau of Management. I have to refuse." Kang Dante was stunned, silent by the firm refusal. Meanwhile, Hound added in a low voice, "Because my situation here is no different from yours." The doctor looked Kang Dante straight in the eye and revealed a shocking truth. "I'm also being held captive in this place." "Another one. Just like me," Kang Dante exclaimed in shock. "What? Wait a minute. What do you mean you're trapped here? Don't you work for the Bureau of Management? Then why are you?" While arranging his sharp surgical tools, Hound explained, "It's true that I'm on the Bureau of Management's payroll, but you've got it all wrong. I was just dispatched here on a mission. It must have been about 4 years ago. I came here for my surgical internship." Hound recounted his past in a somber tone. "At the time, a lot of people came here, including other medical interns like me, as well as doctors who transferred from other departments. But a short time later, they were all killed when a death row inmate suddenly went berserk." Kang Dante was horrified when the doctor stated, "I was the only survivor." He hesitantly asked what happened after that, and whether they tried to rescue him. Hound gave him a cold, sharp look. "Huh? If they'd rescued me, do you think I would have been stuck in this place for 4 years? Kang Dante was puzzled. "I heard the rescue efforts were hindered because the fog was too thick." Hound gave him a knowing look. "Because of the fog? You still don't get it. You just got here, so of course you're still naive. You don't know anything about this freakish place." He revealed a brutal truth about the real members of the Bureau of Management. "Those guys in the masks, they still walk around here all the time, like it's nothing." Kang Dante stood frozen in the darkness as the bitter truth dawned on him. It wasn't that they couldn't find us. They'd intentionally left us here. The scene outside the hospital was desolate, with name tags dangling like unmarked graves in the hazy smoke. Kang Dante sat slumped before the operating room door. He bitterly admitted it was true. From the very entrance, a thick fog had enveloped everything, yet they hadn't been given any protective gear whatsoever. Everyone present had inhaled that toxic mist. So, from the very beginning, innocent people like him had been mercilessly thrown in here. Kang Dante recalled the faces of the guards in the mist. He hadn't seen a single gas mask among them. The soldiers were only using ordinary masks. He wondered, who on earth were those people? Could they not have been from the Bureau of Management? Hound, holding a scalpel, reminded him of her own abandoned state. "The Bureau of Management? I was just transferred here under orders, that's all." Everyone was dead. Kang Dante could only sit motionless in the darkness, his mind reeling with doubt. What if even those people were deceived? He asked himself, in despair. Why was I brought here? The memory of that fateful day came flooding back. When they said they were short a teacher and needed someone truly capable, someone who could adapt and start over in any situation, they insisted they needed such a great figure for the mission. Even then, they were hinting at something unbelievable, but he had naively thought it was just simple encouragement. The image of William Cox's ID card, Field Special Envoy of the International Alliance, Crater Management Bureau, appeared in his mind, a testament to the beginning of this whole tragedy. In a luxurious room, William Cox, his face lined with wrinkles and wearing round glasses, had clearly announced himself as the leader of the Special Envoy. "I'm here to see you." William Cox politely apologized for the unannounced visit, causing Kang Dante to reply in a fluster. It's no trouble at all." Kang Dante silently wondered why someone from the International Alliance would want to see him, a man living in an apartment far more modest than his family's status would suggest. William Cox smiled knowingly. "What do you mean? Aren't you the treasured son of the two renowned doctors, Edward Kang and Selina Kang? Your family has been famous for its wealth for ages. Kang Dante quickly denied it, but that's not money I earned. Besides, I moved out to live independently a long time ago. He hesitantly asked if they were here about his parents, but William just gave a faint smile. It's not about that. They quickly brushed aside his questions about his parents. He looked Kang Dante straight in the eye and asserted, "The one we're looking for is you, Kang Dante." Kang Dante was stunned as William began to list details from his past, about how he had refused to take over his father's research career to instead become a teacher for young children. Kang Dante could only stammer in confirmation. "Ah, yes, that's right." William suddenly clapped his hands in enthusiastic approval. That's a truly admirable thing to do, to have every opportunity in the best possible conditions, yet still abandon it all to follow your own ideals. Even while carrying such an elite genetic code, he placed a hand on the dossier from the Crater Management Bureau and declared, "You are the very model of the person we've been looking for." William moved closer and asked, "Are you interested in the job we're about to offer?" He presented a file on an inmate education project, leaving Dante stunned. "What is this?" William explained that IPAX is the International Penal and Correctional Center System, and they wanted to invite him to lead a long-term education project there. Kang Dante stammered, "A prison? Ah, you mean inside a correctional facility?" William confirmed, emphasizing that a prison is a place where hope and dreams can barely survive, which is why they truly need someone as talented and open-minded as him. Kang Dante silently wondered why they were praising him so excessively. Then he said firmly, "For the record, I don't consider this work beneath my background." Hearing Kang Dante's agreeable response, William continued to lay on the charm. "That's it. That quality is what makes you so valuable. That's the demeanor of the Kang Dante I've heard about. I believe you are the great man who can awaken the seeds of hope, whether that place is a paradise or a living hell." And with that, folks, he finally hooked the big one. Back in the present, Hound held a cold, sharp scalpel, coldly looking at 182, now going by the name David, and reminded him, "Hey, David, you've seen the state this hospital is in. There's no anesthetic. Think you can endure it?" In response to that brutal question, 182 gave a short, resolute answer. "Yeah. Do it." The surgery began immediately under the most primitive conditions. As Hound started, he declared, "But in return, I'll treat every single injury, thoroughly, all in one go." The doctor's eyes shone with an unnatural intensity. He was completely focused on every cut, his movements so fast the naked eye could barely keep up. Time passed in silence. Hound operated with a frantic precision, like a machine, intervening in every muscle fiber, blood vessel, and anatomical structure of 182 with terrifying accuracy. The scene became utterly gruesome as the doctor employed horrifying medical techniques, reconstructing the patient's severely ravaged body parts. The dry clang of metal echoed as Hound finished his work and placed the instruments on the tray. 182's entire body, from his neck and abdominal muscles down to the adductors of his thighs and his calves, was now wrapped in white bandages, securing the areas that had been thoroughly treated. Hound set down his tools and announced coldly, "It's all reconnected." He looked at 182, lying motionless, his eyes rolled back in his head, and asked softly, "You still haven't passed out? You didn't make a single sound." "Not bad." However, the doctor's gaze then fell upon 182's swollen arm. He pressed, "That arm, you said it was broken, right? It looks quite swollen." Since the X-ray machine had been broken for a while, Hound decided to open the wound to inspect it directly. He ordered, 182, "Open your mouth, wide." Hound began to lower the scalpel, warning him, "You'd better bite down and bear this." But the moment the wound was opened, Hound was utterly shocked by what he saw inside. He realized with horror that the bone was completely shattered. It seemed that after the initial injury, it had suffered other, even more powerful impacts. Witnessing the sight, Hound couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. He was shocked to realize the bones had been completely shattered, as if they had endured other extreme impacts after the initial injury. Hound, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Instead, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "What the hell did you do to get yourself into this mess?" He began to check the soft tissues, using forceps to pick out the tiny bone fragments. All of a sudden, Hound froze in utter astonishment. What in the world is going on? He couldn't believe his eyes, as he saw the fragments reattaching themselves to the bone. But then he realized a truth that was even more horrifying. No, that wasn't it. Those fragments were automatically finding their way back to their original positions. Hound stood frozen before the inhuman regenerative ability of the person on the operating table. Outside the surgery room, Kang Dante was waiting anxiously on a long bench. Seeing the door open, he shot to his feet. "Is the surgery over already?" Hound loomed in the doorway, carrying an unconscious number 182 on his shoulder, his face filled with murderous intent. He glared at Kang Dante and growled, You bastard! You got a death wish? You've got some serious nerve. How dare you lie to me and make me go save some prisoner, huh? Kang Dante froze, cold sweat trickling down his face as he realized his lie had been completely exposed. Kang Dante lunged forward in a panic when he saw Hound carrying number 182 with ill intent. Wait a minute. Doctor, what are you doing? The doctor roared in fury. Get the hell out of my way. I'm gonna toss this thing out and be done with it. Kang Dante froze, cold sweat trickling down his face as he realized his lie had been completely exposed. His mind raced. How could he know that? Did number 182 let it slip? No. Right now, he isn't even capable of talking. Kang Dante was horrified to realize an even more terrifying truth. Or maybe, he recognized that number 182 had been here before. It's over. Hound violently threw number 182 onto the cracked floor and snarled, A.P.E. Teacher, my ass. You think I could be mistaken? With this kind of talent, what kind of teacher are we talking about? Seeing number 182 thrown to the ground like a rag doll, Kang Dante couldn't contain his rage and yelled, Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? No matter what, a doctor shouldn't be allowed to treat a patient like that. This is way out of line. Immediately, Hound roughly grabbed Dante by the collar, forcing him to face his murderous aura. He roared, You're the one who's out of line. Who the hell are you? Are you really a teacher? Kang Dante trembled but still tried to hold his ground. Yes, that's what I am. Hound pressed him, full of suspicion. If that's the case, then why are you with a prisoner? Kang Dante glanced toward number 182 and replied firmly, He has saved me many times. He's someone I can put my trust in. Even in this chaotic pit, a little trust still remained. Hearing this, Hound let out a crazed and sarcastic laugh. Trust? Haven't you tasted the horrors of this place yet? Or have you just lost your damn mind? Kang Dante gritted his teeth. He secretly understood all too well what kind of hell this place truly was, a place where people like Lai Chi and Rambutan had met their tragic ends. Kang Dante looked the doctor straight in the eye and said in a low voice, That's exactly why I have to be as careful as possible when deciding who is truly worthy of my trust. Because I can't accomplish anything on my own. You need help too, don't you? Are you planning to just hide away in here for the rest of your life? Hound looked at his own red-stained hands and coldly admitted, Yeah, that's the plan. From the people locked up here to the prisoners, I don't trust a single one of them. You'd be better off choosing to live that way too. It's better than wandering around out there and dying in a ditch. Anyway, he looked at Kang Dante and made a surprising offer. Just stay here. If you want shelter, I'll give you a corner. Your safety will be absolutely guaranteed. Of course, Hound coldly affirmed that trusting a prisoner was something that would never happen. He looked at number 182 with contempt and told Kang Dante to use his head and think things through, instead of rushing headlong to his death. In Dante's mind, warnings from his past about being too slow and foolish resurfaced like a haunting ghost, reminding him of his irreversible mistakes. Immediately after, their escape from the hospital proved to be an extreme struggle. Kang Dante had to strain to carry number 182 on his back, struggling up a steep, blood-soaked slope. He panted and asked resentfully, What the hell did you do to make that old doctor find out? Couldn't you have just laid still for a minute? Number 182 weakly replied that he hadn't done anything, causing Kang Dante to just yell in disbelief. Number 182 insisted he was innocent, but then he accidentally let some drool fall onto Kang Dante's head. He screamed in disgust. So gross, is that your drool? Kang Dante cursed that it was because of number 182's troublemaking that the doctor flew into a rage and caused a scene, but his companion stubbornly denied it. Furious, Kang Dante shouted, Just shut your mouth. Suddenly, Kang Dante's foot slipped, and they both tumbled down the steep slope, crashing painfully against sharp rocks. Lying flat on the ground, Kang Dante complained about the misery of the hospital being built on such a ridiculous slope. He wheezed, wanting to throw off the burden on his shoulders because he didn't have the strength to go on. Kang Dante cried out in frustration. Oh God, I'm about to pass out here. He blamed number 182 for not looking at their current situation and for not cooperating at all, especially when he had gone through so much trouble to escape the hospital just for his sake. Kang Dante bitterly realized that his cautious decision had ultimately led him down a foolish path. Hey, young man. The voice cut through Kang Dante's delirium as he lay on the ground. The old woman from the dumpling village and her giant subordinate suddenly appeared on the slope, which was stained with dark red streaks. She looked at the two disheveled figures and asked, What are you two doing in this area? Kang Dante was stunned to see his saviors. The group quickly moved to a rundown inn called the Mongol Hotel to take refuge. There, the giant carefully laid number 182 on the bed, under Kang Dante's worried gaze. The old woman began to scold them angrily. I warned you so many times, and yet you kids still rushed in. Kang Dante could only bow his head in apology. The old woman looked at the motionless number 182 with pity. Just look at this pathetic state. He was a perfectly healthy person, and now he can't even walk on his own. What in the world did you two face? Her gaze fell on number 182's stark white bandaged arm. She asked suspiciously. Or, were you taken away to receive treatment? Kang Dante hesitated. No, ma'am. He was in the middle of treatment, but it wasn't finished. But as he looked closely at number 182's arm, he was shocked to discover a miraculous change. Huh? Now that you mention it, all the swollen spots have gone down, and it's bandaged so carefully and neatly too. An image of Dr. Hound's lonely silhouette flashed through his mind. Kang Dante wondered to himself, what is with that doctor? Does this mean the treatment is complete? How on earth did he do that? The old woman revealed in a low voice, normally, Hound, and would absolutely never agree to treat any prisoner. Kang Dante asked curiously, it seems you know a lot about Dr. Hound, don't you? He turned to question the old woman. Why did you hide the fact that there was a doctor there? And what's all this about a demon king's castle? I didn't think he was as ferocious as the rumors say. He even showed us the way out. The rumors are just an exaggeration. He seemed pretty chill when we met him. The old woman sighed, her eyes gazing into the distance, full of hidden sorrow. We simply didn't want the prisoners to bother him, that's all. We never intended to deceive you, but that's a story from a long, long time ago. Back when that place was still open and operating as a real hospital, Kang Dante silently understood that this FOG land was nothing more than a giant garbage dump for the useless dregs abandoned by society. Having a medical facility here was truly an extravagance, and yet, Noah Medical Center was once a place that brought together people with truly kind hearts. Even though the residents of Fogland were all savages, filthy, and despicable, those doctors still dedicatedly cared for and treated them with the utmost attention, without a hint of prejudice. They didn't see the ragged exteriors. They saw the life within each person. It was that sincerity that gradually changed the nature of the people in this village. Cheerful shouts echoed in the old woman's memory. Hey, did you bring dumplings as a gift again? These were just steamed. They're still piping hot, Director. The director smiled kindly and called inside. Hound. That was what they called Hound back then. Come here, quick. Come eat the dumplings while they're hot. Back then, Hound was just a young man, leaning back exhaustedly in his chair after long surgeries. Oh my goodness, you just had surgery and you're not even fully healed, yet you're already making dumplings? You're so stubborn. You know that? You never listened to the doctor. Well, I just felt so grateful. I wanted to find a small way to repay you. We have plenty of food and drinks at the hospital, you know. I know that's true. But still, all of you came from the outside world. You must be used to all sorts of delicacies. How have you been lately? Are your movements more flexible now? Of course they are. It all depends on which doctor's skilled hands performed my surgery, doesn't it? Look, see how well I made these dumplings? Seeing that innocent smile, Hound let out a small, satisfied smile of his own. At that time, the outcasts truly felt like they were being treated as human beings. To repay that kindness, some brought food to share, others gathered scrap metal as gifts, and a few foolish souls even brought precious FOG crystals to offer the doctors. The FOG mist began to gradually accumulate inside the hospital, and that was the precise origin of the disaster. Fueled by the bottomless greed of those who wanted to seize the FOG, a brutal massacre took place in the very spot that was once a symbol of humanity. By the time the villagers discovered what had happened, the sun was already rising. They cried out in shock, "Doctor! Doctor, lie!" But the only response was a deathly silence. The old woman was horrified when she saw the gruesome scene and ordered a check of the patient rooms, but they were all empty. The prisoners had vanished without a trace. The old woman realized with bitterness that this was surely the work of the prisoners being treated here. Those ungrateful animals bit the hand that fed them, cruelly turning on the very people who saved their lives. In desperation, she pleaded with everyone to search for survivors. And finally, they found Hound. He was lying there in a truly pitiful state. The villagers rushed to find cloth to stop the bleeding, their only hope being to save him at all costs. But Hound tremblingly pushed them away. "Don't touch me. Get away from me. It's useless to save me," he screamed in agony. "Get out of my sight, you vicious demons." His mind and spirit had been completely shattered into a million pieces. The old woman admitted sorrowfully that in the end, there was nothing they could do to help him, and his condition has remained that way ever since. Hearing this, a shocked Kang Dante asked, "But in that condition, how could he have possibly survived?" The old woman explained in a low voice that it was because he had been exposed to the FOG. He escaped death only to get stuck on a harder level. Although it's unclear what kind of strange power he received, in the end, Hound managed to overcome death and survive on his own. He struggled so hard to cling to life, only to be forced to endure a suffering worse than death itself. Within the gloomy and lonely hospital building, Hound is now just a shadow of his former self. He sits silently amidst a pile of old, rusty cans, quietly scooping spoonfuls of food in the darkness. His eyes are lifeless, filled with a hatred and a wound that will never heal. In a memory of those rare, peaceful days at the hospital, the doctors are sharing a simple meal of steamed buns. One of them remarked softly, "For food made from leftovers, this actually tastes pretty good, huh? Don't call it garbage." I heard they carefully sorted through it to pick out the good ingredients to cook with. The head doctor, wearing glasses, calmly reminded him, "Everything is scarce here. For them to do this shows how much they care. You should watch what you say, or you might hurt the patient's feelings if they overhear you." Hound just sighed softly. He wasn't used to such genuine sounds after his long time in prison, and wondered why they had to put on such a pointless display. His gaze shifted to the brightly glowing pile of blue mist, stacked like a mountain in the corner of the room. The conversation turned to the mysterious nature of the FOG. One doctor wondered, "They say it creates an incredible amount of energy when it activates. What is it about this fog that has everyone so crazy for it?" His colleague could only shake his head, since even the scientists were still struggling to understand it. They wondered why that pile of fog wasn't cleared away, and worried that the obsessed inmates out there would cause trouble. Outside the window, a figure in a gas mask silently passed by. A doctor clicked his tongue. "Why should we worry ourselves with all that? It's the International Alliance's responsibility. They must have a plan." The peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the urgent blare of an alarm. A voice screamed over the loudspeaker, "Emergency alert! Emergency alert! A patient is in critical condition." A doctor frantically ran down the hall toward room 203. A sharp voice shouted, "What's his pulse?" A panicked nurse reported, "It's very weak. It's dropped below 40. The head doctor ordered urgently, "Increase the dopamine dose. Now." Looking at the patient who was now beyond saving, Hound asked blankly, "Is there any chance for this case? I'm afraid the equipment here isn't advanced enough to handle this." The statement sent the chief doctor into a blind rage. He roared, "What did you just say? The patient is still hanging on by a thread right in front of us. We have to fight until the very last second, no matter what. We can't waste another moment." He gave the order, "Hound, follow me to the E.R. You'll be my main assistant for this surgery." The doors to the operating room slammed shut. Inside, a breathtaking battle for life was unfolding. The excessive blood loss was turning the situation into absolute chaos. The surgical team reported in a panic, "There's too much bleeding. We're on the last bag of blood. Keep suctioning." "I can't see anything in there." The hospital director gritted his teeth, helpless. "We're completely screwed. It's a total mess in here. Am I supposed to find the blood vessel with psychic powers?" "It's right here, sir. The facial artery is in this position." The director's eyes widened in sheer astonishment at his young partner's genius-level observational skills. Thanks to the timely intervention, the vital signs on the monitor gradually began to stabilize. The surgery, which had started in the early morning, finally concluded successfully as the sun began to set. The director let out a sigh of relief. "Wow, I can't believe the sun has already set. I've never encountered a case this complicated in my entire life." "You worked hard," Hound replied softly. "You also gave it your all, sir." The director was still baffled. "But how on earth were you able to pinpoint those blood vessels so well? The muscle tissue was so damaged it was completely deformed," Hound calmly explained. "I managed to observe it in the brief moment before the bleeding got too heavy." His incredible focus made his senior colleague exclaim in admiration, "Regardless, your ability to concentrate is astonishing. You never cease to amaze me." Hound bowed his head, apologizing for having clamped the vessel without permission. But the old man just smiled kindly. "In a life-or-death situation like that, it's nothing to worry about. Besides, you were my surgical partner today. You just saved a person's life. Whew, that was close. That patient almost got the better of us." The old man looked at Hound with eyes full of hope. "That's why you must never give up so easily in the future, because you are destined to become an outstanding doctor." However, the scene suddenly shifted to a brutal reality. In the darkness of the hospital corridor, a horrifying sight appeared. The patient who had just been saved had transformed into a monster, casually dragging the kind director's corpse across the floor. A young Hound witnessed it all, completely shattered, tears streaming down his face as he realized the bitter truth. "You again. How long are you going to play this lingering ghost, trying to seal away my life?" The perpetrator approached, forcing him to face the cruel reality. He whispered hauntingly into the prison that was his body. "So, isn't this what you wanted? For me to understand?" He squeezed Hound's face tightly, letting the dark red stains run down in a silent challenge. This punishment, called life, Hound had survived, but his soul was forever trapped in that horrific night. Back in the present, Hound sat alone in a dark, garbage-strewn room, his face a web of stitched scars, and whispered bitterly, "This life." The painful memories relentlessly tormented the poor doctor. Outside, 182 was sprawled on the ground, looking utterly exhausted, and mumbled, "How foolish." Kang Dante looked at his companion with weary resignation, wondering where on earth they were supposed to get food right now. Yet, 182 casually gave an order, "Tell them to bring dumplings." Kang Dante could only sigh at the other's thoughtlessness. Kang Dante turned to the old village chief. He's just locked himself away like that for 2 whole years, without setting foot outside? After receiving a nod of confirmation, he asked in disbelief, "Then, how does he stay alive?" The old woman replied in a low voice, "I hear there's plenty of good food in the hospital." Even if there was a lot, it would all be gone after 2 long years. Kang Dante tried to persuade Elder Mong to find a way to reconcile with Dr. Hound, given their previously deep bond. But the old woman just replied bitterly, "What bond? We're strangers now. Don't go getting any ideas." She asserted that Hound only treated people from other places, and there was nothing more the villagers could do to interfere. Legos asked in alarm if Hound's personality had changed, but Elder Mong snapped at him to be quiet, because she believed Hound was using this as a way to punish all of them, and it was best to just let him do what he wanted. Kang Dante mulled over the word punishment and recalled the doctor's indifferent attitude, as if he wanted to hide from the world forever. He found it hard to understand someone who wouldn't look for a way out, no matter the situation. Glancing at 182, who was lying flat on the bed, Kang Dante calculated that he needed this guy's strength and information to survive, rather than letting him throw his life away so senselessly. He angrily scolded 182 for his rude attitude that had enraged the doctor, and demanded that he show some gratitude to the person who saved him and take the initiative to apologize and make peace. But 182 just tiredly asked, "What was that?" which only made Kang Dante even more furious. Kang Dante yelled, blaming him for bringing up the same old story over and over and criticizing the doctor's bizarre behavior. Suddenly, 182 looked at him with melancholic eyes and said something that left Kang Dante speechless. "I'm a patient too, you know. Who's going to cure me of this personality?" As night fell, Kang Dante silently watched the sweet potato soaking in a glass of water by the window. For the first time, he noticed a different feeling hiding behind 182's grumpy exterior. He realized the guy wasn't truly as angry as his words suggested, but was actually deeply hurt. Lying in bed, Kang Dante came to understand that 182 had been revealing a lot, for a long time, all hidden behind that thorny and unapproachable facade. Adolescents often use frustration and anger to cover up everything else. You could call it a lack of honesty with themselves, but it's really because they can't define the true name for each of their emotions, using it as a way to vent an anger that carries hidden names. It is a sense of loss, of shame, or of anxiety, and sometimes it's the torment of a guilty conscience over the ruins of the past. Kang Dante thought to himself, most conflicts arise between people. If we could just call each emotion by its true name, everything could be resolved. Under the quiet moonlight, the sweet potato lay silently in the glass of water, waiting for a new beginning as dawn broke over Snow Dumpling Village. The weather today was unusually beautiful, with warm sunshine blanketing the bustling village. The prisoners took the opportunity to enjoy it. One even dreamed of a plate of dumplings with a few cups of wine to celebrate after scavenging a little fog. However, the cheerful atmosphere was abruptly shattered when the prisoner with the man bun was bumped into by a giant shadow. He snapped, "Hey, that hurts, you know," but he was immediately silenced when he came face to face with the terrifying entity. "If that were me, I'd just decide to become an introvert from now on." The stranger retorted coldly, "Are your eyes just for decoration? Watch where you're going, unless you want to blame bad luck later." Behind his iron mask, his sharp blue eyes glowed with a murderous aura. The dry sound of heavy footsteps echoed as the Bone Eater loomed into view, a specter of destruction, sowing terror among everyone in the marketplace. Steam from freshly made, piping hot dumplings filled the dark kitchen. As Mong arranged the plump, white pastries, she told Legos to go check if the kid with the glasses was awake so they could get breakfast ready. She thought to herself that Kang Dante must be famished from the night before, and her heart grew heavy with remorse for her harsh treatment of him the previous day. Legos looked at the old woman and thought with a sigh that he was clearly just a kid, practically fainting from hunger, yet they had been far too strict with him. Just as the old woman handed the bag to Legos, a man rushed in frantically, his face contorted in fear, screaming, "Something terrible has happened." He frantically delivered the terrible news. "It's the Bone Eater, that butcher, En Shuang, has dragged his carcass into our village." Seeing the old woman's bewilderment, the man stressed, "He's a notorious monster, a depraved bastard who eats his own kind." Upon hearing this, Legos flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table, ready to summon the village guard and put an end to the intruder at once. But Mong quickly stopped him. "Calm yourself, Legos. If you cause a scene now, we are the only ones who will suffer for it." She opted for a risky, yet cunning, move. "Settle down now. Go and cordially invite our guest in for a drink and a snack." The old woman vowed to herself that she wouldn't let any of the villagers get hurt. Meanwhile, back at the shelter, Kang Dante stretched and woke from a long slumber, feeling completely refreshed. "How long has it been since I've had such a refreshing sleep?" A pang of hunger hit him, followed by the discomfort of his own sweaty smell. But Kang Dante's attention was quickly captured by number 182, who was sleeping soundly in the bed next to him. He wondered in amazement, is he really fast asleep? Kang Dante suddenly realized that he'd never once seen 182 get a decent sleep. The guy was always on alert, like a wild beast, sometimes nodding off mid-stride, other times sleeping with his eyes wide open or slumped in a sitting position. And yet, today, 182 was out cold, completely letting his guard down. Worried, Kang Dante reached over to check on him, thinking, "Hey, buddy, don't tell me you actually croaked in your sleep." When he saw that 182 was still breathing, he sighed in relief, realizing that deep down, the guy was just a regular person after all. In the silence of the room, the heavy footsteps of someone slowly drew near. Kang Dante tiptoed to the door, cracked it open, and politely called out, "Ahem. Excuse me, the dumpling master? May I use the washroom for a moment?" But the moment he glanced out at the market, Kang Dante's eyes flew wide with terror. Before him, a hulking giant of a man stood towering over the chaotic crowd. A cold sweat ran down his forehead as Kang Dante gasped. What in the world is happening? That guy. He instantly recognized that familiar figure. It was the same bastard from when the riot broke out. This whole situation feels awfully familiar. It's gotta be that walking bad luck charm from back then. Staring at the man's broad back and his iron mask, Kang Dante trembled as he thought, that build, that mask. This guy is definitely someone you don't mess with. Don't tell me he tracked me all the way to this remote corner just to kill me. Suddenly, he noticed an old photograph in the giant's hand. It showed a young, white-haired child in shackles. The man coldly demanded of the old village leader, "Have you ever seen his face?" Kang Dante froze, realizing the person in the photograph was number 182. That's number 182. His heart pounded in his chest. He knew the situation was getting out of hand and thought to himself, this is not good. I need to get this guy, number 182, out of here, right now. Faced with the harsh interrogation, the old village leader simply replied with composure, "I know nothing about this person." The giant started to lose his patience, drool dripping from his mouth as he mumbled about his ravenous hunger. "Is that how it is? I'm so hungry I could just pass out. What am I going to do? Where is my feast?" He glared at the old woman, his eyes burning with a murderous light as he threatened her in a low growl. "I know perfectly well he's hiding somewhere in this village. The punk I crossed paths with is around here. Now, if you know what's good for you, you'll hand him over. Otherwise, I'll make you the main course instead." He rubbed his rumbling stomach and muttered coldly, "I suppose I'll have to find a little appetizer first. Now, who should I eat?" The surrounding crowd fell deathly silent. No one dared even breathe in the presence of this monster. Hidden behind a wall, Dante was shaking like a leaf. Eat someone? He's going to do it right here? Just as the tension was about to break, the old village leader surprisingly stepped forward. "Hold on. Sir, would you like to taste some of my dumplings?" The bone-eater glanced down contemptuously, assuming he couldn't possibly stomach such a low-class dish, but the old woman insisted, promising that their flavor was anything but common. She would prepare her most exquisite, top-quality dumplings for him. She was even willing to stake her own life on them. "Give them a try. If they're not to your liking, you can eat me instead. That's the deal." The whole village went pale with fear, but the old woman just smiled, full of confidence in her famous dumplings. Kang Dante watched the whole scene, completely aghast. This is crazy. Everything has gone completely haywire. He took off, sprinting down the dark corridor, his mind reeling from the old woman's incredible sacrifice. Kang Dante knew perfectly well those dumplings were made from scraps and garbage. There was no way they could be considered a delicacy fit for that monster. He burst into the room, furious to find his companion still dead to the world. "It's all over, man. How can you be so oblivious, sleeping like a rock when everything is on fire?" He lunged forward and shook him hard. "Wake up, for crying out loud." Number 182 shot awake, his eyes blazing. The piercing blue gaze, full of killing intent, suddenly snapped open, causing Kang Dante to freeze on the spot. In a flash, 182 leaped up and slammed Kang Dante to the floor. Kang Dante could only gasp in shock before he was completely subdued by his opponent's overwhelming power. Number 182 stared down at him, his cold breath hanging in the still air. Kang Dante asked with concern, "What's the matter? Were you having a nightmare?" He noticed that 182's arm, the one in the cast, was trembling nonstop, so he asked if he was still feeling a lot of discomfort. 182 coolly replied that it was nothing, but Kang Dante was still suspicious, thinking, when is it ever just nothing? Looking at his companion's worn-out state, Kang Dante hesitated before asking if he could even walk. "Try to stand up. Let's see," he said. "Geez, how are we supposed to support each other when you're this weak?" Number 182 managed to stand on his shaky, trembling legs, then asked sarcastically, "There, are you satisfied?" Seeing 182 struggling to stand, Kang Dante clicked his tongue. What a pain. But just then, his eyes hardened with determination. Kang Dante told himself, If this was how things were, he had to make a decisive choice. Kang Dante looked 182 straight in the eye and asked if he could escape the village on his own. He warned him that some big shots had sniffed them out and were hunting him down, so they had to get out of there immediately. To 182's surprise, Kang Dante told him to go on alone because he had somewhere he had to be. Kang Dante instructed him, "I'll meet you at the entrance to Dumpling Village. Climb through that window so no one sees you." He even thoughtfully reminded him to leave any heavy luggage behind, saying he'd clean it up later. But 182 looked at him, his eyes blazing with suspicion, and demanded, "Why?" 182 growled, "You're planning to ditch me and leave me behind again, just like last time, aren't you?" Kang Dante was startled and quickly denied it. He insisted that this was all to save 182's life. Kang Dante silently picked up the luggage and started walking. He confessed that his past mistakes were because he didn't understand, not realizing that 182 wasn't a bad person after all. Kang Dante admitted, "I never thought I'd end up owing you my life like this." He brought up the philosophy of gratitude that 182 had once spoken of, stating that the owner of Dumpling Village was now in danger because of them, and he couldn't just ignore it. Kang Dante firmly told 182 to get to safety first, while he would stay and hold his ground. Meanwhile, in the kitchen of the dumpling shop, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. A shout rang out, "Bring me all the finest cuts of meat." Right away, the village elder was frantically kneading dough and preparing ingredients at a dizzying speed. She asked about the remaining vegetables and was told they only had onions and carrots left. As the village held its breath waiting for the masterpiece dish, Kang Dante had already scaled the towering walls. He was in a full-blown race against time. The sound of his frantic footsteps mixed with his heavy, ragged breathing in the gloomy fog. The village elder watched Kang Dante's retreating figure with worry and warned, "You're planning to face it all by yourself? You'll be wiped out in an instant." Ignoring her warning, Kang Dante hauled the luggage and ran for his life down a road stained with dark red, heading towards the hospital. He desperately screamed the doctor's name. There was no time for pride now. Kang Dante believed that only with the help of that eccentric doctor could they salvage the situation. Meanwhile, back in the break room, number 182 was standing quietly by the window, but he had no intention of just sitting around and waiting to die. Number 182 began preparing for his own battle with terrifying focus. He used his teeth to rip open his bandages to secure his wounds. His hands, covered in stitches, were still shaking violently from the surgery. 182 silently knelt down and rummaged through the black luggage Kang Dante had left behind. He pulled out a sharp military dagger. Its sleek black blade reflected the coldness of a true assassin. 182's face was now wild and fiercely determined. He bit down hard on a piece of cloth to stifle the pain, his white bandaged hand gripping the dagger's hilt tightly. In a dark room belonging to the hunting dog gang, Hound glared at Qasim and demanded, "I heard you leaked the data on 182 to that bone-eater guy. Is that true?" Qasim casually replied, "Wasn't he the one who came looking for it?" Hound gave a sarcastic smirk about the fat profit the broker must have made from this betrayal. Qasim sighed wearily. "You think it was that easy? Take a good look. I only did it because I wanted to save my own skin." Suddenly, Hound lunged forward, grabbed Qasim by the collar, and roared, "You'd sell out information just for a little cut on your ear?" Hound's rage peaked. He shoved his face close to Qasim's and threatened, "Make a choice. You want to lose your nose or your eyes first? To make me happy?" Qasim trembled, pleading with Hound to calm down and respect the rules of the information broker world. He explained that Bone Eater was the one who broke the rules first. He turned everything upside down. Qasim screamed resentfully in his face, "What do you take us info brokers for, huh?" Hound slammed Qasim down on the table and growled, "You think I act without thinking things through?" He stared intently at Qasim, demanding to know how much the broker really knew about Bone Eater's abilities, besides that freakishly long tongue everyone knows about. Qasim suddenly broke into a sinister smile. "Humph, is that all you think there is? I heard he was supposed to be ferocious, so why's he all talk?" As Hound stood there stunned, the surrounding underlings started gossiping about the strength of his tongue muscles, comparing them to an anaconda, or that the acid in Bone Eater's mouth is even stronger than sulfuric acid. Qasim scoffed, asserting that no one really knew the truth. He revealed that after tasting his ear, Bone Eater had muttered something about the warm flavor of the Latin American seas, which was where Qasim's coastal ancestors were from. Hound was stunned, realizing that monster possessed a terrifying power far beyond anything he had imagined. Bone Eater's true power is his ability to gather extreme amounts of data through his sense of taste. Qasim claimed that all the information on 182 that Hound desperately wanted, Bone Eater could easily dig up just by tasting something. Hound was shocked to realize that Qasim had intentionally let the information fall into the enemy's hands as part of a much deeper plan. The underlings couldn't help but be amazed by the broker's calculations, but Hound immediately dismissed it, afraid that Bone Eater would devour their target before he could make his move. Hound gritted his teeth in fury. His eyes blazed with killing intent as he swore he would torture his enemies until they begged for death, and then he would personally send them on their way. Qasim spoke up to calm his opponent's rage. "Don't worry so much, Hound. It's still salvageable. I've already planted eyes and ears on Bone Eater's side." He revealed that they weren't just ordinary informants, but an entire elite mercenary squad from Sector D, a fully armed combat team, secretly tracking Bone Eater's every move. Meanwhile, in Dumpling Village, a mountain of steaming hot buns was presented before the butcher. Mong earnestly offered a gift of 10 special Mong buns. "These are made from the finest ingredients in our village. Please, enjoy them." Bone Eater let out a soft, questioning He began to remove the iron lock, protecting his mouth, revealing a disgustingly long tongue that was constantly drooling. Under the worried gazes of the old woman and Legos, Bone Eater used his grotesque tongue to lick all over the pile of buns. His eyes suddenly glowed with a crazy blue light as he activated his special tasting ability. After a moment of tasting, he delivered a cold verdict that stunned everyone. "This is all garbage." The old woman was shocked, unable to believe the harsh rejection she'd just heard. The old woman protested resentfully. "How can you judge it just by touching it with the tip of your tongue? At least try eating it properly." But Shigu knew exactly where every part of the meal came from. The meat was from yesterday, the carrots and onions were salvaged from a donation bin, and the rest tasted no better than pig slop. He told her to cut the act. "Carrots and onions from the trash? And you call this a specialty? It's all just garbage. You really don't get it. Saying something like that? I once had to endure hunger for so many days and months." The village chief recounted her harsh past, about the 10 long years she spent as a vagrant on the streets, a place where stealing from others just to fill your stomach was a common occurrence. The memory returned to a bitterly cold winter, when the village chief was just a starving child, running for her life with a bag of steamed buns she had just stolen. Despite the angry shouts chasing after her, "It's just a steamed bun. Why are you making such a big deal? Cursing me out like this? Today must be my unlucky day." But instead of a beating, the woman who had been chasing her gently handed the village chief another bag of food and said, "Here, take this and eat." The steamed bun that day was truly warm, and it was the most wonderful gift the village chief had ever received in her life. The village chief ate while crying, overwhelmed with emotion, and from then on, she resolved to give that same warmth to others. The chief believed that if both the body and soul were warmed, all wicked thoughts would naturally disappear. Back in the present, Shigu's eyes gleamed with madness, but Meng still spoke gently. "Why don't you try one?" His disgusting, long tongue suddenly shot out, wrapping tightly around the bag of buns in the old woman's hand. Shigu whispered chillingly, "I'm also curious what it would taste like. This head shaped like a steamed bun." Old Lady Meng's wooden clogs fell to the ground as her body was lifted into the air by the monstrous tongue, much to the horror of the villagers. Shigu opened his fang-filled mouth wide, preparing to swallow the poor old woman whole. In that life-or-death moment, Old Lady Meng could only shut her eyes and sob. A belated apology flashed through her mind. "This is really the end. In the end, I've disappointed you once again. I'm truly sorry, Doctor." At the same time, Kang Dante was sprinting to the hospital. He burst into the main hall and screamed, "Hound!" All the color had drained from Kang Dante's face. He panicked, telling himself, "This is bad. This is so bad. Old Lady Meng is in grave danger." Kang Dante urgently reported the appearance of the crazed enforcer who was demanding to eat everyone in the village. He looked around the dark, deserted hospital and continued to shout in desperation, "Where is Hound?" Kang Dante stood alone in the ruined hallway, his breath coming in ragged gasps as darkness slowly enveloped him. "I know you're hiding in here." He confronted Hound, asking why he would treat Old Lady Meng so cruelly when, for the past 2 years, it was her steamed buns that had kept him alive. Kang Dante recalled the memory of the day he was cast out. He had happened to see Old Lady Meng quietly placing a bag of steamed buns right in front of the hospital gate, afraid that Hound would starve to death. With her disabled hands, she never rested for a single day, just to secretly care for the one who had abandoned her. Kang Dante roared with indignation. "The only reason you're still alive and kicking is because of her damn buns. Stop being so ungrateful." He left one last message before leaving. "It's your call." Kang Dante trudged out of the hospital, having already found his own clear answer. "From my perspective, the real traitor isn't the villagers. It's you. And with that, I'm tapping out of this conversation." He left the choice to the strange doctor and headed back. At the same time, a riot erupted in the Dumpling Village. They were no longer submissive villagers. The entire village, armed with weapons, charged forward with a deafening roar. "Charge! Save Old Lady Meng!" Old Lady Meng was trapped in Shigu's deadly mouth, her face pale with pain. Seeing the critical situation, the village giant roared, telling everyone to stop because it was too dangerous. Then he himself brandished a knife and charged forward in a frenzy to rescue the old woman. Shigu's minions fought back ferociously, growling, "Who dares cause trouble on our boss's turf?" These fools. The weak villagers were quickly struck down and brutally tortured. Witnessing this scene, old lady Meng sobbed and begged everyone to stop. She was willing to sacrifice herself, to be eaten obediently, just to save the villagers. But Shigu was not yet satisfied. He held up the picture of a shackled number 182 and declared that only this person was worthy of replacing the old woman. Shigu's crazed eyes widened as he asked one final question. Where is he? Just as a choked-up old lady Meng was about to give in, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Right here, number 182 appeared, full of defiance, with his white hair and a sharp knife in his hand. He looked the monster straight in the eye and declared loudly, Looking for someone? The man himself is right here. Let's see what you've got. Kang Dante stood in the dark hospital corridor, desperately shouting the doctor's name. Kang Dante thought to himself, just as I expected, the only way to lure this doctor out is to drive him crazy with the most provocative words. He shouted into the empty space, Hound, so you really were hiding in here. You're definitely going to save her, right? Kang Dante brought up old lady Meng's kindness again, but from the darkness, Hound responded with utter contempt. That old hag who sells trash buns saved my life, you think? Stop with the touching drama. I would have been just fine without those buns. Kang Dante didn't give up, trying to sway the doctor's heart. But you understand, don't you? The village chief poured her heart and soul into them. Please, save her. If the chief really dies, aren't you afraid you'll regret it later? Hearing the word regret, Hound slowly emerged from the shadows. His face, covered in stitches, looked more terrifying than ever. He growled, Regret? You want to know what I regret most in my life? It was using these hands to save a dying prisoner. And because of that damned prisoner, dozens of my fellow doctors ended up dead. His eyes burned with hatred as he looked at Kang Dante and declared coldly, Whether those filthy prisoners live or die, I couldn't care less. Meanwhile, back at the dumpling village, the situation was hanging by a thread. Just as Shigu was about to strike a cruel blow, number 182 suddenly appeared, defiant in his orange prison uniform. He held a sharp scalpel high and declared loudly, I'm here. His presence left old lady Meng and the villagers stunned and shocked. Shigu lumbered forward, his eyes glowing with a crazed blue light upon seeing his prey deliver himself right to him. Number 182. So you finally decided to show your face, huh? 182 looked at his opponent and silently recognized him as the terrifying hunchback, the one who had single-handedly wiped out the entire hound gang without a single survivor. 182 stood tall, his eyes blazing with the determination to protect his benefactor. He threatened in a low voice, If you dare lay a single finger on the old man who sells buns, I will end you. Trying to manipulate an old person, are you? Old lady Meng shrieked in terror through her tears. He urged 182 to run, because the enemy was an extremely dangerous entity aiming right for him, but the Bone Eater had already lost his patience. He reached out with his brutal hand and a disgustingly long tongue, roaring with insane craving. A tasty morsel has arrived. Let's see just what you taste like to make me search for so long. The Bone Eater showed no mercy. His giant, repulsive tongue shot out, wrapping tightly around 182's head to perform his special tasting skill. Mong held his breath in terror, while the butcher's underlings were just as thrilled to see their boss hiss with excitement. He's tasting him. A henchman standing nearby urged him on, pen and notebook ready to take notes. What's the flavor? Bone Eater, hurry up and use your analysis skill to tell us. The Bone Eater squeezed his eyes shut, concentrating all of his senses to extract information from 182. But suddenly, his eyes flared with an unnatural blue light before he collapsed to the floor, releasing a thick blue mist that stunned everyone present. The panicked henchmen screamed, having no idea what just happened. One even feared their boss was dead and demanded he spit out the number inside him before he kicked the bucket. Mong and the villagers were frozen, completely lost by this bizarre turn of events. The henchman with the notebook approached to check and confirmed the Bone Eater was only unconscious. He angrily cursed at the useless trash for ruining the flavor assessment mission at the most critical moment. However, his gaze turned sinister as he stared at the target, thinking to himself that experiencing this sensation personally might be just as interesting. He immediately ordered his comrades to capture 182, because if their target escaped, they would be the next ones butchered to atone for their failure. The terrified prisoners screamed 182's name in despair. With horrifying speed, 182 charged through the encirclement, leaving his enemies severely wounded and collapsing one after another amidst a scene filled with gruesome streaks of red. Witnessing that overwhelming power, the old man from the dumpling village exclaimed in utter astonishment, This is unreal. Where's your usual troublemaking self? Why are you slaying so hard right now, kid? Right behind him, a guard roared, preparing a sneak attack. Yeah. He aimed straight for 182's injured right arm and smirked. Your number's up, son. Let's see you block this when I stab that mangled arm of yours. This man was crazed, willing to sacrifice himself just to take his opponent's life. But 182 was one step ahead. He kicked a falling knife, sending it plunging into his opponent's stomach. 182 stood tall amidst the horrific scene, surrounded by the bodies of those who dared to oppose him. He silently told himself that he had to stop there. Suddenly, a stranger in a mysterious black mask appeared. He was holding the old man from the dumpling village hostage, and commented, "Your swordsmanship is pretty sharp, just as the rumors said about the one who destroyed the Black Gang. I'm starting to get curious. What is your true power?" 182 lunged to attack, but the stranger dodged with practiced ease. He growled, "You should learn to let people finish talking." The black-masked man calmly explained that he wasn't with those bone-eater small fry. He was only ordered to come here to take him away. 182 pressed him. "Take me away? Where to? Did that Garuda guy send you?" The reply was a cold denial. "I've never heard that damn name. I cannot reveal the identity of my client." The strange assassin advised 182 that it would be wise to come along quietly, as this was his only chance to escape the brutal bone-eaters. He coldly stated that he didn't care how strong 182 was. With that mangled, useless arm, he had absolutely no chance of winning against the bone-eater boss. "You look like a total wreck, but you're still trying to play superhero." He sarcastically asked if 182 was dreaming. Then he declared that he had to stop this suicidal act. The assassin gave a faint smile and decided to remove his mask, revealing a face with purple hair tied in a top knot and glowing eyes. He introduced himself as a member of the Kui mercenary group, attached to the Armed Special Forces with the versatile combat codename Man-Tiger. Man-Tiger asserted that he never considered himself weaker than the useless guy knocked out on the ground, and in reality, he couldn't care less about the lives of these garbage prisoners. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Kang Dante was beginning to regret his impulsiveness. He realized this Dr. Hound was colder than he had imagined. But the fact that he agreed to treat 182 made Kang Dante believe that deep down, Hound was still a soft-hearted person. Seeing Kang Dante's silence, Hound snapped, asking if his habit of meddling in other people's business was in his blood. An aggrieved Kang Dante explained that the truth was, the Dumpling Village's miserable state was all their fault. Just a magnet for trouble. Kang Dante insisted the villagers were truly good people, but Hound just scoffed mockingly. He asked, "How long are you going to play the righteous hero? Have you already forgotten why a teacher like you got booted to this dump?" He questioned if, after everything that had happened, Kang Dante still hadn't learned a single lesson. Enraged by such coldness, Kang Dante screamed, calling Hound a bastard. He declared that to him, decent people were far more important, and challenged the doctor's fake nobility. Kang Dante criticized Hound for locking himself away in solitude. And pushing away those who want to help is a foolish thing to do. He argued that what happened at the hospital years ago wasn't the old man's fault, and asked if Hound planned to just wait here to die over some petty hatred. Hound was silent for a moment before growling, "Don't delude yourself." He revealed the real reason wasn't hatred, but an overwhelming, soul-crushing guilt for being the only one who survived. Surviving like this is its own special kind of hell. Hound stared intently at Kang Dante and concluded that he was only feeling ashamed for still having the nerve to continue breathing amidst all this wreckage. Man-Tiger introduced his versatile combat codename as Man-Tiger and asserted that he had never acknowledged himself as inferior to anyone. 182's sword clashed fiercely against the shield in his opponent's hand, creating dazzling sparks. Man-Tiger began to philosophize about the story of the spear and the shield that can block any attack, and the spear that can pierce any armor. Man-Tiger coldly declared, "If forced to choose one of the two, I would seize the power of both the spear and the shield." He simultaneously blocked 182's attack with his shield, while launching a lightning-fast counter with his sword, giving his opponent no time to react. Man-Tiger's eyes widened with madness. He claimed he was capable of channeling all his power into both sides at the same time. This wasn't merely a flexible switch, but the ability to perfectly operate both offense and defense in absolute parallel. Man-Tiger mocked that someone like 182 was only strong enough to choose between attacking or defending. He relentlessly launched feints from multiple directions, completely disorienting his opponent, then suddenly unleashed a simultaneous attack. Using both his hands and feet, he landed a thunderous kick that sent 182 flying. The powerful impact threw number 182 a great distance, smashing him through the wooden crates behind. Witnessing this, Old Man Mong and the villagers could only cry out in despair, believing that all was truly lost. Man-Tiger stood amidst the wreckage, smugly declaring that he could easily use his footwork to attack from all sides at once. However, his smile vanished when he saw 182's knife already embedded in his thigh. Man-Tiger was stunned, wondering, "Is this guy using a cheat code? How did he stab me so fast?" "Alright, fine. I'll give you credit for being so damn stubborn, kid." Man-Tiger gritted his teeth, mocking 182 for carelessly throwing away his only weapon and challenging him to see how long he could last. Man-Tiger resumed the chase, comparing 182 to a nimble, hiding eel and daring him to keep cowering in a corner. He swung his blade wildly, shouting that trash like 182 were only good for scurrying away. How long are you going to play this little ninja game? Suddenly, instead of retreating, 182 recklessly charged straight at his opponent. Mantiger was stunned by this reckless move. He stared into 182's glowing blue eyes, which were filled with determination. Mantiger roared, proclaiming that 182's fate was sealed as he unleashed a finishing blow with terrifying power. But in the next moment, sheer horror spread across Mantiger's face. He realized with a jolt that he had accidentally used his full power when his mission was explicitly not to kill the target. He asked himself in disbelief, "Is this for real?" Mantiger realized with a shock that 182 had intentionally allowed himself to be hit, taking a fatal blow just to create a single opening for a counterattack. He looked at the man gasping on the ground and shuddered. This little punk. Just what the hell kind of monster are you? Just then, the heart-wrenching scream of the old village chief rang out, "Number 182. But Mantiger quickly used his steel shield, blocking the attack with a deafening clang. He roared threateningly, "Don't any of you move. Shut your mouths and stay right where you are." Mantiger turned to look at the motionless 182 and cursed. "Is this crazy bastard trying to get us all killed?" He reminded himself of his important mission. "My orders are to bring you back alive." But as he looked closer at the gash on 182's back, Mantiger suddenly froze with suspicion. Wait, what the? He was shocked to see a strange, deep wound that had already been on 182's body. Mantiger stared at his opponent with a complicated expression. Where did this bizarre injury come from? You came into a death match with a body this messed up? He realized 182 had entered the fight already in terrible shape from the very beginning. Mantiger clicked his tongue in annoyance and roughly threw 182 over his shoulder, not caring if he lived or died. He coldly announced that the target had been dealt with. Even after fighting him directly, Mantiger still couldn't figure out 182's true abilities, as his body looked completely normal, with no signs of any mutation. But before he could take 182 away, a deep voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "This kind of taste, I've experienced it before." A familiar, infuriating flavor began to flood Gogol's mind. He remembered his dark days in prison, when a hand holding a juicy red apple was held tauntingly before his face. "Looks delicious, doesn't it? This is today's lunch menu." From the narrow slit of the iron door, a skinny, grimy arm desperately reached out, begging, "Please, give me some. Just a piece." The only response to his plea was the mocking laughter of the prisoners outside. "In your dreams, you idiot. If you want to eat, drag your own rotting corpse to the kitchen, you wretch." They looked at him like he was a lower life form, issuing a challenge. "If you've got the guts to step out of here, ha ha ha, what a pathetic little puppy." Another prisoner curiously asked who the person locked up was and received a bitter answer. "He's a newbie. The warden accidentally locked his cell door and just forgot about him, so he's been stuck in there for a whole month." Roaring laughter erupted at the poor soul's misfortune. One of them came up with a wicked idea. "My turn. Let me mess with him for a bit. Using this on him should be fun." He was holding a brightly glowing orb of mist. Inside the cell, the starving man whispered weakly, "So hungry. I can't hold on much longer." The fat prisoner held out a blackened object as bait. "Hey, kid, bet you've never seen anything this delicious in your life, huh? Want a bite?" In his hunger-induced delirium, the prisoner could only mumble, "Food, food." He lunged forward and bit into it frantically. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the dark corridor, and that was the first bitter taste of life that Gogol ever experienced. A brilliant blue energy erupted from his eyes and fanged mouth, transforming him into a terrifying entity, with blue tears streaming down his face. Back to Kang Dante. Hound stared intensely at Kang Dante and growled, "It's because you chose to be the only one to survive, and that's why you're constantly tormented by guilt, while you get to keep on living like a normal person. You're just humiliating yourself because you still have the damn nerve to breathe." Kang Dante was speechless. He thought to himself that this cruel way of rubbing salt in someone's wound was hardly a good method of persuasion. It was the same terrible way that his older brother used to treat him, he admitted bitterly. "Yeah, you're right. My colleagues died because of me." Hound screamed in tormented anguish, as if she deserved this mental torture. Images of the past flashed back, filled with the desperate cries for help from her badly injured colleagues. They tried to find a way to survive, hopeless, in the blood-stained hospital corridor. "Help me, please, help me." Meanwhile, the other prisoners could only tremble as they watched the horrific scene. The so-called judges from the world outside began to spread their insane ideology. "Scream in pain, just like when you were first born. Wake up and realize that this life is just another layer of hell." The place had become an execution ground, where no one cared who was guilty or innocent. In the torture room, the perpetrators didn't even bother to listen to a confession. leaving the sinners to suffer agonizing torture. Their rage exploded as they roared, "Don't let them think they have the right to judge us." Hound violently grabbed Dante by the collar, her face contorted with bitterness. "Everything that bastard said was damn right. This place really is hell on earth, and I'm in a position where I can't die, but I can't really live either. Can someone save me?" Even though, deep down, Hound always thought it would have been better to just die along with her colleagues. But in the end, this miserable body of mine still struggled on its own, fighting to survive. Hound recounted his haunting past. To survive, he even madly devoured the FOG in the hospital, like a lunatic. Using the gift he gained from it, he performed surgery on himself. Hound didn't hesitate to drain all the fog from the bastards who came to wreak havoc at the hospital, then used their very flesh and blood to rebuild his current body. It was with the bodies of those trashy prisoners, whom he utterly despised, that Hound managed to hold on until now. He admitted that he had survived in a humiliating and utterly filthy way, until he became a monster like this. The kind doctor, Hound, that the villagers needed. Two never really existed. Hound got right in Kang Dante's face and growled. "With a messed up face like this, where else could I go? I'd rather plant my roots in this hellhole until I die and be done with it." He declared he would bury himself in this Foglen region until death, living a miserable life no different from those twisted prisoners. And that was the destiny he had chosen for himself. Hearing the word destiny, Kang Dante was suddenly reminded of his own past with resentment. Destiny? What a load of crap. Memories surfaced of books on sweet potato farming, elementary school, science education theory, and child development psychology. In the dark room, Kang Dante's brother scoffed at the pile of materials. Elementary school. Don't tell me you want to be a grade school teacher. Kang Dante snatched the books back and yelled, "Give those back to me. What gives you the right to go through other people's things?" His brother didn't let up. He asked in disbelief if Kang Dante was actually serious, warning him that if their father found out, he'd throw a massive fit. Kang Dante gritted his teeth and shot back resentfully. "What the hell does it have to do with you? What I do is my own business. I already declared I'd decide my own life. What right do you people have to decide everything for me? It's because we're worried that we're giving you advice." He casually threw out harsh words, belittling Kang Dante's efforts. "Studying so hard just to become a glorified babysitter, little brother? That job of wrangling kids looks so lame." Kang Dante gritted his teeth, his hands clenching the file until it crumpled. Inside, he screamed about the perfectionists. Those who only worshipped flashy jobs and the garbage-tier social climbers of this society. Unable to take it anymore, Kang Dante grabbed his brother by the collar and roared, "You're all clearly monsters. Both mom and dad are exactly the same. Stop trying to control my life. I'll never become a miserable person like you people. My life. My choice. I'll forge my own path." But as he looked at the application for his teaching certificate, Kang Dante bitterly realized that even the path he'd chosen for himself had become distorted, veering away from his true desires. He told himself that standing at a podium teaching little kids was truly disgraceful, because the one in control of his mind from the very beginning had never been him. His soul felt like it was bound in chains to a brightly glowing green energy being suppressed within him. Kang Dante bitterly admitted that the teacher who had molded him was a monster from the start. Well, here we go. Time for some heavy introspection. Suddenly, Hound looked straight into Kang Dante's eyes and coldly refuted him. "You're dead wrong. That isn't a destiny you chose. It's just a burden that some trashy prisoner forced you to carry." Is Dr. Hound suddenly moonlighting as a therapist today? Kang Dante's eyes suddenly flared with a green light through his glasses as he heard the doctor's shocking words. He demanded that he open his eyes and witness this dumpling village, the only place in this hell that still retained its identity and morals, built by that old man himself. Hound screamed, torn. "So what the hell does that have to do with me? Go tell that old geezer to stop his useless charade. In a filthy place like this, what does he hope to achieve by stubbornly doing all that?" Kang Dante retorted sharply, pointing straight to the truth. "You were the one who taught him that. You taught him that even if you have to survive in this rotten pile of trash, life is still incredibly precious. You're the one who made him understand that a person must live with dignity." Kang Dante stared intently into the doctor's stunned face and delivered the final blow. His teacher was none other than you. Whoa, what a plot twist, everyone! The Dumpling Village chief knelt on the ground, making a solemn vow before Dr. Hound, that he would never allow the wretched tragedies of the past to happen ever again. The old man was determined to use his very life to transform this hell into a truly safe and peaceful village. As time passed, he would sit quietly on his porch, proudly recounting how 3 new dumpling shops had opened. Even though those people had shamelessly and unscrupulously copied his signature dumpling recipe, he would just smile kindly, telling himself he would patiently teach them with sincerity, just as he himself had once been taught. Even when faced with violent thugs who came from afar, He used belly-filling dumplings to win them over, making them leave willingly and preventing a bloody brawl by a hair's breadth. The village chief looked at his arm, covered in a web of scars. He silently vowed to protect the body the doctor had painstakingly saved, instead of letting it be covered in new wounds. He excitedly bragged to Hound that the villagers had managed to run power lines, lighting up an entire sky that had once been shrouded only in fog. He piled up mountains of dumplings right in front of the Noah Medical Center. He worried that if they were left out, they'd start to smell and go bad, so he offered to help Hound clean up and throw away the old ones. He was truly the most loyal fan in the solar system. Inside the gloomy hospital doors, the doctor's silhouette stood silently in the darkness, completely separate from the world outside. The chief kindly reminded Hound, "Doctor, don't you dare skip your meals. I won't allow you to mistreat yourself like that." Beneath the bright, warm lights of the dumpling village at night, Hound stood silently by the window with a melancholic expression, his distant gaze fixed on the prosperity he had quietly helped to build. Kang Dante was stunned by what he had just heard. He stood there silently, asking himself, who was the real teacher behind the village chief's spirit and will? A terrifying surge of energy erupted, shattering the chains that bound his pitiful soul. Kang Dante wondered in shock if the monster pulling the strings of Hound's life was some kind of malevolent force. An image of the late, kind-hearted hospital director with his warm smile appeared in his memory, a stark contrast to the brutal reality Hound was enduring. The young doctor collapsed. Hot tears streamed down a face crisscrossed with stitched scars, a portrait of heart-wrenching agony and torment. A terrifying battle erupted as the bone-eater monster charged in with overwhelming power. Mantiger was shocked to realize his opponent's strength was far beyond any of his calculations. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "That's impossible." Unwilling to confront the bone-eater, he intended to grab 182 and make a quick escape, but one of his legs was already wrapped tightly in the bone-eater's long tongue. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground, pulling 182 down with him. He was stunned as he recognized the terrifying entity before him. "This isn't the same bone-eater I fought in the outside world." In the chaos, Mantiger roared possessively, "Don't touch him, you bastard. He's mine." He furiously swung his sword, slashing hard at the giant, coiling tongue, only to realize with horror that his sharp blade was completely useless. Mantiger screamed in utter rage. He tried to deny his own weakness. "A blade this sharp can't even cut its tongue? You've got to be kidding me." But the monstrous tongue suddenly coiled tightly around Mantiger's body, squeezing hard, suffocating him, and making him feel the severe damage inside his chest. He only had time to let out a pained "gah" as he was lifted into the air. Mantiger fell into complete despair when he saw his opponent was completely unharmed. "That's impossible. Not even a scratch?" He screamed in utter shock, realizing the brutal reality. "This is bad. This thing isn't the normal type I usually run into out there." The monster, its eyes glowing with a bright blue light, let out an earth-shattering roar, emitting a deadly mist. By now, number 182 had collapsed. Just as the Grim Reaper drew near, Elder Mongo suddenly rushed out, spreading her arms to shield him and shouting, "Legos, get number 182 and run, now!" The old woman looked at Legos with determined eyes and warned, "Sir, please be very careful." Legos gritted his teeth and urged them on desperately. "Just run already." The bone-eater roared in fury, not understanding why these insects dared to block its path and try to steal its delicious prey. It shrieked, demanding they all offer up their lives to satisfy its hunger. At that moment, despite his severe injuries, number 182 charged straight into the monster's mouth to shield the village elder. Elder Mongo shrieked the boy's name in despair as she saw the monster clamp down on him. Even Mantiger was stunned by this act. He figured 182 must have gone completely insane, offering himself up as food. The old woman sobbed, heartbroken that the villagers had risked their lives to protect him, and yet he pulled a crazy stunt like this. But in his hazy mind, 182 had only one single intention. He had to repay the villagers for the kindness of the steamed buns with his own life. The old woman sobbed, calling 182 a fool, while the bone-eater began to crush his body between its cold, sharp teeth. It believed this was the exquisite flavor it had been searching for, a gift from God sent to pull it from its endless hunger. However, its excitement soon turned to confusion when it realized something strange. The body of 182 was unbelievably tough. The bone-eater was horrified. No matter how much it chewed, it couldn't tear off a single piece of his flesh. It began to feel fear as its jaw muscles went numb, trembling violently from the strain until it couldn't move them anymore. In the very moment the monster was struggling helplessly, Hound suddenly appeared from above like the Grim Reaper. With a cold face crisscrossed with stitches, he plunged his surgical scissors straight into the bone-eater's face, making it shriek in pain. While the villagers could only gape in horror, Elder Mongo sobbed as she looked at the savior who had just appeared and uttered, "Wait, hello? Has Hound joined the chat?" Mantiger was frozen by this insane power, wondering in shock. What the hell kind of monster is that kid? This time, Mantiger was officially traumatized. Amidst the rubble, 182 staggered to his feet, his face covered in injuries. Hound looked at the wound on 182's arm and grumbled. I went to all the trouble of putting that arm together for you, and you dare to wreck it like this? Damn it, it's a real eyesore. He roughly snapped 182's arm back into place, scolding him, you idiot. Elder Mongo choked out Hound's name. Why are you here? Hound looked at 182's tattered state and demanded to know. What's with this ragged appearance? He clicked his tongue in annoyance. This village is seriously unstable. Why is there trouble everywhere I go? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned and, with incredible speed, plunged the scissors into the Bone Eater's body. Elder Mongo was still in shock. She looked at the doctor and whispered softly, Doctor. Elder Mongo gazed at the doctor's back, tears streaming down her kind face. She choked out, Dr. Hound, my old friend, you've finally come back. Joy erupted as the one the villagers had been waiting for had truly appeared in their most desperate hour, but the reunion was suddenly cut short by the presence of the glowing red monster. Mantiger stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes at the scene before him. He wondered in shock. Could that doctor have completely immobilized the giant monster with just a pair of small surgical scissors? The Bone Eater shrieked in utter pain and confusion. Who are you? What did you just do to my body? In response to that crazed roar, Hound just replied coldly, What are you screaming about? Speak clearly. Seeing the monstrous tongue lashing out, Elder Mongo shrieked a panicked warning. Hound, get out of the way. Those scissors can't cut its tongue. The tongue? The doctor repeated with a hint of sarcasm, easily dodging the opponent's attack with terrifying composure. Hound stared intently at the monster, his eyes glowing blue with a crazed confidence. He declared coldly, The exterior looks impressive, but the interior is just mindless cells. To a surgical genius like him, every living creature, no matter how powerful, was just a biological structure riddled with weaknesses. In a flash, Hound began to perform a live surgery on his opponent's body. Going deep into every muscle, fiber, and tendon of the monster, he frantically interfered with its biological structure, tearing apart and restructuring the cell masses inside with chilling precision. Every piece of flesh and every blood vessel of the Bone Eater was completely exposed and destroyed under the doctor's cruel hands. Hound didn't give the monster a single second to fight back. With the precision of a surgeon, he plunged the blades of his scissors into the Bone Eater's mouth. Oh my god, is the doctor secretly an assassin? Elder Mongo and the villagers were frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The base of the Bone Eater's tongue was completely torn apart by a brutal pull. Hound watched the monster writhe in agony with a cold smile. He calmly announced its end. In just a moment, your tongue will retract and get stuck in your throat, and that filthy thing, it will slide down and completely block your airway. The Bone Eater clutched its throat, its eyes rolling back into its head as it felt suffocation setting in. It gasped desperately, choking, unable to inhale. The real nightmare began when the Bone Eater couldn't breathe at all. It thrashed around in a pool of its own blood, in absolute agony. The colossal creature that once spread terror now collapsed to the ground with a dry thud, lying motionless amidst the rubble. The villagers stared at the scene in shock, then burst out in amazement. It's down. That demonic Bone Eater, the bone-eating monster, has fallen. Overcome with emotion, they realized that the very demon lord they had feared was the one who had just saved them all. Folks, the demon lord doctor just gave that bone-eating monster a full-on cardiac arrest, and he's looking absolutely legendary right now. Everyone raised their hands in unison, their triumphant roars echoing through the area to celebrate Dumpling Village's historic victory. We survived. Not a single one of us died. Cheers echoed throughout Dumpling Village as the nightmare finally ended. In the middle of the ecstatic crowd, the bearded leader stood stunned, unable to believe that a boss-level monster could be defeated so swiftly. He realized with horror that this land was hiding an entity far, far more terrifying. The elder of Dumpling Village approached, trembling, and fell to his knees before the doctor, filled with belated regret. I am so sorry. The promise I made to build a peaceful village. I couldn't keep it. He tearfully admitted that he couldn't change the nature of the scoundrels in this village. As troubles continued to pile up relentlessly, the old man bowed his head in tears. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, doctor. Man, I feel for the poor old guy. Carrying this village on his back is like his 82nd great trial. Hound gazed into the distance, bitterly acknowledging that perhaps the scoundrels here were truly beyond saving, just as the old warnings had said. He snapped, That's enough, old man. Turning to 182, Hound warned him in a stern voice. I told you about that injured arm. Stop being so reckless, avoid any impact, and focus on staying alive. The elder of Dumpling Village smiled through his tears, once again offering his most sincere apologies for everything. Just then, Kang Dante came rushing onto the scene. Stunned by how quickly the doctor had ended the fight, he inwardly marveled at Hound's strength, which far surpassed that of the big shots, and realized he had made a wise decision. Kang Dante told himself that if this could rekindle Hound's will to live, then he too would have a chance to start negotiating a way out of this place. A panicked shout erupted from the crowd. "Hey! That kid just collapsed!" And just like that, the second his main character spotlight switched off, he powered down completely. Kang Dante whipped around in surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before him, 2 prisoners were frantically supporting the limp body of number 182. "He's bleeding so much. Come on, wake up!" Kang Dante cried out in shock. Number 182. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted desperately towards his companion, shouting as he ran, his voice a mixture of fury and concern. 182. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You still didn't run?" At that moment, 182 was just a lifeless husk, slumped on the ground and completely battered. Kang Dante looked at the rubble surrounding him, and his heart ached. "Hey, just look at the mess you're in. Did you just pick a fight with someone? I told you to run." Kang Dante gritted his teeth, unable to contain his anger at seeing 182 risk his life so pointlessly. "Are you delusional? Thinking you could solo a monster in that wrecked body of yours? Who could possibly save someone so damn stubborn?" he snapped, questioning the other's obstinance. "Why are you so pig-headed and refuse to listen? What the hell were you thinking?" In response to Kang Dante's fury, 182 replied, "I just wanted to help the old man from Dumpling Village out. What's the big deal?" Kang Dante was stunned, frozen for a few seconds by his companion's sincere answer. "Huh?" 182 looked him straight in the eye. "Weren't you the one who taught me that? You were the one who said it." A bright blue energy flared in Dante's eyes as he realized with a shock that he had completely misunderstood this person. He fell silent, asking himself, "Or have I gotten something wrong again?" It was only at this moment that Kang Dante truly realized the good nature hidden behind that sullen exterior. He admitted in a low voice, "No, you're right. You did a great job." Kang Dante thought to himself, "It seems I'm only now beginning to understand him, just a little." He remembered how, as a child, he would watch in fascination as a sweet potato sprouted in a glass of water, much like how he was now seeing into the very soul of 182. Just then, Kang Dante noticed tiny, glowing particles like dandelion fluff floating around 182 and wondered, "But what are these things that look like dandelion seeds?" He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes, wondering, "Is my eyesight getting worse again?" After the brutal battle, 182 slowly opened his eyes, waking from a weary state of limbo. In the medical room, Hound was meticulously sewing up the orange prisoner uniform bearing the number 182. Seeing his belongings in someone else's hands, 182 spoke softly. "That shirt is mine." Hound turned to look at his patient. "Oh, you're awake? That uniform is mine." 182 replied curtly, "I know." The doctor pressed on curiously. "Seeing as your internal organs are so new, you must still be a kid, right?" Seeing 182's confusion, Hound began his biological analysis. He explained that those with abnormally strong abilities here are usually people who have been trapped for over 20 years, but 182's organs were still perfectly healthy. "So, you're clearly still just a kid." 182 retorted, "I'm an adult, but I used to be a child before." Hound snapped back, "What the hell? I used to be a child once too, so I guess that makes us the same." 182 asked skeptically, "The same how? You and me, in age?" He glared at the doctor with utter contempt. "Are you really an idiot?" Hound was stunned, then flew into a rage. "I'm an idiot? What do you know? You're just a doctor, not a teacher. You think just anyone can become a doctor? I'm definitely smarter than that teacher of yours." 182 replied coldly, "Stop lying." Hound grew pensive at the kid's lack of common knowledge, then suddenly asked him point blank, "You're not a prisoner, are you? Don't tell me. You were born here?" He looked at 182, contemplating this inescapable chicken coop that had existed for 45 years, a place where it wouldn't be surprising if a child had been born. 182 looked directly at the doctor, his bandaged face moving slightly as he spoke. "I've always been here. That's what I meant. Idiot." "Ha!" Hound was taken aback for a moment, then tossed the orange prisoner uniform back to him. "If that's the case, then I misunderstood." He stood up and coldly instructed his patient, "With your recovery speed, you'll be back on your feet soon enough. Don't you move a muscle, just lie still for me. Let me know when you can pass gas." "What kind of blunt advice is that, doctor?" Before turning to leave, Hound said definitively, "We're even now, understand?" The crimson sunset enveloped the Noah Hospital building. It signaled the end of a long, eventful day. In the dim room, Kang Dante spread out a complex series of maps on the floor. He pointed to each area and said, "This is a map of the entire region." Hound stood with her arms crossed, looking down intently before asking, "Do you see an exit marked anywhere?" Kang Dante shook his head in disappointment. No, I don't see one anywhere. He began explaining the place's terrifying security system to the doctor. There's something like a device used to stop inmates from escaping. A huge, monster-like being will rush out and kill anyone who crosses the wall. Hound asked doubtfully, a monster? Kang Dante affirmed with certainty. You may not believe it, but I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Pointing to the FOG symbol on the map, Kang Dante made his decision. So I'm going to the central headquarters to see the management of this region. Hound immediately tried to stop him. What do you plan to do once you get there? I already told you, the management won't be on your side. Kang Dante remained steadfast. I'll do whatever I can once I'm there. In any case, I have to try. Kang Dante looked at Hound and continued explaining his plan. The only people who might know how to get out of here are them. Hound was silent for a moment before asking a tough question. All right, let's say you do find a way out. How will you deal with your own body being poisoned by fog? Kang Dante paused for a moment, then answered honestly. As for that, I think I can get off the stuff just by leaving this place. He slumped to the floor, pondering. Once I'm out of this dump, my body should detox on its own. Out of sight, out of mind. The addiction should just fade away. Kang Dante looked at the doctor sincerely. If you show withdrawal symptoms, I'll definitely find a way to help you, doctor. My father is a scientist. He can gather the relevant people to help research this substance. Once this is exposed, it will send shockwaves across the entire world. The research will proceed much faster. Turns out, Kang Dante was one of those kids with connections. Kang Dante gave a reassuring smile. So, doctor, don't you worry too much. But Hound looked at him with a complicated expression and replied, I'm not just worried about myself. You should go take a look in the mirror. A bewildered Kang Dante walked into the bathroom. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed throughout the room. Ugh. Kang Dante stared into the mirror, stunned, the glasses in his hand nearly falling. His left eye was now glowing with the bright blue electricity of mutation. Kang Dante frantically raised a hand to his face, stammering in absolute terror. My eye has turned blue. Hound leaned against the wall, coldly shutting down his shock. What's there to be surprised about? Everyone who lives here ends up like this. Kang Dante trembled, questioning himself about when it all began. Realizing the moment the doctor had warned him about had truly arrived, fear invaded his mind as Kang Dante worried he would start craving fog from now on. He clenched his fists in frustration. Wait, this is so unfair. I haven't consumed a single bit of fog. I don't even have any talent or power. In utter desperation, Kang Dante collapsed, clutching his head and sobbing in the middle of the dilapidated bathroom. I'm really done for this time. Talk about having the worst luck in the story, folks. Hound looked at the collapsing young man and asked in return, what's the problem? Didn't you just say you could recover and beat the addiction? Kang Dante screamed through his tears. It's hopeless. My life is over. How am I supposed to live looking like an addict? The doctor looked thoughtfully at the kid in front of him, then admitted he wasn't wrong. He revealed a brutal truth, that they had once used inmates for experiments. And if a person remains in a constant state of addiction, they will slowly lose their cognitive abilities and fall into a coma. Hound added the final blow. Furthermore, if you fall into that state in the outside world, where there's absolutely no fog, you won't just become an addict. You could die. Even so, do you still want to go outside? Kang Dante could only kneel in silence, his head bowed to the cracked floor in absolute silence. Suddenly, 182 appeared in a tattered patient's gown, causing Hound to turn and ask, what is it? Seeing 182 running around instead of resting as instructed, Hound snapped and questioned him. 182 simply replied, I'm hungry, but the doctor firmly ordered him to fast for post-op reasons because he still hadn't passed gas. When 182 asked if he needed to use force to do it, Hound could only scold, stop talking nonsense. 182 replied somberly, of course. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, Kang Dante lifted his head with a determined gaze. He told himself that even if it meant facing death, he had to escape to the outside world at all costs. Kang Dante declared firmly, because living here isn't the life I want. Outside, tattered pieces of cloth hung from barbed wire fences amidst the city's ruins. Rows of empty hospital beds lined the silent, dark hospital corridor. Hound stood quietly in the darkness, whispering, it's a wrap. The decision's made, we're leaving. On the other side, the old village chief smiled, pleased with the doctor's decision. You've made an excellent choice, doctor. The moment of parting had finally come. Standing before the village gate, Legos was reluctant, hoping the group would stay a little longer as winter was approaching. But Old Lady Mong spoke up, advising against it. She understood that they needed to return to where they truly belonged. The old woman tightly gripped Kang Dante's hand, moved that she never expected someone from the outside world could come and help the villagers so much. Kang Dante smiled brightly. You can trust me. I swear I'll personally escort Dr. Hound home without a single scratch. Old Lady Mong offered her sincerest thanks to Kang Dante, but he quickly waved his hand, insisting that he was the one who was indebted. As a farewell gift, Legos gave them a giant bag of premium dumplings for their journey. Hound couldn't help but be amazed by the sheer quantity. While Dante struggled to lift the heavy sack, Legos urged them to take it quickly, knowing 182 loved this dish. The villagers waved goodbye in unison, urging them to get on their way before dark to stay safe. As he was about to leave, Hound suddenly stopped and asked to see Old Lady Mong's hand. The old woman chuckled, assuring him she had kept her promise from years ago by letting her disciples wrap the dumplings. Hound carefully examined her old wound, then asked in a low voice how it was functioning. He silently regretted that his clumsy surgical skills in the past could only help her this much. Hound looked at Elder Mong with a determined gaze, promising that if they ever met again in the outside world, he would make sure to give her proper medical treatment once more. Elder Mong smiled contentedly, watching the backs of the young people as they disappeared into the distance. From above, a mysterious figure silently observed Kang Dante's group as they left. He whispered to himself, "So, a doctor and a teacher. How interesting." It was the person with the paper bag over his head, his glowing eyes peering inquisitively through a slit. Just by his sneaky lurking, you know some massive drama is about to go down. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a call from someone named LR. He answered the phone and said sarcastically, "Ah, this guy never stops calling. Your timing is perfect. The one-armed man isn't as strong as you said, is he? Oh, he's not dead." He continued to update the person on the other end, his tone full of hidden meaning. Someone saved him. It seems he's managed to make a friend. Down below, in the city's ruins, Kang, Dante, and Dr. Hound were walking together through the gloomy fog. Hearing this, the mysterious red-haired man standing in the shadows suddenly let out a contemptuous laugh. "Friends? Pfft, as if. How is that possible?" he growled, his face filled with murderous intent. "A guy like him thinks he can have friends? Dream on." The scene shifts to the towering FOG Korea Operations Center, where a massive pillar of blue energy is erupting powerfully into the sky like a great column of light. Standing before the colossal mechanical structure that was emitting a brilliant stream of light,